guys probably remember,
Yeah.
last week we had our entire session long, fight in the swamp, the rumble in the jungle kind of deal.
Mhm.
Where our intrepid adventurers found themselves face to face with a group of some kind of aberrant cultists, following a pile of worms in a robe. Whoever thought that the three goblins on top of each other in a trench coat was bad? How about a huge pile of worms in a robe?
Especially when that one came unfrayed when I was pulling a Superman Doomsday on him in air like that.
Oh shit, they're the hunters from Halo.
What are the hunters from Halo?
The hunters from Halo, it's just a bunch of worms that they put in power armor.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's just a bunch of worms.
I like that.
They just put them in a bunch of fucking shit. It's like, oh shit, I forgot about that.
Okay, and then so that almost brought an end to the group. One of the group actually dying and being resurrected almost completely. That was fun. Actually, big drama. See the last episode for details. Culminating in killing all of the underlings one by one, and our intrepid winged Astromancer flying to 747 cruising altitude and dropping a no longer polymorphed larval mage the extent, and watching him commit like mad dogging you suicide as he just pulled himself apart. Yeah, and
that was a trip.
Yeah, and trying to pull out of a dead stick dive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With Stuka dive bombing into the ground.
Causing a little damage, even though, mostly unharmed. Carpus returned to the rest of the group here in the swamp, who have gathered, still wary, still on the lookout for more enemies or anything that's, out of the ordinary, but otherwise all together. So that's where we are. You guys are all in the swamp. Carpus has just landed. Being right before we ended last session, for those that didn't go back and watch it, kind of tried to organize almost like a sentry setup, just keep an eye out for things, everybody watching the skies for, bombers, and during the blitz trying to shut all the lights out, that kind of thing.
Major PTSD moment.
Right, which ended up so far not being needed at the very least. But so that's where we find ourselves.
Yep.
We should probably have a conversation about our teamwork.
I pulled the keys out of the ignition and handed it to you guys. Here you go.
With
So Zara's up and walking around then, right? She's been revivified.
She could be. She's been revivified.
What just happened?
Yeah, kind of bringing herself back to the world.
What's going on around here?
You died.
Me?
Mm-hmm. Yes,
you're missing several fingers on your hands.
Oh! What the hell?
When you look at him now, because of the effect of the spell, where what would be your fingers kind of ends in like roughly scarred nubs. Like what you would see after a wound is healed, but before the scars have had time to eventually kind of smooth over, where it looks like stretched, rough, pink skin.
I take both my hands and I reach for my two single-handed swords, my sword breaker and my short sword, or long sword, and I pull them out. Am I able to hold them okay? Do I feel like I still have the same ability?
Which hand do you...
Main hand, right hand, is going to be the one that has missing two fingers.
The left hand would be the one that's missing two fingers, I believe, is what happened.
Left two fingers, pinky ring, right finger.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
So your right hand is missing the pinky.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, but which one are you holding what in?
Long sword in my right, and sword breaker in my left.
Okay, so when you pull them out and you kind of give it that balance check, you do with weapons. Like as you get a new sword, you do the same thing. Just kind of see how it feels in your hands, how it kind of forms to you. Your sword hand feels strong. Like there's a little bit of adjustment you have to make to the way you grip, but it's not groundbreaking. It's not terrible. As for your other hand, the Swordbreaker, you feel like you could wheel it pretty effectively, but you know that if it went at the wrong angle, you might lose your grip on it. You don't have that solid hold anymore.
Like the last two fingers, it's kind of, if it gets pried, it's going to just like
right.
So out.
This was supposed to come up if you tried to use it and this happened, but in this case, since you asked about it, mechanically, your shield is going to be fine because you hold your shield with the forearm, not with your hand. If you are using a one-handed weapon in your offhand, like the Swordbreaker, if you roll a 3 or lower on the actual die, whether it be for an ability check or an attack roll with it, you will drop it.
Okay. So I kind of get that.
At least for now. There's a possibility that if you train and work on it, eventually you can compensate. But as it stands now, you're not completely solid on your grip.
So at that point, I can realize where I'm at, how it feels, what I can do with it.
Yeah, and you know that there's going to be an issue if something goes the wrong way with your left hand.
Or if you use the phallus finger.
I kind of look over my other hand and I go, Godwyn, is this supposed to go in my hand?
I have a proposition.
Another one?
I have a solution, not just for your hand, but for your salvation.
What do you speak of, old man?
Have you been paying your piety to your patron?
Not anymore.
Godwyn offers a path for all who wish to be redeemed.
I don't wish to be redeemed.
Then take this finger in friendship. But know that if we are bound together, we may live to fight another day. Or at the very least, die giving our friends a chance to fight another day.
Is there any way you can work on this finger for a little while longer? It's about
I will work on this
3
finger.
inches longer than my other fingers.
I will do my best. Shouldn't be too hard to fix this. It was more of a rush job. But as I work on this finger, I only ask that you would work on your heart and see how it is that you feel, not for me, but for our friends.
I'll keep that in mind, friend. And then I kind of hold the hand up with it on there and just kind of go yeah, doesn't look quite right.
I eyeball it and I nod my head and I'm like, I'll keep an eye on it and I'll start my craftsmanship immediately. But we need to have a conversation about our friend Goth.
You know, Goth, I wanted to protect him by making him unseen, but something happened and I couldn't let him get hurt. I had to go in after him.
I think you made the right call, despite it costing your life. I might have done the same had I known what he had in mind.
You know, that's all I can say is that at this point in time, I don't look at a deity. I don't give myself to anybody but the people around me that have been making this way, that the people that I've chosen to walk with have protected me, and now I shall solely protect them.
You've given yourself to the people around you? Has this been a private party that I haven't been invited to?
I'm not giving myself in that sense.
Well, that's what you just said.
Oh, there goes the PG rating.
We don't have to keep PG. Let's just not get canceled. I'd prefer not to have my face plastered across Instagram or something as, the worst thing since Hitler.
Yeah. And what I mean by this, Karen, is I'm not trying to hurt any of you. I'm not trying to cause any problems, but when I see those that I feel that have protected me in a sense up until this point, I no longer think about somebody else running my life. I'm going to run my life to protect you. So what I have to do is protect each and every one of you as I point to Godwyn, Bing, Garthaniel, Karen, Carpus.
Well, even on those same line of thinking, I still have deep faith for Levander. But he wasn't the one telling me to keep trying to keep you from dying. I stayed behind you trying to heal you for how many times, and you just kept getting back up and going back down. I don't know if your brain's okay. I almost died in the process too.
I'm a little shaken up. I'm not going to lie.
And on that note, I was able to bring you back, but I'm out of diamonds, so we need to try and find somewhere to get more.
Let's worry about what's at hand, and let's make for smarter moves moving forward. Garthaniel, we are a team. We need to work as a team. If we're going to make this a success, we have to strategize. We have to come up with plans before we make action. This is something I've learned in the ranks of military and sabotage within my household. There's been ups and downs with leadership and who's taking control of what and for what reasons.
Well, I mean,
to strategize.
For the majority of our quest here, we had a leader, so should the blame fall on said leader?
If blame is never the issue. I don't think blame should be the issue.
Bing's very smart. It shouldn't be the issue, but if I must take blame, I'll take blame.
Not about blame. We just need to all get better. We need to come to we have not sat down and discussed how we run this party. We've all been kind of thrown together in a happenstance, but we've never sat down and figured out who we are as people. Do we just go, once this Kaifon business happens for ill or gain, what happens? Because I felt a bond with all of you. But we keep rushing into things, and half of the party's trying to cover for the other people. We need to work together. We need to coalesce. We need unit cohesion. Czar, you understand. You've been in the military. So have I. This unit needs to coalesce.
What happens when we separate and we try to conquer that way? We all get conquered and surrounded. But if we go back and we watch each other, we become an impenetrable force. We can protect those that are in need as long as we stick together. We can cause a shield for those that are weak. We can put ourselves on the line for those that are meaningful to us. And that's what I've done here. And you've all done here for each other. So, Dean, you're right. What are we going to do after this? Is everybody about their own business and on their way? Or should we stick together and make do with what we can?
Honestly, I love every single one of you, but I've had one of you, sorry for the scar, Garth, but try to steal from me. I've had the other murder innocent people in cold blood. And I know it wasn't intended, but burning down almost half the continent on a whim, causing a lot of suffering in this land. And I've seen suffering. I've seen war. I've seen death. I've seen my loved ones die. I don't want to see that anymore.
In all fairness, innocent is a broad term. But anyway, I shall agree. I was in the midst of a very complex situation, and I saw those getting taken advantage of and those getting hurt or swindled, per se. I wasn't going to stand for it, and I'm still learning these changes that are going on with me. These things are not something I've ever been through before, and I'm understanding that now. But as these changes occur, I can still make choices within my own self. I see that. I see the faults of my way, and I see what I have done. But now I know that the protection I need to have is of you all.
I can solely speak for myself, but I'll protect you. But you need to trust me. I know you haven't always trusted me and the party and whatever, because we're all just learning as we go. But you need to trust us.
Being from where I was to where I'm now, I went from, yes, being a part of a group and leading those and making these decisions to being on my own and making decisions only for me from what I saw fit. But now I understand it's not a mass group mentality that I have, just commanding people to go places and to sacrifice themselves. I now see that this is a group that needs to coexist. We need to be able to learn to fight together to protect each other. It's not one protecting all, it's all protecting all. And that's what we must do here. Who's in this? Who's with me?
I'm going to reach out my hand to Zara. In handshake, finally.
Comes through and grabs the forearm, deep by the elbow.
And
let's do it,
notice
sister.
Immediately the odd feeling of a hand that's not quite there.
And
grip, but not the way you're used to.
I jimmy the pinky into the forearm, the nub. Wiggle it a little bit and give a little sly smirk.
Not the weirdest sensation I've ever felt.
I look around.
Garth's gonna grab Zar by the index finger.
Are you going to let him?
Which one though? Index finger, what hand? The one that's
on the arm you're holding Bing on.
Yeah, I'm gonna let him.
Okay.
Trust him.
So you grab Zar's index finger?
Yes, sir.
Okay. There's a finger there.
I'm going to embrace them.
I mean, it's wearing gauntlets, so you grab the outside of a gauntlet. But yeah, you grab an index finger.
Godwyn comes in, and I don't have any argument or rebuttal or refusal to Godwyn's closeness.
Oh.
Kind of weird if you did. I've been trying to save you for sessions, for days.
To be fair, you also tried to marry her and chained yourself to her. So
not only tried to marry her, but gave her wedding.
Oh crap!
That's a new one.
Yes, nobody realized that, but the finger that he replaced was the wedding finger.
I did. That's why I said it. I was waiting for the moment to connect.
I knew what he did with that, and I was just like, okay,
it's adorable.
So much going on. It's so great.
But it has to be consensual. There's no way you can just be like, ha ha ha.
Yeah, I mean, you can't force somebody into marge.
You can't
He's going to return it after he fixes it. He's going to return it with the ring already on it. That's what I'm guessing.
I don't have time to make all these accoutrements. It'll be like a rocket out of the ground. I fashioned a ring.
Use that little bit of electrum. Just got an electrum ring right there.
At that point, everybody's in. I look at the closest one next to me, Karen.
Karen's right behind you. Yeah.
I haven't gone in for the group hug that everyone.
Yeah, I was gonna say not everybody has. Only the three that are above and to your left have gone.
Well, that's why
I watched them doing that, and I just kind of take a step back and like I'm not paying attention, and try folding my wings under my cloak again.
Oh wait, were your wings out still?
I haven't had a chance to put them back to hide them.
Oh shit! I didn't know that they were still out
as they came out, so there wasn't really a whole lot of chance.
Carpus. I look over at Carpus.
I flutter up, and he comes over, and pretty much he spreads his wingspan over everybody, and pretty much just does like a protective cover over everybody. Like, yes, I'm in this with you guys too.
It's like the end of a Disney movie.
Karen, don't be an ass.
No one's forcing you to do anything, Karen, but I care about you. I can only speak for myself, but I care about you.
I take the time while everyone's kind of waiting in awkward silence to see what I'm going to do as I'm slowly taking my time hiding my wings again.
Okay.
And
can I use bardic inspiration to try to make him feel inspired?
Can I just start walking?
Like, just get a well of feeling.
That's not the traditional way to use it, but I wouldn't see why not. Especially being College of Valor, right?
College of Valor.
Like, I mean, the esprit de corps. I mean, I'm sure your inspiration
Brothers in arms.
Bring that up in somebody.
Yeah. It's kind of what I'm going for. Plus, you get a 1d8.
Congratulations, you get a 1d8.
Noted.
For the next, 8 hours? Something like that?
No, it's 10 minutes.
10 minutes. That's right, 10 minutes.
I look at the group kind of huddled together there. And, you know, that was a pretty speech. Almost moving. You know, it shouldn't have to be said that, you know, I'm all for this group, considering I almost died trying to keep you from dying and brought you back, which I'd have done for anyone in this group. But excuse me if I don't take wholeheartedly what you just said, when the last day or so has been nothing but blind rage from you against anyone that looks at us somewhat cross-eyed, which actually, in more times than not, has put us as a group in more danger.
Can understand your reasoning. Take your time, feel it out as you need to. I'll be here waiting.
To three of you, I'm still bound by this mark. But as a group, traveling together this long as companions, because it's convenient for us to just start working as a strategic, group, is going to take more than just a speech. We haven't been able to do it to this point, and I'm not sure that we're ever going to have that ability.
I don't think we have much choice but to try. Because we still have these, so we're still bound to each other for that. And the only way we're going to get rid of these is if we do better. And it behoves us to at least try. Anyone's capable of redemption. Lord knows I've seen it.
And you're also forgetting some are not marked by Kaifon as me, but I still have chosen to be part of this group.
And that's why I still labeled it as our group and not just those bound. And I would still use my abilities to heal for any one of us. And I hold my tongue on times when, even if I don't agree with things all the time, to get through certain things. And I don't know. This last fight has shaken me, I think, a little.
It's shaken all of us.
Yes, it has.
After dying, coming to, hold on. After dying, coming to, dying, coming to, dying and coming to, you have a little bit of flash of realization. You have a flash of what's been done in your life thus far. I mean, it's a lot of end of life scenarios that go over your entire life in 10 seconds. I think there was like 6 of them. And I got to re-watch and reanalyze it every single time, and I see my doings. And yes, you said over a day, over hours, but I just came to over 6 times in a matter of a minute, if that.
I know, I was there.
I can see things differently. I can understand my ways, but you have a mindset made, and that mindset is made because of your experiences. And then from my experiences, once a mindset is made, it's hard to change, but it's what you want. And no one's forcing you to stay within this, but we do have to work together as a team in the long run in order to get out of this. if we want to get out of this, and then we can choose to do what we need to do as a group or as individuals. But right now, in this moment, we need to make a choice to be strategic and work together.
What?
I think that Kieran's locking up. You still there, buddy?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we didn't hear that. Whatever you just said, we didn't hear any of it.
I said, at what point have I ever done anything not with the best interests of this group?
No, to be understood. Understandably. You've done everything that you could for this group.
No one has doubted your commitment to us, Kieran.
Until this moment.
You're one of the best of us. You've always been on point. That's why I nominated you as a leader.
You took role when I was misplaced, when I was in my head, when I was beyond myself. You led this group. You led me to be to this point.
Technically, Carpus took over that role because he's not marked.
Well,
which at this point you notice both eyes are both golden color at the moment.
We all have our histories. We all, in this moment, have our present. But with all of us in this moment, if we can't do it together, we might not have a future. Are you in with us? You don't have to agree with me, but the rest of the group needs you to make it through this.
I've never not been part of this group.
All right, we'll leave it there.
How do I say this? Actions to me speak louder than flowery words.
Here, here. Let's go kill a god.
Slowly, one by one, releases the group hug.
Yeah, you guys are all still kind of huddled up, but it's getting to that warm, uncomfortable feeling where it's like there's a lot of people in a really small space, and everybody kind of starts to back away.
Carpus slowly eases his wings off and is just hovering above everybody right now.
Czar farts and no one notices because you are in a swamp full of swamp.
Yeah, I was going to say. She farts, you would not be able to smell
breaking.
There's a smell and sound of farts constantly.
that was the purpose of letting it go during this time.
Sulfur, methane. Sulfur.
Been holding it for this moment.
Should we set up watches and restore our endurance?
That would be a good idea.
I'll take the first watch.
Are we gonna camp in place for the night?
I'd say let's get out of this swamp first.
Well, what time is it?
At this point, you entered the swamp. Was it the early evening, if I remember correctly? It's probably pushing at this point 9:30, 10 o'clock at night.
How long did it take us to get from outside of the swamp to this point?
Probably half hour, 45 minutes or so.
We can trek out of here, get outside of the swampy area and find a good campsite, like Kieran suggests. Or
I just say that because there's a lot of gas around this swamp that, all it takes is something spying on us from a distance with a spark.
I want to pull out my map and gauge. So it's 30 minutes to enter.
Your hand-drawn map?
Yes, I'm an expert. I don't know if you know this, but I'm an expert cartographer.
You are.
Yeah. I want to reference my map and see how long it would take for us not to just get immediately outside of the swamp, but be safely clear of any of these gases and or whatever's been grabbing Garth has me concerned. Like, I want to leave the swamp as much as everyone else, but I don't want to get fucking grabbed on the way out.
Right.
Trash compactor monster from Star Wars style.
Exactly.
Shut up! The compactor's on level E5.
I don't mind getting some more experience before
we leave. I want to go up and look at the podium and see if there was anything left up there from the mage.
Okay. Let me. Where are we? There we go. I switched which monitor everything was on. So, all right. So you head up to the platform. Oh, Gonna be kind of under the thing because that's dumb. There we go. So you're just gonna. What are you checking for in particular? Like just anything that you see there, or
yeah.
Go ahead and roll an investigation check.
That would be a solid 11.
That's good enough. As you're feeling around the face of it, by pure accident, there's a stone that's in there that you kind of bump and it moves, right? And you kind of jiggle a little bit and you pull it out, and you now notice that on the other side, even though everything tends to be pretty, like on the face of this carving on this podium, everything tends to be pretty symmetrical except for this on the other side is a hole. So when you pull it out, you find a small vial in there. And it's in this like crystal kind of vial. Looks like a test tube, but with like more intricate kind of carving to it. And a stopper in the top that's also made of glass, and it's kind of a glowing red that kind of beats with the frequency of a heartbeat, a slow heartbeat.
Oh no!
Wow!
Oh no!
That's a weird reaction to that description.
No, that is an accurate reaction to that.
No, it seems pretty accurate.
Yes.
I'm going to put it in my
Dragon Age. I know exactly where this is going.
You don't know anything about it yet.
I haven't played Dragon Age in years.
I don't know anything about it.
The mysterious blood vial?
Go ahead and do what you do, bud. I have no idea it's even there.
Correct.
Yeah, no one's even looking at me, are they?
Well, I mean, I watched you walk off because I was going to go after seeing you walk up to that.
I was talking to you, so yeah. I mean,
pretty sure I saw him go up there too.
I was going to go check out the skeleton on the right.
I'm going to sit on the steps and drink from my flask.
Okay, so you're just hanging out in the swamp here? Anybody else doing anything?
Well, Kieran does his thing, yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to check out the skeleton on the right.
Okay. You head over there.
Can I cast Detect Magic?
Sure, if you'd like to. First, Czar, you looking for anything in particular, or?
I'm looking at first I just want to see, is it like crucified, like standing upright?
It is strapped onto it with chain. Like the arms are wrapped in chain, and it's kind of just. It looks like it's been like the end hasn't been. There's no lock, and it hasn't been forged together. It looks like something physically grabbed the two ends of the chain and twisted the link together.
Ooh.
So they're wrapped around each other in a way that you can't really pull them apart.
Okay, I want to look over the skeleton, see if there's anything weird about the skeleton, as in like size, height, structure of the bones, but also if there's any like carvings throughout the bones. So really inspecting the bones.
Okay, so you want to look for like carvings and stuff too. Roll the investigation check. Kieran, you're casting Detect Magic, correct?
Yep.
Okay, let me see what exactly that gives you.
Got an 11, just like Kieran.
Okay. You guys are great at this. Could you say the sense of presence of magic within 30 feet? If you sense magic in this way, you can use your action to see a faint aura around any visible creature. As you stand there and you kind of, Karen, as you stand there and you kind of focus and you let your consciousness out into the world around you and you kind of feel for that pull that you know that is arcane magic. You do within 30 feet of you, you do detect, first of all, like a trace from the entire platform that you're on. It doesn't feel like a spell. It just feels like this stone has soaked in like errant magical energy for probably a long time. You do get distinct hits of something from the illusion school of magic from the torches that are around you. It seems that some kind of spell is creating these green flames that doesn't quite set anything on fire.
Right.
Zar, as you look over the body, you, from the best you can tell, it's taller than let's say you are, by probably close to a foot. Bones seem thicker. There's a pronounced underbite on the skull, with two long incisors that are almost tusk-like.
Can I tell what race it is then?
What was that?
Can I tell what race it is?
The best you can tell, just guessing, it looks like a half-orc.
That's what I was thinking.
It's not quite the size and bulk that you would expect from a full-blooded orc, but it does have a lot of orcish features. There doesn't seem to be any kind of carvings or any kind of insignias, anything like that. It's literally like somebody. That was literally supposed to be somebody, not somebody.
Somebody
was chained up here, alive, dead, who knows, and allowed to just decompose over the course of who knows how long.
Okay.
Since the book I was reading was in Primordial, is there anything that I notice in Primordial?
Make a... Is there anywhere you're going to look in particular, or are you just going to look around?
I want to look around, kind of up where the mage was, and see if there's anything left behind that was either primordial or anything of value.
Okay.
Or shiny.
Shiny. Well, I think he's taking care of the value thing. Go ahead and make an investigation check. Now, that's a D20 plus the number that's next to the skill that says investigation. Don't try to add stealth to it. I'll know.
Right. Be 11.
11? Wow. That's 3 investigation checks in a row and 3 11s in a row. That
crazy.
You guys.
Who needs reliable skill?
You guys are team now. Like
well,
that speech worked.
It did. We're consistent.
As you look around, you see a lot of carvings. Mostly on the platform, on the podium there, the dais that's kind of sitting up there. Not a little bit on the podium itself. There's not like really any words or characters. It's just a lot of like artistic carvings or things that you would see in like, albeit not of the pantheon you're used to, but things you would see in religious iconography, that kind of stuff. A lot of dragon motif. Stuff that just looks like, dragon, big wings, big, mouth and teeth in the carvings. Even like the podium itself's got a kind of a dragon snout shape to the front of it. Almost like like the Northwestern totem poles, but like of a dragon holding up a stone that makes up the flat of the dais.
Oh, is that what that is? Oh, that's cool.
It's amazing because when you look through all the props in this program, there's stuff that actually fits the way you wanted to design things, and it's kind of nice. Like, that works out perfectly for me.
Yeah, I'm noticing that too. I'm noticing that
Makes
too.
Makes it easy. I want to relay the information that I got from the skeleton to everybody in the group.
Unless you're trying to be stealthy about it, you just say it out loud.
I just want to make sure that I don't see anything.
Okay, so you're all aware that the skeleton that he's looking at looks to be a half orc that has just been strung up and allowed to rot. Anybody else want to do anything?
Can I run an Arcana or History check upon where Karen and Garthaniel is to get some additional information if there is anything else to glean?
Okay, so what kind of information are you looking for?
Well, the dragon story kind of intrigued me. I was curious to probably learn more about that.
Okay, go ahead and roll. In that case, roll a. It depends on what you want to know. If you want to know specifically about like who might be here, that kind of thing, and like what this would be symbols for. That would be a history check. If you want to know what they're trying to get across, that would be a religion check.
Let me do the history one. That was more what I was looking for. Okay. I wasn't really looking.
Because you're going to have one expertise of the other, and I didn't think it would be religion for your character because he's effectively a wizard. So that doesn't really jive.
All right, let me go ahead and roll history then.
Okay.
23.
Holy fuck! All right.
Rolled 16, and I have a +7 history modifier.
I got you. I just got to find the name of the god again real quick. I mentioned it the last time, and then I can't.
Did the vial that I get have any sort of magic with it?
Well, yeah. I mean, sorry. Yeah, the vial itself has a faint magical quality to it. Okay. It looks to be in the abjuration school. If you had to put it into a class. Where is it? Where's the name? Name. This is actually in the Pantheon, and I keep wanting to remember it, and then I keep forgetting what it is. And when you look up Dragon God, you get a lot of Tiamat.
You get a lot of Tiamat. Wait, Bahamut?
No, it's not. It's an evil lesser pantheon.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I hear it is. Falazar.
Falazar. Okay.
You've in books that you've read before that kind of lead towards the beliefs of this world, not viewed from a religious perspective, but from a historian's perspective. You do know that some places in the not in the Feywild, obviously, because that's not something that jives very well. Right. But on the prime material plane, on the planet itself, there are followers of one of the dragon gods named Falazar, Falazure, who is a dragon god of innervation, undeath, and necromancy. Whether or not he's an actual god, whether or not he's an actual dragon, whether or not he actually exists, who knows? But there are followers of that, and this seems to fit kind of that motif, that idea. Like you're in a swamp, there's dead things chained up. You've got dragon iconography. It all kind of comes together to fit that mold.
Okay. And so then it's safe to assume then that this structure then pretty much was almost like a cult, like hangout for these, I guess, Falazurians, we want to call them, I guess, or something.
Falazurites, whatever.
Falazurians.
Looking around, it looks like there used to be more to this structure, and that time and the elements have kind of taken away from it. At this point, all that's left is kind of the dragon skull, some broken walls, the podium. But you do remember that as you walked in, especially when you were flying, that there are sunken statues in the swamp out here.
Yes.
That, I mean, who knows? They might have been above the water before. They might have been underwater, or everything might have raised or sunk. There's any number of ways it could have happened, but it does seem like there might have been more to this before.
Okay. Cool. Well, that's definitely what I wanted to find out.
I want to take out the vial.
Yeah.
And yell to Godwyn, can you identify items?
I sure can.
God. Two southern accents.
You think you can take some time and try to figure out what it is for me?
Oh, sorry. Yes, I can identify. Whoa.
There we go.
When I have a cold, it sounds like I'm from the South. Y'all.
Sorry.
So I can identify for 1 minute. I have to be touching it. And it just says identify. So an object, if it's a magic item or some other magic imbued object, I can learn its properties and how to use them.
Okay.
I'm going to hand him the vial.
All righty.
I'm going to spend a minute doing that.
Excellent. Let me find that right there. Okay. So what you do find as you go through this kind of feeling, you get the sense that first that it's from the conjuration school. It's weird. It's been imbued with magic. It's a potion. You've seen these many times before. As you kind of focus in on what this one is imbued with, the feeling that you get that goes along with it is that it is a potion of cure serious wounds. The way you would use it would be to drink it. And what it does is this one would cure 3d8 plus 35 HP.
Ooh.
Nice.
It is a
This will come
potion
in handy.
for curing serious wounds. Oh, this is medicinal. Oh, it is of high restorative quality. I highly recommend we would give it to someone who would benefit. And I hand it back to Kieran.
And I look around and Garth.
I'm here. I'm here.
I've got this healing potion. The two that seem to need it the most are usually you and Czar. I'm going to give it to you because you're one of the quickest in our group. So if me or Godwyn can't get to someone, hopefully you can at least get this to someone in case we need to.
Okay.
You're going to be our medic.
Heard what? There you go. Thank you.
Medic!
I was going to say, Nick, if you're going to have two presences in the thing, I don't mind, but you got to mute one of them.
The phone wasn't opening, so I unmuted the computer.
Oh, no, I understand that. I just meant like that could have gone really south really quickly. Yeah, if you were a little closer to the computer, that might have turned into feedback, and I do not like the sound of feedback. All right, so he's offering you the potion. You took it, right, Greg?
With this potion, how much points does it give back to someone's health?
Where were you?
He just
3d8
read the
plus
description.
35. He read it. It's 3d8 plus 35.
It's a lot.
That's a lot.
That's in.
I'm going to peek over from where I'm at and look at Garthaniel and be like, take it if you need it, but
I could
try
potentially
to save somebody else as well. We're trying to turn over a new leaf here.
I mean, at maximum, if you maximize that, that'd be as much as 59 HP back if you maximized it.
For you guys, that could be an entire full health kind of.
I glance at Garthaniel and I want to do an insight check. Is any of this sinking in?
You know what? You don't even have to roll. No.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't know if we need to roll for that.
He's got almost a blank look on his face. Like, cool.
I'm going to get up from my drinking, walk over to Garthaniel, and I'm going to attempt it. I'm going to look right in his eye, and I'm going to explain to him exactly what we plan on doing this as part of the party. Like, listen, you're going to be a forward medic. What a forward medic is when someone's in trouble really far away, you're the one that can sneaky with your crazy sneaky skills and heal that person.
Go fixie.
That's how the party wants to use that. Don't fuck it up, or I'll give you another scar that will guarantee you will not wake up from.
Sounds like a plan. So I'll just stay by Czar, so Czar can make me invisible and I can run and heal somebody.
Sounds great. And I give him a hearty smack like he gets it, and I smack him a little harder than normal.
That's right. He can be taught.
I love him. Just little.
Where's your dog?
Dog's dead. He's gone.
The dog's over just outside the main gate.
Can we say that Scrappy just fucking takes the dog and just walks off?
You took my jewels. I'm taking the dog.
Come on with me, boy.
Worst divorce ever.
All right.
Yeah, remember, the dog favors me, though. Dog ain't gonna go.
You have to remember something for me. From now on, because it's become an issue, when you get into an encounter, you have to tell me where the dog is, or I'm going to assume it wandered off.
Can we get a counter for the dog? So
what?
Can we get a counter, a token?
Yeah, so I can put a token up for the dog.
Yeah, that would help so much.
We never
I forget about it because I don't see him.
Well, he doesn't use them. He doesn't use them in combat ever. So most of the time I didn't need to put a token out because you guys, when you go to the battle map, he doesn't get involved.
So that's another thing I'll bring up with Garth in game 2 is, your dog looks like they could do a fair amount of damage if you suck him on the right person.
The bull mastiff is just going to tear apart a god's neck. Just go straight to the neck. Gonna save us all.
Honestly, I never thought of using the dog as another weapon.
That's fair. Yeah, I can't blame you.
Use all your resources.
Keep in mind, you might want to look up the dog's stat block because he is a mastiff.
Yeah,
and he does
I'll see if I can help.
And the problem is going to be that dogs typically don't have a ton of HP, so keep that in mind.
Right.
Yeah, you're gonna have to be cautious.
Now, we've had this dog through 2 levels up. Does that mean my dog's a level 3 or still a level 1?
Your dog does not level up.
He doesn't level up.
Damn.
Your dog doesn't learn new skills or anything like that. Like with animal handling, you might be able to improve things, but you would have to actually have a training session. It's not like he gets more experienced in war sitting off to the side watching you guys fight monsters.
Okay. So above table, Garth, Nick, say whenever Kyle's like, "What are you guys doing on your downtime?" You could possibly talk about what you do with your dog to work on things.
And there's a thing called companions that allow you to make kind of a side character that kind of is linked to yours that if Kyle allows it. That you could do if you spend the time to do it.
That's going to be a thing that because of the way you found the dog and how many days it's been, you don't think, from what you can tell, he's not trained to be a war dog. He's not a war mastiff, who's been fitted for armor and can be ridden by a gnome into combat as a mighty steed. He's a hunting dog. He can probably track things pretty well. He can scrap with humans really well, I'm sure. But if you want him to be a more combat focused animal and have him as a companion, it's going to take something that takes a lot longer than 2 days to come up with.
Trade him in for a new model.
No, I wanted him as a tracking dog, but he just about got backhanded the last session because he kept taking me the wrong way.
No, he kept taking.
No, he took you exactly where you wanted him to go. You just didn't know where that was. To be absolutely fair, that was not the dog's fault.
Find the tabaxi in the field full of dead tabaxi.
This one?
Yeah, sure. Yeah,
no, I totally understand.
Because there was a lot of them.
Where is it?
I would say probably, Nick, one of the best uses for your dog, because he's not really combat trained. There is one use that he could do that doesn't really relate to combat, is giving you advantage. If you can position your dog so it's opposite you on an opponent, you would be able to roll twice and gain advantage on that roll, even if he's just a distraction.
Also, going off of that, because he is a dog and he does follow simple commands, you could probably tell him to use the help action, which would harry, if you had him within 5 feet of an opponent, would harry that opponent and give you advantage. Because the dog knows how to bark at somebody or how to bare his teeth and growl and kind of distract somebody from things. So it wouldn't necessarily have to be in flanking. The only thing is you have to realize he has to be within 5 feet to harry something and to do the help action.
So he could die.
So he's within melee range. And
he doesn't have armor. He's got his HP.
He's just a fucking dog. Big dog, mean dog, but still a dog.
He can be trained to pick stuff up, though.
Yeah.
You could train him. You could train him not to necessarily be a war dog, but to
since he was a hunting dog, he probably already knows how to grab things and bring it back.
Actually, to be honest, with the stat block, he could probably be one-shotted with ease, actually.
Right, that's what I'm saying, is that he's still a dog. He still gets crushed.
Yeah.
Well, a lot of things you can do is have him pick up stuff that you would normally pick up yourself so you can engage in combat.
It would be more for support rather than attack purposes.
Yeah.
But you can always do it.
There's another crystal. You can have it snatch the crystal in its mouth or something while you try to kill things with us.
Yeah, armor class of 12 and a maximum HP of 9.
Can you repeat that?
He's got a armor class of 12, and I'm going to give him the maximum HP for the dogs because fuck it, he's a dog now. He's a character now.
It's only double what the default is anyway.
He's got a maximum HP of 9.
Yeah.
That's generous. It's more than what I gave you.
Yeah, because 5 is the average.
Yeah.
Rounded up.
Perfect.
And he has a speed of 40 feet, too.
That's pretty nice.
Yeah, it's a good one.
Advantage on perception checks to rely on hearing or smell. Like, he's a tracking dog, but he's a 1/8 challenge beast. So
The lowest challenge rating you can have for anything in this entire game.
So
I actually know challenge rating 0 is believe it or not, there is a CR rating.
yeah, townspeople, waitress, things like that have 0.
since, back to in the session here.
Oh,
One thing I noticed. No, I mean one thing I noticed and one thing I so wanted to do was I feel that dragon head had a really big part that didn't get played, and I really want to search that dragon head.
Oh, the one that's in the water now?
The skull?
I don't think it's in the water. I moved it, I think, like 5 or 10
Yeah, it got pushed off to the side. It caught on a wall.
Oh, did it get caught on a wall?
And but it's upside down. Like I couldn't flip the
capsized the shit out of it.
But it got rolled when the wave pushed across. You want to go check it out?
Yeah, I really want to inspect that, and I really want to see if I can get some dragon teeth.
Okay.
That's what are you doing?
All right, make a investigation check. 11.
I'm gonna walk over there by him.
I was gonna say,
I'm staying on the podium, but I'm gonna be overwatching him.
Bottom right
see what
corner.
he's doing.
I had a 14.
I'm sure he didn't say he was sneaking over there.
Okay.
As you look through it, it looks to be a real skull. It's not a statue. It looks like bone. There's nothing in there that's different than the rest of the statue. Or the skull. Just said statue, it threw me off. So it doesn't look like there was any kind of metal pieces put into it. There's no gems sitting in it. There's like really nothing to it that's outside of it being a dragon skull. Yeah, I mean, you've never been this close to the actual skull of a full-grown dragon. And you probably don't know if it's elder, ancient, like... Yeah, it could be young. For you, there's not really a significance to its size, but you do know it's huge. And you probably wouldn't want to tangle with it if it had meat.
Can I break off 2 of the bigger teeth?
Okay, hold on. Before he does that, because as they're walking over, I see this happening. I also want to walk over because I actually have a set with like tongs and hammers that may be of help in this endeavor.
Okay. So you're going to help him, or are you going to ask him if you want to do it instead? If he wants you to do it instead.
I'll offer if he wants me to do it instead. So I speak Draconic. The reason I picked Draconic and the Dwarvish was because those are the biggest when it comes to metallurgy.
Yeah.
Dragons love hordes. Dwarves love working with metal. So I'm not sure, and I've got proficiency in history. I'm not sure how that would apply to dragon bones, though. But it's got to be better than whatever Garth is going to do on it.
Roll a history check on it, because it's your studies, and it's you trying to think back to a book you've read or...
A 10.
10? It's not a young dragon. It was probably pretty old when it died.
Fantastic.
You can't really tell from the form of it what color it was, whether it was chromatic or metallic. It's impressive. It's pretty much completely intact from what you can tell. But yeah, it's an old dragon.
Old dragons are far more powerful. Yeah, they're far more powerful than young dragons.
They're like lobsters. If something doesn't kill a dragon, it just lives forever and fucking gets more fucked up and big.
That's awesome.
More scars.
I explained this to Garth that it's an older dragon, and I could try.
Which I'm sure he cares about.
Yeah. It's powerful. If it was alive, it would be killing us. I can try to help you remove its teeth. I have tongs and a hammer.
Can I do a nature check on the skull real quick to see if I can determine what kind of dragon it was?
Yeah, you could try. While he's doing that, you guys, have you decided who wants to try to remove the tooth? What are we doing?
Garth, this ball's in your park.
I like to take his tools and remove 2 of the bigger teeth.
So you're going to ask for his tools, Godwyn?
Yep.
I mean, I shrug and I say, all right, if you want to try it yourself. The help I give him as the tools then. He doesn't have any additional dice rolls. He was getting
he can. Are you proficient in Smith's tools?
Nope. Thieving tools, forgery kit, and dice set.
Okay. Then make a strength check. Straight strength check. Carpus, what'd you roll? Carpus, what'd you roll?
16 total, 13 and a +3 nature modifier. 16.
Okay. From the general shape of the skull, you gather that it's not one of the metallics. They tend to have less of a pointy, horrifying skull. And then if your assumption is correct, I mean, like, you don't know if this is true or not, mind you.
Right.
If your assumption holds, the only 2 kinds of dragons that would hang out in a place like this, if this is where he lived, would be a black or a green dragon.
Okay.
That's anything else would tend to be in other layers if this was this dragon's lair. Not to say that somebody didn't bring a skull from somewhere else and therefore it could be something else.
Okay. All right. Curiosity.
Oh yeah, no, that's good. I include this stuff because there's stories behind it, and if you guys want to know, you can know. That's why stuff's in here.
Of course, you don't add anything without a purpose.
I had some stuff without a purpose, just for aesthetics, to fill out the scene. It's bricks and dirt, though. What did you roll, Garth?
I rolled a 19 plus my strength is 1. But am I rolling at disadvantage because the second roll was a 6 plus 1?
Why did you roll a second roll?
Well, would it be disadvantage because I don't have smithing?
No, you would be able to add your proficiency if you were proficient in the tool set.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, I rolled.
So you rolled a dirty 20. You more or less get them out of the jaw. It takes a lot of work. I mean, you get a chisel up under the jawline. You're chipping off little bits of its like upper jaw as you're trying to get these teeth out of it. They come out almost completely intact. There's like tool marks on them. They're a little chipped up from it, but what they were before is what they are in your hand for the most part. As you do, though, as they kind of clear the jaw, it doesn't take much to get both out once the first one's out. As you do, you kind of feel the swamp almost rumble, like a bounce to it. As the torches, one by one, blink out.
Bail.
At this point, can I start speaking in primordial and commanding the dragon to awake?
I'm going to head to the high ground while he does that.
In primordial?
Are you going to
back up onto the pillar?
The high ground of what, by the way? You're all going to the platform?
I'm going to the platform.
You are?
Platform.
Oh, no, I just, I'm going to do a bonus action and do a Misty Step there. I'm not even running.
Yeah, Zar just reappears on the platform as Godwyn's, I'm out of here.
This is a bad idea.
You just scream out in primordial, which I'm sure nobody else here speaks, right? I think we've established that.
Yep.
You yell out in some language that it's very guttural and almost sounds incomplete. Into the heavens, and nothing happens. You gotta stand there and just okay. And
everyone bail.
Rumbling has kind of stopped. Like it was more of a sudden shock, and then you could actually see the water kind of slush around right up against the edges, but it's calming down. It's not like it's continually quaking or anything now.
Time to go.
Garth, quit fucking around. Let's go.
Without saying another word, I want to walk up to Godwyn and tell him here's his tools and to make a necklace for both of these teeth. And then I'm going to continue walking down the path out of here.
How big are those teeth?
Probably about 20 inches a piece in the neighborhood. Like they are big.
They could be made into swords.
They could be made into long daggers. Possibly the blade of a short sword.
Possibly a short
They'd be
sword.
pointed. They're not
Godwyn,
sharp along the edge.
Knowing that they're this big now, Godwyn, can you make these into 2 daggers for me?
Absolutely. I was going to be insulted had you asked me to make them into jewelry. Who do I look like to you? And he's just like throwing his hands up in the air like an angry old man. But then he takes some and he's like, it's ridiculous.
Fucking ridiculous.
Nice. Okay, so
Good bit of RP right there.
that was good. I like that. That was good. I'll give you that. We headed out of the swamp now.
I'm flying south. I'm flying out of here.
Flying
All
south
right,
of
guys,
the
let's
winter.
go.
Do we have a marching order on the way out?
Let's
Zara will
be
be
incredibly aware of this, yeah, because I don't want to get grabbed.
I'll go first.
Turn back.
Okay, so stop
Zara.
and then one at a time. Who's first in
Number
line?
1.
Bing?
Bing.
Bing's in the front. Excellent.
I'll
The
follow
shortest,
Bing.
the slowest, shortest leg soldier should always be at the front of the line.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Next
I'm
up.
behind Czar.
Okay, so wherever
Space
Zar goes.
out-
Of course you are.
Space out the priests so that we're not too close to get killed together.
I'll be in front of Czar.
You're going to be in front of Zar? Okay, so we got Garth and then Zar, I'm assuming.
Sorry,
Kieran will be in the back.
What? Well, we got everybody yelling over at the top of each other. Was there a place you wanted to be, Zar, that I'm not like ignoring you for?
No, you're not ignoring me. I was just saying that I wanted to be behind Bing, but then Garth said he was going to be in front of me.
Okay, so do you guys have like? Does anybody have a specific way they want to do that, or
Okay.
does it matter to you guys?
Put me behind Bing. If this is the order, I want
Put you behind Bing.
Everybody wants to be behind the big boy.
Everybody
here.
is behind Bing. It's just immediacy.
immediately because I don't. We're gonna stack the priests up near the end, so if something happens, you're all no. Okay, put the priest, space them out. Put me behind.
I
Bing.
just figured I would be somewhere up front with the dog so the dog could pick up a scent or alarmas of something coming.
I'm going to turn around and go, me, and then I'm going to point to Zara. Zara,
Okay.
Garth, middle, Godwyn, then Kieran, last.
Where does
That's
Godwyn go?
Plan.
Are we
That's
just gonna
the
have?
order.
Okay.
Healers in the back. You're fine.
Is that where we? Is that what you said?
Space out a little
Perfect. Carpus. There we go.
That should work.
Carpus is flying, so I don't think he.
Yeah, I didn't even
Now,
see him on
guys,
the
we
map.
also don't
so.
need to be 1 by 1. We could go 2 by 2. We could go 4 by 4 if we wanted to.
Single file until we get to the main road.
All right. Stay
Okay.
down the middle.
There we go.
So,
Ready? Move out.
As you start to roll out of the swamp, as Garth passes the archway, Miko kind of stands up and starts looking like, we going somewhere? We going somewhere? We going somewhere?
Taco, up front.
Okay, cool. Excellent. So the path out is a messy one. It's not too difficult. You guys remember the way out. You know that it gets kind of narrow in places. You're sure to kind of stay away from that concept, that whole...
I want to put it in that I'm kind of amped up, so I'm looking for threats like a motherfucker.
Yeah, you are on edge. You've got PTSD kicked in full strength in that weird way that, like, in the grocery store, you duck behind a rack full of cereal because you thought you heard something go off.
Hell yeah.
Garth, you start to hear a whistle. I need you to make a dexterity saving throw.
All right.
Shouldn't be hard.
24.
Hey.
15
Yeah, you hear a whistle above your head, and you're like, that doesn't sound good. And you just kind of jump to your left real quick because you think, at least I want to be not in the position I am now. And as you clear it, before the dog can move, before Kieran kind of fills in the gap, a large book buries itself in the dirt. Binding corner first, like the top spine edge, into the mud.
Hey, perfect. I was looking for this.
I was going to say, he turns around and goes, hey, you found your book.
There's my book.
Kieran, can you mend this?
Is it broken?
It's not broken. I mean, as far as you can tell, it's not broken. It's just
an amazing book. And it is alarming that it suffered no damage upon impact.
Well, the ground here is also almost liquid. Like if you get the feeling that if you stood in place for too long, you'd probably start to sink.
Yeah, it's
more of it just wedged itself into pudding.
Where did it come
turns
from?
into concrete after enough time.
Oh, true, yeah. But it's also hit point first.
You want to pick up the book and kind of shake it off, make sure there's no more dirt on it.
Yeah, you kind of slime off that sludge and stuff that came with it. Yeah, it seems to be the book you saw the priest holding earlier.
Anyone got prestidigitation for the book?
You can if you'd like to. You can clean up to a foot worth of material, right?
I don't have.
Hey, Garth, are you going to give us story time when we get to camp?
I think I can handle that. As
All
we're
right.
going to continue walking, I'm start.
Let's get out of this damn swamp first.
Okay. The rest of the walk seems. I'm not going to move all your pieces one by one constantly. The rest of your shut up. The rest of your walk seems pretty inconsequential. You do notice as you're walking out something that nobody saw the first time coming in. There seems to be a large frog-shaped skeleton, just by the side of the road there. Not frog, but toad almost. What little bits of flesh are left clinging to the bone are green.
So, when I cast my tracking spell earlier when we were in here, it didn't pick up on this thing being the humanoid that we're tracking from the Tabaxi camp, right?
Correct. Because it's dead.
Good to know.
I want to walk up to it and I want to know, is the tongue still inside its mouth?
You're not going to roll a check for that. You open the mouth and the soft tissue has been gone already. It doesn't look like it's rotted. It looks like everything was scraped out of it. There's like claw marks on the bone inside, like the inside of the skull and stuff. There's just these deep gouges in the bone itself. Something just picked this thing apart.
It looks like it's been devoured.
Let's get out of here. This is not good.
All
There
right.
it is.
Forward march.
As you guys slowly make your way back out the way you came in, I will close up this window. I'll bring up the world map again because that's probably.
I like this view the best.
What was that?
I like this view the best.
Oh, of me? Okay, I'll save. Cancel. I'm gonna save.
I can see your chin now. It's great.
Right?
I know where to punch.
Yeah.
Hey, he's got a great chin. I gotta
It's
say,
a good solid.
Yeah, and
it's a solid chin.
it's so good that I had to have a second one put in under it.
No, I was.
Gonna double down on this chin business.
Right? Right.
Which chin do you want to see?
All right.
I've got two of them.
Isn't that right, brah? Let's see. Share screen.
Oh, God.
Okay, so we're back to so you're coming out basically the same place that you went in along the river here. It's fully nighttime by the time you can actually see clear sky again. The stars are there.
Can we see enough from the starlight?
See enough what?
Just around us. Is there enough light, or do I need to?
Currently, yeah. Oh, sorry. Currently, It goes through every photo in that folder, so when I scroll down, it just goes to the next one, which happened to be the water elemental from however many fucking sessions ago.
Yeah, I remember that. That was fun.
Back on the boat. That happened to be the next one in line.
That was a great session, man.
Oh yeah, because East River, and then it would go elemental. So there's only.
It was the one just before we started recording.
Yep, it was the immediate one before that.
Yeah.
Where I played as Maestro for the last time.
Yeah. I look around. Can everybody see okay?
There seems to be dim light, so even Godwyn should be. I think Godwyn's the only one that doesn't have dark vision, correct?
That's correct.
I think so.
Godwyn, are you doing okay?
I have
in
dark
this
vision.
Yeah.
Oh, you mind if I cast light on your shield?
Not on my shield. You can cast light on your Warhammer there.
All right. I cast light on a Warhammer, which is on my back.
Can I make a quick investigation?
Oh.
I'm going to cast light on the dog's collar.
Sweet.
That is legit.
Carpus,
Nico, stay close.
Carpus, you have moats that have a light benefit, right? Like a
Yeah.
moat that does.
I have light because I'm currently using the lantern constellation on me. So yeah, I just haven't used it yet.
So everybody practicing light, I do put light on my shield that's on my back.
Oh,
Okay, so now it goes from like a dim, open plain, starry night to the convoy from the movie Convoy moving along the river with just a bunch of lights all over it.
Yeah. Okay.
It's like the Christmas Coca-Cola commercials with the big truck covered in Christmas lights marching along a river.
The bigger we lift, the more people stay away, hopefully.
Yeah, I'm going to step just outside of the light from the front. So,
Yeah, so he pops ahead a little bit until you can see like dimness on his skin again. Like, and no sniper's picking me up first.
Everyone's kind of taking that step backwards at the same kind of pace.
The front and back just kind of widen out.
hey, those are the flanks, baby.
There you go.
Oh, we're the beacon of all attention.
Doing the Zulu way, and you're gonna do the horns.
Exactly. That's exactly what I was thinking.
Okay, so you travel another 15 or so minutes, and it seems to be you're more in like flat river land than you are in swamp once again. It seems to be from here on out, it would be okay places to camp in most of your opinions. I mean, just from your own like trainings and beliefs.
Whereabouts on the map are we then in that case?
You're probably right about here where the kind of the dark.
Oh, I see. Okay.
We're along the river, though.
Okay.
Yeah, you've been keeping to the river as far as I'm aware, because nobody said any different.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know where you guys are headed other than camp, so I just figured you'd follow back the way you came.
Guys, can we take camp here and decide if we're going to be heading towards the jungle that we skipped, or if we're going to be heading over to the hills? I can't see what the
Hills Respite. It's a city.
Respite.
Well, Garth, why don't you take a look in that? Can you quick skim the book to see if there's any reference on which way we should be going?
Let's set up camp. I'm going to start
And the
setting up
almighty
camp
DM
in the
is
solid
going to
ground.
narrate what I'm reading.
Before we set up camp right here, and before Garth reads the book, Garth, can you just kind of do a perimeter scan of this area to see if you see anything in particular distance out from us? Just make a quick run around the perimeter of this area. Maybe about 60 yards out.
I can handle that. Miko, come on.
Okay, so you're gonna run loud, or you're gonna run quiet?
I'm going to run as stealthy as my dog's going to let me.
Excellent. That's not very quiet. Let me find the dogs thing again. I need you to roll a stealth check.
I'm going to try to keep my eye on him, even with his stealth check.
Say again?
As he's going. I'm going to try to keep an eye on him as he's going to see what direction he's in.
Mm-hmm.
Even though he's doing a stealth check, I'm going to try to keep my vision on him during his run.
Okay.
Turn the lights on.
I'm covering with my crossbow as much as I can, looking for threats.
Yeah, I'll hold my longbow at the ready. Knocked.
Can I scan the stars above for a minute? See if I see anything funny.
Yeah, make an investigation check.
Bing, not that I don't
18
trust you
plus
to start camp.
13 is going to be what? 31?
Okay, so you roll a 31. Now for your dog, roll a d20 plus his dexterity of +2.
Bing.
That's going to be a 15. 13 plus 2.
Yo, what's up?
Sure.
Not that I don't trust you to set up camp, but I just feel like we should just double check our surroundings before we start.
It was a smart idea, especially in hostile territory.
Been around many wars. Well,
As have I.
yes.
Isn't
I'll
this
tell you
whole
sometime.
country hostile territory to us?
Yes, it is.
Well, we're in.
Always treat the unknown like the enemy.
And we got here by boat. So
Unsu over here. First of all, Garth and Miko take the walk around. As you do, you stay quiet. It doesn't seem like anything kind of spotted you. You see some animals around. Nothing terribly dangerous. You come across maybe some wolf tracks. There's some smaller animals out, raccoons, things like that. More mundane animals. As far as you can tell, there's nothing overtly hostile in the area. Possibly wolves, but I mean that's a threat for the most part anywhere you've been. So it's not like it's new. And Carpus, what did you roll for your investigation check?
12.
Ooh, boy. Wow, your luck ran out just in time, didn't it?
Yep.
You kind of scan the skies, and for now, you don't really see him. Like, as bright as he was before you guys entered the swamp, and as close as that purple glow seemed, it doesn't seem to be present currently.
Right. Okay. Well, nothing right now, so.
1, 2, Kaifon's coming for you.
let's not antagonize him.
All right, now that I get back from my patrol, I kind of let everyone know what I seen.
Perfect. Bing, let's set up camp.
Let's do it.
Which doesn't take very long. You guys all have camps in a bag, basically. So
Yeah. Excellent.
I do want to start sifting through this book while we're waiting and kind of reading out to everyone what I'm finding as the almighty DM's going to narrate for us.
wow, he really grew a pair and starts telling me what to do, doesn't he? No, it's fine.
Reads nothing.
I'm just kidding. You
Someone
do start to read.
fire.
What was that?
Oh, someone strike a fire. I was assuming there's fire and shit.
Yeah,
so.
within 20 minutes, you get like the bones of a camp put together, blanket rolls, tents for the ones that want them.
I don't know. I don't think any of us can start a fire.
I think all of us can start a fire.
Some of you better than others. Some of you better than others. Garth, you start rereading the book and you flip through it just to make sure what you saw earlier was kind of true. This does seem to be the same book that the father had back in Rivermaw. Not his copy though. His notes aren't present. He doesn't have. It's not like dog-eared or anything like that. That's the only way you can tell the difference, though. Otherwise, it's just from your memory the same book. As you start to read, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to you. And then, like a stroke of genius, you remember. He explained that it was coded, that it was written in primordial, yes, but there was a code to it that he was slowly working his way through. So you see the same flashes of those repeating words: the eye, the flame, star, sky, death, knowledge, things like that, wisdom, just those key words that you found, but they're not in any kind of sensible order. You find the page that you recognize it based on the layout of it. You recognize the page that he said had what he thought might be locations to check out. And, he did send you to two of them right off the bat from the page he deciphered, and then he was going to continue working on. But like I said, everything's in code. actually, code's kind of an apt word for it, just for understanding. But it could be that like whoever wrote this had a different grammatical sense and was just using the same vocabulary as primordial. Like, it doesn't necessarily mean that somebody was trying to hide the contents, just that they're not written in plain language.
And all this, as I'm reading it, I'm explaining it to everyone in the group that it's not making sense.
Yeah, for the most part. And then the fact that you're throwing in the fact that you, like, that you remembered, oh yeah, that's right, he said it, that didn't make sense for a reason. Yeah.
We have to try to figure out this code. This book means something, and it's going to lead us to the last crystal.
You know, I've got a spell just for this occasion. It's called Decipher Primordial Code.
Oh, that's a great spell. It's a level 1, right?
Yeah. No, you idiot. I don't have that ability.
Can't trip.
Well, then, let's start brainstorming on what's next, where we go from here.
As they're trying to figure that out, you see Kieran just gets ready for sleep. Like, he's exhausted.
Yeah, what time would we have to go to bed right now to get a full rest?
We can wake up at any time. We don't have bedtime.
Well, right, but I'm just asking, like, what time is it right now to what time we wake up if we went to sleep now versus 3 hours?
With the extra walking and stuff, it's probably 11:30 by now. 11:15, 11:30. From what you can best guess.
So 7.
If it's just whenever you guys want, like if you guys have a certain time you want to wake up by, I can tell you when to start, and how much time you have before that, or you can just stay up however doing whatever you want and then sleep full rest.
I want to go to Kieran before he goes to bed, just kind of sidebar him and I kind of thing. Just before he goes to bed, like, hey, Kieran, how you doing, man? How you doing?
I'm pretty exhausted. I
can
used
see
a lot
that.
more of my abilities today than I have in a long time.
I saw that. You have wings. Who knew?
I did.
Well, I didn't. That's pretty cool.
I've tried to keep it hidden most of my life, so I've gotten pretty good at using the cloak to keep them mostly hidden.
Is everything all right? Like, why now? I know it was pretty hairy back there, but what brought?
Well, I was trying to. At that moment, it was ironically fight or flight instinct, and I tried to stay alive so I could keep doing more, and that didn't work out too well.
Yeah, it happens to the best of us.
They've always been more of I know they're there if I need them, but growing up the way I have, and even when I first met all of you, you know, a holy man with, you know, infernal blood, you know, has always been pretty frowned upon. And the bat-like wings don't help that image anymore. Even though they're the golden, you know, they have a divine feel to them. People still stare at them. So I've just tried to keep things as hidden as I could.
I totally understand why you would want to keep something like that under wraps. I get it. But I mean, you don't have to hide stuff from me. I hope you feel like I have your best interest at heart. I'm not I don't judge you. You've been a great leader and a great friend this whole time.
I've never been in a position till now where I felt I needed to use them either.
Well,
it's more of a personal choice. If I don't need to use them, I try not to.
I can respect that, but I hope you feel that you know, that I got your back, man. Don't feel like that'll ever change. Once I make comrades, I stick with them through thick or thin.
I appreciate that.
During this conversation, can me and Miko just kind of sneak off while everyone's kind of distracted and just go over the next hill where we can't be seen?
Can I watch him do that and then be like, hey, he'll never learn, will he? Kieran.
If you can beat my passive wisdom, you can.
I need you to make a stealth check, and I need you to make a stealth check for your dog, for Miko. You wouldn't be the problem.
Okay, mine's gonna be 24.
Okay.
And Miko, you said was 2, so I'd be 18.
Jesus. Okay, so what? Who's got the highest passive perception here?
Me with 18.
I got 19, so he passed by me, but Miko did not.
Yeah, so Carpus notices Miko at the very least. He kind of
Miko does have a glowing collar, guys.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Oh,
it should have been rolled with disadvantage anyway.
Yeah.
I forgot he's got a glowing collar. Nobody took the light off of it.
So pretty much Carpus immediately sees Miko going off, and I'm thinking,
yeah, there's a fucking flashlight bouncing its way out of camp. I don't think anybody missed that one.
Now, with what
I said, I'm going to turn to Kieran and say, he never learns, does he?
With what I was texting you earlier, Kyle, I want to use that and use animal handling with my dog for the next hour or two and just train with her on that.
Well, you were texting me.
As I see
message, what I had still.
Oh, yeah. So what are you trying to do?
Just train Miko as far as to receive. To be able to track, receive it, understand it.
You mean retrieve?
Retrieve.
Oh, I was like, what are you receive? What? TV signals? Yeah.
Bunny ears just sprout.
Well, okay, so go ahead and roll an animal handling check. Just to this is more for you than for Miko. 17. Yeah, you kind of get the feeling when you're working with Miko, you kind of get the feeling that Miko's used to this. Miko's done this before. Miko's a hunting dog. You kind of tell it's a him, right? That's what I said the first time. I can never fucking remember. You can tell that he has no problem picking up what that you want that now. Bring it to me kind of concept to it. And that from what you've seen before, it's hard to test it here, but from the last time you had Miko track, he did take you on a trail after you gave him a sample. It wasn't like you just kind of sniffed it and then laid down and farted.
It's just that the sample was everywhere in the field.
He did exactly what you asked him to do. But like a genie, you got to word it correctly.
Now, when I see Miko lighted collar going around, could I kind of figure out that I noticed Garth isn't at camp?
I just told you to assume that.
I was going to say, you watching this lighted collar back up, I would think that anybody that cared's first thought would
I pointed it out to you. We were talking to each other, and I said it to you.
That part.
When you looked over there, the dog seemed alone, but it's not saying that he was alone because you know that your thief is.
I get a mischievous grin on my face, and I cast daylight on the collar.
I think he's out of range.
How far away was he?
He said he was over the next hill. The closest
I meant
hill.
As he was just starting to leave the camp. Kind
of late now. We went through a whole thing. Yeah.
Well, I was trying to get everyone was talking, and people interrupting.
Well, I understand, but yeah, if you're just playing a prank, I'm not going to go back and retcon it. The dog's already got light on it. What do you want to do?
I wanted to have a lot of light, so it looks like a beacon over the hill.
Well, you are in the middle of the flat, like the edge of the hill country going into the flatlands of the river. There's not a lot of light out anyway. So, yeah, any light's a lot of light. Your campfire is a fucking beacon.
I don't know, 60-foot radius is pretty good.
It's pretty good, but it's not close enough. And probably have to be line of sight.
I also want to train with him as far as getting him to go out, staying, moving left to right, and see if I can get him down on that.
The training you're already doing is taking a while. So if you want to do that, you're going to have to add more time that you can't take for a long rest. Keep that in mind. Like these would be a whole new set of sessions.
Okay, we'll stick with the crystal for now.
Okay. Okay. Never mind. All right. Cool. So anybody else doing anything special?
I'm going to go rest for 4 hours so I can be up by 3:30.
Sounds good. You going to stay in your camp? You going to fly off somewhere? Where are you going?
Nope, just staying in the camp.
I was going to say there's not like anything to perch on around here. So
no, I know. So basically, what I'm going to do is I'm just using my wings pretty much to be like a cocoon for me right now.
Like a blanket. Oh God.
Exactly.
Anybody else doing anything special?
After talking to Kieran and he goes to bed, I'm going to just go around to each person and make sure they're okay. And, they're tucked in and ready to go.
Okay.
See if they have any concerns. Just like, hey, how you doing? You all right? You need anything?
Smoke them if you got them.
Yeah. Doing the sergeant thing, taking care of my troops.
As Bing comes over to me, I'm like in a kind of like perspiring ever so slightly. You can kind of see that the finger is completed. I've shortened it to the appropriate length. It's got a couple of additions to it. And I look at Bing and I say, any chance you have any of that inspiration to go around?
You don't look like you need it. Looks like you've done pretty good. You all right, old timer?
It's not the material plane that needs the inspiration. It's the soul that needs inspiration.
That being said, before we do the long rest, I'm gonna use my last bardic inspiration, tap him on the shoulder, and go, "You go get him, boy."
That is the most inspiring thing I have ever heard. Congratulations. You've got D8 to use on a roll the next 10 minutes.
Okay. After that pat on the back, I'm going to approach Zar.
Okay.
Oh, boy.
This is going to end poorly.
I'm sitting on the bedroll meditating currently. Deep in closed-eyed thought.
I kind of stand just kind of 5 feet away and I go,
Yes, Godwyn?
I've finished applying the appropriate measurements. I had to guess because I didn't actually take the time to measure your forearm, but I made this, and you can see that the finger has 2 joints on it, and it has a leather binding that wraps around the forearm, comes back, and then loops over the finger. So you kind of have to stretch it initially to get that tension. And then there's a second part that would go underneath. You see that one? Under the thumb. So you pull it over, goes underneath this part, loops over, you have to really pull it over, and then it just kind of stays on there with the appropriate amount of tension. And it's inlaid with electrum, the 1 ounce that I had earlier.
Hey, there it is.
Nicely done. So is that a rig to make it bend?
It's got 2 joints on it, and it's a rig to make sure that it doesn't fall off.
Okay, so it doesn't bend on like you didn't rig something to try to make it bend on its own. It just has to be placed. Correct?
You would have to place it. Yeah, if you want to hold a sword.
It's very very Dr. Strangelove-y, right?
Yeah. So your fingers, it can be like this the whole time, and then when you're ready for action, it's already in position. But no, I don't really have a mechanical way of doing it automatically.
I was thinking more of actually I got confused.
The inspector
from Young Frankenstein with the whole
Oh yeah, he moves his a little bit, but yeah,
never just the finger.
Opposable joints for just the finger.
But Jordan, clap for you, sir. Well done.
So would that decrease the likelihood of him dropping it?
I'm going to say yes in the event that Zara will have to, as a mechanic, state that they are that she is closing the finger, or like reaching over and physically closing the finger. It won't take an action or anything, but if she forgets to say it, the finger is just straight. Like
I was going to ask because I made it and I presented in the appropriate approximate bent position, so it's almost always like this,
right? But to get like a
straight,
like, but for like gripping a handle of like a sword breaker, she'd have to open it first, put it in there, and then close it again. Like there would have to be some kind of action to close it then, if you don't have like an arm rig to, like a prosthetic would have or something. That would be a lot of work. Don't get me wrong.
I present the finger, place it in Zara's hand.
Zara stands up, turns around, accepts it, looks it over. Looks like it's a little smaller than the middle finger. Can't measure it against my pinky because it's no longer there. So yeah, I think it'll work. Do you mind showing me how to strap this on right now?
Yeah, I kind of. Yep. I grabbed the leather, and there's no like holding back. It's like this strong, like aggressive, like pulling it over and then over the finger, because you got to get it taut. If you don't get it taut, if you don't pull as hard as you can, it's not going to clear the top of the finger.
From this being
demonstrate on the pinky as well.
You see kind of the wincing, like not pain, but like never felt this before situation of the strength behind what needs to be done. Kind of jolting with it and like just trying to like hold still for it.
And you can feel like there's some clearance underneath the metal for your finger. It's probably a little larger than it would have been because I didn't actually measure the width of your nodules. So there's going to be a little space in there. Otherwise, you'd just be clamping on metal, and then you'd be just bruised and bleeding all day.
So I look back at you. Can release it real quick, and I try to do it, and I'm like, show me how you take it off.
So, as time wears on, these will stretch to meet your measurements. That being said, if you take it off more than a couple of times, it will never fit you correctly. The longer you keep it on, the better it will fit.
So I think I want to remove it because you said there's a gap in there. And I rip off some of my cloth and I kind of fit it around my finger and replace it on to kind of snug up that gap.
Shouldn't be too hard.
And also just to make it so it's not rubbing against the skin of the nub. And then I replace it exactly how you showed me to put it on, and I kind of gauge my strength to needed. And then I look at you and I go, if I get it wet, will it help it solidify faster?
The tautness of the leather really depends on just being pulled for a certain duration of time. After 72 hours, it should fit you appropriately, but it's going to be uncomfortable.
Well, I'll try to figure it out as time goes on. Thank you. I really do appreciate that.
And I nod, and I kind of place my hands behind my back, and I take a deep breath.
I have been trying to explain, perhaps inaccurately, how I feel not about you, but the individuals we've been traveling with since my altercation with Maestro and the markings which followed. This has not been a proposition for love or necessarily redemption, but the chance to save the lives of the people we've come to know and cherish. I'm an old man, and death has been on my mind since I took this pilgrimage. It is not your life I'm looking to save, but the lives of our comrades. You are not only our leader, but the cornerstone to anyone surviving what is to come. Should you fall again, who is to take up your shield and continue to be the wall, holding back the terrors of Kaifon? A binding of Goithanol grants us protection so long as we're within 30 feet of one another for 7 days. Take not on my proposition as a personal matter, but the salvation of people we know and love.
And then he turns around and he walks away.
That was very well said.
Not bad, man. Way to go.
Wait.
Stops.
I've had a long time to think about your proposition, and I understand your concerns. And if this is truly more about our party and more about protecting those around us, as I'm saying this, can I make an insight check to see how spot on we are with it?
How spot on we are with what?
can I see if he's really telling the truth about it not being about him?
Like insight?
Okay, so
Yeah.
make an insight check then, and then Godwyn. Again, neither one of you tell me what you got. You're going to message it to me privately, but either roll a deception check if you're not being completely honest, or roll a persuasion check if you are being completely honest.
Really quick. So I assumed I was going around to everybody.
Yeah, you were.
Godwyn called my attention first, so I'm assuming I went from Godwyn immediately around to Zara. So am I approaching Zara at this point?
You're in the area. I figure you probably have a better sense than just to step into what looks to be a very tense situation.
Oh no, I'm gonna be like, oh.
Yeah,
on
like
the outside, be like, ooh, okay.
You know, being as charismatic as you are, I think you can read the room.
I'm gonna make a beeline so I can hide behind a tent. Listen.
Okay. Okay. So Zar, from what you can tell, he is being upfront and honest with you about it. That it's not his intention to this for love and affection and all that, but more for solidifying this partnership and bringing strength from faith and from togetherness. There's no reason you can find to doubt him on that.
I've had a really interesting few days, or shall I say, possibly week. And I've had a lot to contemplate and think about, and I think you're right. If this makes us stronger as a group, stronger as a team, I must do whatever I can to make myself stronger. If it makes you stronger as well, I understand, but I do have conditions. What is it that you need of me?
I will perform the ceremony of Goithanol, and it will be him who decides whether this blessing is righteous or in vain. And once it is done, you will know in your heart that it is his protection that will guide us and our friends.
What does he consider righteous or in vain? Would this be of his righteous thought for us to do this out of our own desires of power and protection of those around us? Or is that the vain part?
Sacrificing yourself for someone else is the highest that a priest can ask of himself. What Goithanol blesses and does not bless is not always obvious. It will take time for me to decipher what his will is. If it is genuine, that is what matters.
God damn.
My only concern is that this does not equate to anything beyond protection of this group. I'll sacrifice myself to protect you, others in this group that stay within this group, others that may join this group that show the right intentions. But I'm not one for love. I'm not one for making a connection to somebody beyond what this is. I don't have the capacity to care at that level for another. Does that make sense?
I understand. And as I said, it is not so much an emotion as it is a devotion to an idea. And if you can devote yourself to the idea of protecting the ones you love, that is more than enough for Goithanol.
As much as this could protect and be beneficial for our group, this has to stay between us. I do not want to involve the party members or the group of what this is.
I can respect those wishes.
I will agree.
I will pray, and you will know, for the protection of Goithanol will be upon you. It is, as I've heard, a very obvious sensation. It will not be words spoken. It will only be something that is felt.
Quick mechanical clarification for Godwyn. You're intending to use ceremony wedding, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so it is a 1 hour casting time. Both people have to be within touch range of you, so it could, you could literally just touch your hands together, whatever you want to call it. It is verbal, somatic, and material. So it is 1 hour of some kind of like spoken rite, as well as motions, dibby dabby, and 25 gold pieces worth of powdered silver dust, which you have. I know that because you created it. But the other stuff, it isn't something that you can just leave and cast. Like, you have to be in touch range with her for 1 hour and be casting it verbally. Just to
touch the goofy finger. Touch the goofy finger.
So if this needs to be done, and it has more to do with our relativity, we should do this as everybody is down for the night.
Will do. That is a fair assessment.
Much appreciated. And I really appreciate the understanding behind the discretion behind this joining of two to protect this group. We don't want to cause any drama or coil between any of the other party members.
And with that, Godwyn nods his head. He makes the symbol of Goithanol, just kind of like 2 G's on the top, nods his head, and then retreats.
2 G's on the top.
I go back to
It was fun eavesdropping on.
I go back to meditation, and I just start to really kind of not work the finger, but get to understand it better.
Yep, getting the feel for it.
Now, over the table,
Jawohl.
does the ceremonial wedding, do those vows have to be consummated?
Not according to the book, but
nope. We're not going that route.
I was gonna say, how do we spell Goithanol? I want to see if he's got anything about being buddy in that sense. oh, one last thing I forgot. We have to take our pants off of this.
And it's done.
Close your eyes. You will know when it's done.
Oh, God. Oh, this really is like the Dark Tower. It's gross.
What is that, the Dark Tower?
I was going to say that it's not 40 pages of him describing every little thing of it, so it's good. We're good. This is better than the Dark Tower.
Zara seems more visibly disappointed than ever tomorrow.
Oh, boy. All right.
On that note,
anybody else want to do anything?
I'm going to peek around from where I was and walk up to Zara like I don't know anything. And just go, like, and walk on. I know exactly how she's doing.
Okay. So you visited, it looks like everybody now except for Garth, right?
No, Garth is outside the camp, so I'm just going to lay down.
Yeah, Garth, are you staying outside of the camp for the entire
lay
rest?
down next to Carpus.
I'm going to return back to camp once I feel like everyone is sleeping.
Okay. You can kind of stay out for a while then. Anybody else want to do anything else before they go to bed?
Kieran's already asleep.
Okay.
Kieran, or Carpus is meditating at this point.
Carpus is meditating, doing his little 4-hour dingy.
I'm gonna sleep next to him.
Okay, so you're gonna knock out next to the winged dude.
Yep, with a knowing smile on my face.
Are our lovebirds
and everything.
going to like feign sleep, or like what are we doing?
I'm meditating for 4 hours until I look around and notice that everyone's asleep.
Cool. And then
kind of keep that eye out.
And Godwyn, what are you doing?
After 4 hours, I kind of got I know Zara's sleeping pattern more or less at this point. Having seen her.
Yeah, you have. Fucking stalker.
Yeah. After 4 hours, I'm going to wake up. And does Zara sleep outside? How does that work?
Yeah, just out in the open.
I was going to say, the most inside you can get right now is a tent. So there's not like...
Well, and at this point, if it's the 4 hours everyone's sleeping, you just see Zara stand up and start walking kind of out of the outskirts of our little camp.
Yeah, well, we're not done with the sleep yet because while you guys are all knocked out for that 4-hour block, or meditating, that's probably when Garth's going to be coming back into camp, waiting for that. He was waiting for the talk to die down, the fire to kind of burn down low and go out, just keeping outside of that firelight area. But he's returning now. Are you just going to go to bed, Garth, or?
Well, I'm gonna come down back where the fire was as Miko goes over and starts licking Godwyn in the face. As I hear Godwyn talking in his sleep.
How do you know he's talking in his sleep? You can't just start making choices for other players.
He's sleeping.
What?
He's sleeping. He's making out with my dog.
He's sleeping. You can't just say that he's talking in his sleep.
Well, when I hear something,
he's asleep.
Well, my dog's like licking him in the face.
So you command the dog to lick him in the face. Okay, that's different, but that's not him talking in his sleep. Godwyn, make a Constitution saving throw. I don't think it's gonna matter. I don't think you're proficient.
Constitution's like 19.
19?
Yeah.
Then you sleep through it. Like that's pretty.
Sleep.
Yeah, you're knocked out, so you're just sleeping through it. Dead as a log for that time, at least. Anything else you want to do, dude? Garth, I mean.
I'm just gonna tell Miko get back over here, and we're gonna go to sleep.
Okay, you knock out. So time passes a little bit. You're out cold. If you're gonna make a full rest, you're going to end up sleeping an hour longer than anybody else. Know that.
Okay.
So about 3:30-ish in the morning rolls around. That's going to be about the 4-hour block that both Carpus is going to end his, as prescribed, time in whatever stasis mode he goes into. And Zarkiara is coming out of her meditational period. And Godwyn should be, if he set his internal timer right, what would it be? Fuck it, you just wake up. It's not worth it. It's really not worth it. Yeah, and you more or less around the same time started to, that's right. Like you naturally wake up to have to pee, you're an old man. Then you go, that's right. I should pee about an hour anyway.
Can I remake that star check right now to see if I can see what's up there?
Yeah, go ahead and make another investigation check.
Freshly up again.
Yavo.
This time.
Well.
This time was 17.
Okay. As you search the sky, you see him. He's not as close as he was before, but he seems to be north by northeast of your current position.
Okay.
So you're here, so more in like that way, a ways away. Okay. But you do find that familiar purple hue kind of glowing in the crown of stars.
That's what I needed. Cool.
Excellent. So you three are awake.
Zar, did you head off into the woods?
You're muted.
You said Carpus was awake?
Yeah, because he actually set up the 3:34-hour time thing before you guys made your plans. So you all wake up about the same time without even thinking about it.
Okay.
Although at the current moment, at least for a short span of time, he is staring intently at the sky.
Okay. During that time he's staring at the sky, I'm going to slip off with, let me ask you, DM, if I use one of my Missy steps, will I still get it back after my 4-hour nap?
Didn't you already do your 4-hour nap? Or are you going to do another 4 hours? Right.
No, 4 hours of meditation, but then I sleep for 4 hours.
Oh, yeah. Well, in that case, yeah. Because you haven't done it yet. So once you come back and go to sleep, then you'd be doing your rest.
When he looks up, I'm not even going to like sit up out of my bed, but as soon as he looks up to the sky and starts like really inspecting, I just use Misty Step and poof out.
Yeah, you sink through, like if you put a fog machine under a blanket, your sleeping bag, it just drops down and like smoke puffs out through it and then drifts along the ground and out 30 feet from where you were, or reforming as you.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep a low profile, and I'm gonna hit another bonus Misty Step and hit another 60 or another 30 feet out. So I'll be.
Does Miko know of any noise that's happening?
Miko is asleep.
Does she wake up, or does he wake up?
Probably not. Passive perception of 13. I would say not for Misty Step.
Okay.
There's no verbal component, and it doesn't make a sound. So, whoa!
Bam.
Somebody dropped a microphone.
Jeff just bamfed out.
Yeah, dropped the mic.
When you gotta go, you gotta go.
Gotta go. I don't know. You might be.
When
Taking care of
nature's
family
calling,
stuff.
don't be stalling. Use your common sense. Use your brain when you gotta train, and don't whiz on the electric fence.
This
What?
is a
I
great
feel
way
like
to
you're gonna
go.
be playing a musical instrument while you sing.
He's a bard. What do you
I'm
want?
singing it in my sleep. I don't even know what an
Someone
electric
sleep
fence
talking.
is.
Garth, are you going to try to sneak out of camp?
No, I'm still sleeping.
Oh, not Garth. Sorry. Godwyn, the other G. Your little window popped up instead of Eric's on my lineup here, so I just looked down, saw it, and went, "Oh, Garth." No, Godwyn, are you gonna try to sneak out of camp?
Would I
Whoa,
know
hey.
where Zar is?
Oh yeah, you guys didn't really coordinate beforehand, did you?
All
would
that
head
talk
over-
about teamwork.
I would
Yeah.
head over to where Zar was.
Okay, so you see an empty bedroll. You can make a perception check if you'd like.
As I see him looking around, I tap my shin because I still have my armor on.
Oh, so you tink tink, couple of.
I kind of do a little tink tink.
Okay, you'll hear that. It's pretty quiet out anyway, so it wouldn't be hard to hear a purposeful noise.
I'll head off in the direction.
Okay, so you guys head off not far to camp.
Is that supposed to be Cleveland?
Boom goes the dynamite. No, that wasn't. I just made a weird voice that time, but the second time it was. Hey, Peter.
Hi, Peter.
So you guys are going to spend an hour doing this ritual, which will technically reset Godwyn's long rest. The 4 hours won't count because you were awake for an hour doing an action. So you'd have to sleep 8 hours to get the benefit of a long rest from this point out, which means you would be the latest sleeper now. In the meantime, so you guys go about the thing. Is there anything special you want to do for this ceremony, or do you just want to
sit down
Mhm.
and then I put my hands in that same kind of. Goithan also goes by Gon. I put my hand in that over same hand over hand like G formation,
Mhm.
and I tell Zar, "It will take me an hour to perform the ritual. Sit directly behind me with our backs touching, and once it is done, you will know."
I go ahead and sit on the backside of Godwyn, and I lean up against him. And I just kind of, under my breath, I say, "I trust you."
It's dead quiet for an hour.
Well, it's not dead quiet. You are mumbling
Muttering.
to yourself. It doesn't have to be loud, but there is a verbal component.
It's very quiet.
During that time,
I mean,
oh,
good. Sorry.
during that time while he's doing it, because I have my hands free,
Mhm.
I'm just going to take out my sword breaker and I'm just going to practice like how it goes to put on and off the finger.
The world's worst wedding.
It's actually kind of nice because he made the finger that allowed her to do that.
It's true. And didn't he make the sword breaker as well?
She's working her into it.
Yeah, he
I
made the
also
sword
made
breaker as well.
Breaker.
Yeah.
Did she accidentally drop the sword breaker on him?
No. Stop trying to hijack the narrative.
Let them do what they want to do.
You're not
man.
part of this. Oh,
My dog see it?
does he talk loud enough and sneeze so I know? But yeah, no, Godwyn.
So it becomes more fluent when I.
This whole thing is very unorthodox because the ritual that you're trying to do and trying to do quietly and stealthily is literally meant to be done like in front of a gathering of people and loudly proclaiming to the sky and to your deity that Like these two should be joined forever in a bond that is unbreakable, except for by the chains of, or the hard knife of death.
Right.
You managed to do it. It's not like it's like hard and fast, but it just takes more of your focus and concentration to keep this flow of radiant energy that you yourself can feel coming from your patron deity, but to keep it like connected and moving and bringing this blessing and tying your souls together the way it is. But after an hour, as you finish the verbal part of the ceremony and kind of do the more formal proclamation of what is two has now become one in the fires of the forge, you both feel a connection stronger than physical. So for the next 7 days, you both have a +2 bonus to AC while you are within 30 feet of each other. As your bond protects you both. You cannot gain this benefit again unless one of you is widowed or or otherwise loses their bonded partner to a death sentence.
How long is it?
It's the honeymoon period.
It's 7 days that you have that benefit, but the bond lasts until one of you dies.
Okay.
Question. If he's resurrected, if one of them's resurrected, does that still kill the bond?
Yes. I'm going to say it does, because you crossed the barrier. You, like, if you die and are brought back, your soul is gone and then retrieved. So, yeah, that satisfies.
You have to beseech the Raven Queen like a motherfucker.
It's the season 6 Jon Snow move. It's the my watch is over. I'm out. Like, I technically died. I'm going home.
Technically.
Who's Jon Snow?
I'm going to
Jon Snow from Neverwinter. What?
Feeling this new essence kind of surge through me in this new sense of companionship. I'm going to stand up, turn around, and help Godwyn stand up with a hand. The hand with
Godwyn's exhausted.
Yeah, that takes a lot out of you.
Stands him up, looks him dead in the eye, and says, "Thank you for understanding the past, presenting the present, and looking forward to what future we have left. From here on out, this group shall be the group I protect and serve. I appreciate your understanding and your wisdom, and I go in for a deep hug."
Yep. I reciprocate a hug of strong friendship.
That last word, I was wondering which way it was gonna go. I go for a deep knee to the crotch. I go for a deep kiss. It could go anyway.
Either way.
The drama, the anticipation.
right in the nards.
Love you too.
Out.
What was that, Kieran?
Is that a flashlight?
That was a pretty hard flashlight you got in there.
3D.
What's a flashlight?
And with that, I look at him and I say, "You need to rest, and so do I. Tomorrow is a long day. Rest as much as you need till you need to get up feeling fully refreshed and replenished. I will provide the rest of the group with breakfast and anything we need before we leave."
It is done. And I walk over to my bedroll.
I wait about 15 minutes, 20 minutes after he goes, and I make my way as well.
Okay, so you've got 4 hours left on your thing. It's about 4:30 in the morning now. Godwyn, you got to start over. So for a full rest, you'll have to sleep till afternoon. Carpus, you've been awake for this entire time. After your check, what were you planning on doing? Like, are you gonna hang around in camp still? Are you gonna go off ranging and roaming?
I'm going to stick with the group, and I'm just going to be by the fire and everything thereafter.
Okay, so
knowing that where I saw Kaifon again,
you'll know like the direction of it. Yeah. That shouldn't be hard.
Everybody wanted to know where to go next. Well, I have an idea where to go next, so I'll let them know as soon as everybody's up.
Excellent. Cool. So you're just gonna hang out. You do at some point see them come back to camp, but separately, and I'm assuming from slightly different places. Like you guys both walk the exact same path back because you were trying to keep it quiet. So
Can I make an insight? Can I make an insight check to see what they were up to?
Yeah, why not?
All right.
Make an insight check. Both of you make a deception check. Or one of you with advantage. Your call.
I'm not good at deception. Do you want to do advantage, or are you also not good?
I don't think either one of you is probably good at deception. Fair. Message me your results. I don't want to poison anything.
Did we lose Eric?
Contest. Eric, you still there?
We lost Eric.
Yeah, we did.
I guess you go at advantage then.
Yeah, I'll just roll at advantage.
Participant.
Yeah, sending it right now.
Oh, there he is. We didn't lose Eric.
Nope, just drink a lot of water.
Oh, I know that feeling. I've been drinking a lot of coffee. I'll probably have to do the same thing pretty soon. Let's
Have
see.
a break.
No. From what you can tell. Oh wait, no. Yours just came through. Yeah, you have a pretty good idea. You don't know exactly what they were doing, obviously, because there was no talk. There was no.
Yeah.
Just the whole point of them coming back. But you have a good idea that maybe they were in the same place. Who knows? It could have been scandalous. Or it could have been one protecting the other while they went poop. Who knows? You do know that Godwyn's on the older side. Maybe it's his prostate. Who knows? Oh, I gotta pee again. Oh no.
Okay.
Watch my back.
No, just had to roll that. See how it was.
Yeah, if you're suspicious of them, then your suspicions were well founded. All right. So, you go ahead and hang around at camp, sitting around, kind of doing your thing. Everybody else, about 7:30 in the morning. Whoa, jeez, I'm crow. The sun is finally getting kind of warm on your faces as you sleep, and one by one you kind of arouse, other than Godwyn and Garth. So being Kieran be the first up, really.
Since I was the first one up,
you'd be up in time for the sunrise because you're timed for that.
That, and I want to do something else.
Okay.
Because I want to, kind of.
You're not the only one awake, by the way. Like
I know, that's what I'm looking to make sure.
Okay, so Carpus, notice, is just sitting by the fire. Like the fire's down; it's just embers by now. But you do notice that he's sitting over there, kind of just hanging out. Probably got a book out, and going through his star charts and all that.
But he hasn't actively looked over at me yet.
Not as it stands, because you just woke up. You're laying down. So.
Okay. I'm not awake yet, am I?
Not in this case, because he did go to sleep just before you did.
That's cool.
I'm gonna start doing my twitching of my finger like I've been doing the last couple days, and keep reapplying my taumaturgy to keep my eyes golden.
Okay.
And I keep doing that every minute of every day to keep it reapplied.
Every minute of every day.
Only lasts a minute.
You can do that, except for the fact that during combat,
yep.
If it runs out, it will take an action to cast thaumaturgy again. Mm-hmm. So if you were under initiative and your minute runs out, you will be left without the shielding on your eyes, at least until you cast it again if you choose to during combat.
Yep.
Okay. Just want to make sure you knew. That's a tough one to keep
I'll
up.
do my morning prayers and like I normally would be.
Yep, he starts doing his yoga. Facing towards the rising sun and his lord coming to greet him once again. While you're doing that, that's when Bing and Czar at the same time are waking up. Yeah, Garth and Godwyn are going to be asleep a bit longer. So Bing, Czar, what are we doing?
I'm going to wake up and just look over kind of at Zara and I'm going to get up, walk over to her.
Yes, Bing.
I'm going to go over, I'm going to look around, see if anyone notices. I'm gonna pull out my flask and go. I'm gonna be like, come on.
I'm gonna grab the flask. I'm gonna look at it.
I'm looking at you like, come on.
I'm
I
gonna open
know.
it. I'm going to smell it first.
I just picture a dwarven George Costanza. He does that. Yeah, come on.
Yeah.
You know.
Exactly. That's what I was going for.
Oh god, I love that.
And with Jason Alexander, it's not much of a stretch.
I want to perceive what the fluid is before I drink it.
Okay.
Or like what type of alcohol.
Roll a perception check.
I actually don't know. The DM knows.
Do I?
Yeah, because I took the flask back from the barkeep.
Oh, that's right.
Back in the outfit. So it's alcohol of some sort.
It's the same.
Yeah.
It's the same one. What was that?
24.
24. It smells to be rum. Not a good rum. Lighter fluid. But it's rum. It's like 151. It's enough that makes you like you have to give a weird face just from smelling it. Oh, hey.
Like the face you give when you just think about it after having a hangover from the night before.
Yeah, and the salivary gland under your tongue just starts pumping out warm saliva like I'm gonna throw up. Yeah.
So I look at them, I kind of spit it all out, the entire like warm saliva, spit it out, throw it back and hold it back for like 3 seconds.
Oofa doofa. Yeah. Ooh boy, that
down.
Oh, that's a burn there. Not enough to make you throw up or anything, but
I'm gonna touch the side of her face and just be like, "It did good." I'm not gonna say it. It's completely somatic. Just.
But as you do, you feel the flask like hit you back in the chest, and under the breath, never speak of it. And then gets up and goes to the fire. I'm going. Zara's starting to rekindle what's left of the fire enough to kind of start making a breakfast.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess since Bing's right there,
I'll help.
So is Carpus.
Oh, and Carpus. Does anybody feel like helping with breakfast?
I'll help. I'll help you make breakfast.
Now, DM, do you require us to like do a survival for like?
Fuck no, you're making breakfast.
Cool.
We know how to fry eggs, damn it.
I'm assuming you know if your character knows how to make breakfast on the road or not.
Well, yeah.
And you'll respond appropriately.
Start making a traveler's meal as hearty as we can for the group we have.
Yeah, like keep in mind, you guys don't have access to fresh food on the trail, so it's gonna be all stuff that you would get in a rations kit. Salt.
Well, that's what I was asking you. Is could I roll like something to since we have a good amount of time before Godwyn wakes up? Can I actually like go and hunt a small game or something like a rabbit?
Oh, yeah, no. If you want to do that, yeah, that's fine. Make a survival check then. Yeah.
I have survival too, if that would help.
Perfect, because I don't. So, Carpus, you want to come with me, and I'll do the bow and arrow if you want to at least find the animals or something.
Okay, so make a survival check with advantage. I'm going to assume that anything that you do find, you won't have a problem killing. Seeing as though you guys have, taken on minor deities already, and
right.
Cool. And then Bing, if you want to just get the stage set for some cooking, we'll be back with some food.
I'm going to stoke up the fire, but before I do that, I'm going to unroll the military uniform that I had in my pack. I'm going to put it back on.
Oh,
my overcoat is back on.
Bing putting the dress greens back on, huh?
Well, they're red. They're red.
Oh, they're red. Yes. That's right. You're the flaming fist.
But I noticed that those are like military, right?
Oh yeah. Oh, it's hard. It's hard to miss the embroidered unit patch on his arm, showing that he was a flaming fist mercenary, and the requisite rank markings on his chest. I mean, this is his formal uniform. This isn't his in combat armor uniform.
Zara's first time seeing it.
No, because I was wearing it for a long time, but I rolled it back up because I didn't want them to think that I was a traitor or whatever.
Yeah,
like,
so many
collaborator.
sessions ago when you guys passed.
But now I just don't care.
When you guys passed the military.
It's a formal occasion.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
22.
Right,
22? Yeah, you're able to nab a couple of rabbits. You're gonna have a hearty breakfast this morning.
Fuck yeah. I want to.
Does anybody have potatoes?
There might be in the ration kit.
Dehydrated potatoes.
I was gonna say, it might be some dried
Also known as
veggies in there.
Also known as
I don't have
cornstarch.
any tool proficiencies, but
Well, that wouldn't be cornstarch.
I would think I would know how to.
Hold on a second.
Well,
I do
not-
have to make this clear and loud.
Effectively,
Dried
cornstarch.
potatoes are not cornstarch.
Well, no.
Starch from corn is cornstarch.
Yes,
Yeah.
I get that. Effective. I'm going to modify that. Effectively cornstarch. How about that?
That's fine. Potato flour works. Too.
Idaho's best. How about that? Is that enough for you?
That works for me. You guys, as part of the ration kit, probably do have a small supply of both flour and, let's say, either a starch or.
I think there is flour. I heard that there's flour.
Yeah, so you can make
Hey,
like Johnny.
I still have a bag of flour.
Damn, now I want to look this up.
You can make like Johnny cakes basically out of it, something like that. Something quick and
Yeah,
easy that doesn't require eggs and oil.
If you
Hopefully.
need more flour, I got some in my pack right over there, Bing.
Indian fry bread. You know, is that?
Ooh.
That's like
Love fry bread.
yeah,
Consists of dry foods suitable for extended travel, including jerky, dried fruit, hardtack, and nuts. On D&D Beyond. That's
okay. Well, that is
what
a
it says.
specific travel kit. I'm assuming that you guys have a little better than that one.
Okay.
So
Just saying.
Well, it's better than mine because I don't even have one of the survival packs. I have the scholars pack.
Well, that's just what the standard ration is.
yeah, there's rations in every pack. I think.
How many rabbits did we get?
You got 3.
Would I know how to skin a rabbit at this point?
Oh yeah, most of you would.
Cool.
That's
I'm gonna
in
skin
a
the
world
rabbit.
like this. That's kind of a basic need. I know even with your background, but as you're training as a paladin, they would train you for long distance, like roving operations, ranging basically, which would require living off the land.
I'm going to skin all 3 rabbits, but skin to where like the nose is still intact, you know, like the full face, and then the pellet.
Oh, so you cut around the neck before you start peeling the skin off? Oh boy, good.
So it's gonna be
nut.
And when we're back in camp, I'm gonna layer them up on some sticks that I set up as like a little
rotisserie or
dry.
Yeah, spit
next to the fire. I'll let them dry a little bit so they become like little pellets. I'll take them with me and let them dry outside of my pack.
Okay, so you're gonna make dried pelts. They're not tanned. They're not like leather yet, but they're just dried rabbit pelts. Okay.
That's right. I'm gonna start that process while we start cooking the other food.
Good to know. Good to know. About this time, Garth should be waking up to the smell of cooking rabbit.
Yeah. Bing, how's it coming over there? How's it looking?
Oh, fire is thoroughly stoked.
Yeah.
Something smells good.
Oh yeah, Miko was a good choice, my friend.
What?
Just kidding.
As Miko looks up at me.
Mastiff, the other white meat.
Bing, can you believe it? He fell for it. He fell for it.
I love it. This is so good. Woo! Oh, I was setting a timer. That's what I was doing. All right. So you guys have breakfast, anything? So it's probably going to be, realistically speaking, it's probably going to be another 3-ish hours. Actually 4 hours-ish at this point until Godwyn would wake up. So you guys are all around camp. You have time to do things if you want to. I'm assuming nobody's going to try and wake him up, you know?
No.
2
hours, you said?
About 4 hours.
4 hours?
Yeah, because right now it's probably getting to be about 8:30, pushing 9, but he's got to sleep till like 12:30 to get his full rest.
I'm going to do my crossbow stuff.
For how long?
All 4 hours.
Okay, make your check.
16.
16. Okay. Yeah, you're starting to get the hang of this. You're excited by your last discovery. And the fact that there's more to this. Like, you know that you haven't fixed it to its original glory yet. You don't make any breakthroughs quite yet, but you do further your understanding of it, and things are starting to make more and more sense to you as you go.
Nice.
Okay, I just gotta add this. Where's your count? Where's that? Oh, I was gonna put it on this page.
And as I'm done doing that, I'm going to look up with a deep sense of satisfaction and survey the group and just be happy with my accomplishment.
Excellent. Anybody else doing anything for that 4-hour block?
I would like to take Miko and start training her, not far from camp, but just so when I see breakfast is ready, we can come.
Well, this will be after breakfast, because breakfast didn't take very long to make. When you woke up, they were almost done with it.
Okay. After breakfast, I'd like to train with Miko on commands of running out left and right and come and back and forth.
Okay. Make an animal handling check.
13.
Okay. You realize that you don't have a lot of experience training a dog to do things. The simple stuff he gets, the stuff that he's been taught, especially, grab that, bring it to me. The tracking, like, he knows that if you hold something in front of his nose, that he should smell it and try to find that smell path. You're trying to give him these complex directions, and the dog is just like, at one point you're like walking out there and you're showing him, like, all right, when I do this, you go this way, and then you go this way, right? And he just looks at you and then just kind of like leans to one side and takes a pee, and then just looks right back at you like, all of a sudden I was like, is that what
I
you're
do
looking
good?
for?
I do good, Papa?
common.
I do good?
I was gonna say it's doing the cocking of the head that puppies do, like.
I do good, right? I do good?
I'm the goodest boy.
The goodest. I am the
goodest.
I am the good. I am the goodest good boy ever.
I am the good boy.
I'm
a good boy.
As you get through it, though, you realize that he hasn't really picked up any new skills this session, but he's starting to get used to the concept of you showing him things. So you could entertain him for long periods of time if you'd like to.
I get entertained by Dad.
All right. Anybody else want to do anything for those 4 hours?
Nope.
I want to ask, does anybody have leather making tools?
Nice.
No?
Sorry, no.
Or
Okay, then I'm
cobbler's
gonna-
tools, because cobbler's tools would include some leather working tools.
Cobbler's tools, anybody?
I have a scholar's pack. I don't have anything like that.
Of course not. You got like a
All
bunch
right.
of
I'll
paper
still
and a
eat the
quill.
chicken. I just really want the rice.
I'm just going to let them kind of marinate them, I guess.
Okay. Cool. So 4 hours passes with 2 of you doing things, and the rest of you just kind of mulling around camp doing downtime activities. Godwyn, you're awake. Congratulations. Welcome back to the land of the awake.
I come out of the tent. I come out of my tent with a sense of purpose, striding forward. My apologies.
And you guys notice that he's walking a little straighter. He doesn't look as old and feeble as he kind of had. I mean, like, he looked tough in combat, but for the most part, otherwise, he just kind of looked like he had aches and pains. But now he woke up, with a couple of Advils in him. A little more of a pep in his step and less of the rusty hips kind of deal.
Or like a modern 50-year-old.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Is it safe to say that when I see this, it kind of helps put more about 2 and 2 together about what I was suspicious of just a little while ago?
Seeing this, there's a possibility in your head that this might mean something. I will let you come to that conclusion on your own.
Okay. No. Just
I'm gonna put my head down and just smile.
Big, hand me that fry bread.
I'm gonna pick it up and toss it at him.
And then he's like, taking a Garth, I'm going to work on those daggers for you. My apologies, I've slept in far too long. Are you ready to get on the road?
what? I'm curious. I'm going to ask something. It's like, you woke up later than everybody else. What was going on?
My bindings with Godwyn are stronger than they've been in a while.
Come on, he's old. Leave him alone.
No, just curious.
Those bindings, how'd those daggers come out?
I'm working on them as we speak. And he pulls out the teeth and just kind of starts like fastening. I have no idea how this works because it's like transmutation.
So it's gonna be more of like assumedly you'd be wearing down part of it to make the handle if you're going to use the whole thing. I mean, it's strong enough that if you did saw down part of it to make a handle, it's not going to weaken it. It's still going to be like full tang because it's a dragon's tooth. I mean, it's meant to be.
I have to have metal involved, so I figured I'd just use some gold because I can't just. I would need metal. So
you can do that. It's going to take like multiple sessions to get through because you're not actually doing your transmutational thing as much as you're doing some of that, but more working on it. Like you have forge tools, so you can do the work on it. It's just it's more physical than it would be if you were just to be able to form it with your
traditional ritual.
with the assistance of your god's
artisan's blessing.
It's the artisan's blessing. Like, because you know that when you do that, some of that burden is lifted by the magic, the spiritual energy that flows through you. This one is more old school smithy, you know.
It's more traditional.
Do you need metal?
Yeah, but I can use gold. Like it's very interesting how.
Well, use steel. It's much stronger. Don't use metal. Metal is a weak metal. I will give you my daggers if you need it. I have a ton of them.
I transmute metal. So
he literally can turn gold into lead if he'd like.
Oh well,
that's part of his abilities.
Yeah, it's super weird. Like I was like,
it's alchemy is what it is.
Yeah,
but it's more of a magical based alchemy. Instead of having like chemicals and reagents to make the alchemy work, it's God going like, well, I'm gonna tweak these atoms a little bit, you know.
You get this many more atoms or less,
and I can kind of rearrange it so long as it's worth 100 gold pieces or less.
Right. Because that's an arbitrary limitation added by your deity so that you don't benefit materialistically from your divine gifts.
Right.
Can't just, break the bank in Vegas or something because you're in good with the man upstairs.
But he could make the handle worth 100 gold
theoretically
pieces
correct,
and use the bone, just fucking kill him.
Question.
Godwyn. Oh, sorry.
Yes. As he's holding his tongue and he's kind of like hammering away at this dragon's tooth and kind of slowly adding components to it.
Was somebody saying something?
Garth.
Oh, I thought Billy was going to start talking, so I did.
Yeah, go ahead.
Somebody said something, so what was it?
Yeah, I just had a question. When Godwyn was done with these daggers, does anyone have a magical ability to either poison these or make them somehow with a magical ability so they can do more damage?
I mean, depending on what we're doing and where we are, there might be a chance.
I can do it temporarily. I can do it for 24 hours for one of the daggers.
Let's get through getting them made into daggers before we start worrying about that.
Got it.
And I'm gonna ask Godwyn when you're done with that, Godwyn. I have this metal that I no longer need, and I was wondering if you would make me something. As I hold out my symbol of tear.
So far away from his deity that he's forgotten the name. That's impressive.
He's just gonna start referring to Tyr as the thing,
the scaly guy.
No, just call him the thing.
The thing.
He's gonna be just call him the thing.
Absolutely.
Great.
My worship of Goithanol is not restricted simply by smithing, and he just kind of keeps working at it. He takes a moment to grab the symbol of Tyr, and he has like a lattice work on him underneath this like well-worn travel cloak. He just kind of opens it up,
frozen in one of them and just continues to work on the daggers.
I like how he's the guy in Central Park that sells you the DVDs.
Sunglasses.
Like, hey, I got some of these. I got sunglasses. What do you want? What do you want? What do you want?
Watches down here.
Yep. All under his coat too.
That's fucking great.
Basically,
You want a full
what I'm
X?
looking for is a hidden arm blade that goes underneath my gauntlet on my left hand. I have a diagram that I can give you later, but a pressure plate on the front, as my palm comes into contact, it will release the blade underneath, springing out with the mechanic bent metal inside its holding cell that protrudes it and pushes it out into action when needed.
Okay, so the symbol of tier is 1, and then you're talking about a hidden arm blade as a second?
No, he
No,
wants
the
to use the symbol of
tier.
tier to make the arm blade.
Got it.
Yes. I'm giving you that metal to construct this, hopefully some leather straps that come up underneath the top of the metal gauntlet. So it sits right underneath and it's hidden away.
Leather work would be a separate thing, obviously, but yeah.
Yeah, I fashioned very crude straps on there.
Yeah, I was gonna say it wouldn't be.
And just hooked it onto like one of the divot, or not a divot, but an impinging joint on there, so I could just hook it over.
Yeah.
And it'd be very simple.
All right, so what are we doing? Are we gonna stay around here for a while, or?
It will take me
Purpose.
most of the day to fashion what you guys have asked. If you need it, prior to our imminent demise.
I don't think it's something that I need as of right now. I think there's other pressing things at hand.
Zara, do you still have that map?
Oh yeah, I still have the map.
You roll that out so we can take a look at it.
Pull it out and I kind of take a small dagger and chunk it into the ground on one side and hold the other side out with my hand.
There you are. You have your map in front of you.
Aha, it's like I have a visual.
Well, you can see the map. It's laid out in front of him.
I'm looking at the Hills. What does it say?
Hills Respite.
Hills Respite.
Yeah.
I will tell you guys.
What's that, Carpus?
I will tell you guys. Kaifon was hovering above where Hills Respite is, right there. That's the direction we make, guys.
I was
saw
more
him this
thinking
morning.
just trying to find somewhere to get some diamonds because we keep getting more and more hurt every time.
Kaifon is hovering near Hell's Respite. When I was studying the stars when I woke up early this morning. So take with that what you will, guys.
I think we need to start trekking that way.
Okay, so are you going to try to make the direct route or go the long way around?
I say direct route.
Go through the mountains or the hills. I'm a
I was
hills
gonna say,
dwarf. I'll be fine.
Let's
really
go through them hills.
They're not really mountains. They are kind of like a low rolling hill. But
how much? Looking at the map, how much longer would it take to go around to the road versus
this road up here or the road that goes through the Living Rot?
Like if we were to kind of go north and to the east a little bit. Where are we exactly on the map?
You're like right where my mouse is, right here.
Resident cartographer, you would know this.
What's the question specifically?
If we were going to skirt around
will it be
Living Rock.
easier to go through? Is it easier to go on a beeline directly to Hills Respite, or is it going to take more time to go south to the Living Rot and go up the main road, or to go north to the main road? Which one is the quickest?
I have cartographer's tools.
I was just going to say that's a topographical question where like the elevation really matters. DM, would I know the elevation of these hills?
Probably not. You can look at them. From where you're sitting, they are hills that are probably, they range between like 25 feet high and like 200 feet. Like it's just rolling ground in these massive.
Are there any mountains?
Grass-covered hills. What was
yeah,
that?
Are there any mountains in between us and Hills Respite?
Not that you can see. No, it's mostly just hilly ground. You can almost see the horizon if you're up on top of one of the taller hills nearby.
So I will give you guys. I'll present with two options based on what I can observe.
if we cut through the hills, they're not significantly tall. That being said, there is a river that we will have to ford. If we go around, it may take us a little longer, but we'll be on a road, and it would be less strenuous, and we wouldn't have to ford a river. So we can cut through.
Is that north or south?
The north. I would not want to cut through the bog again. The bog is unreliable at best and treacherous at worst. I would stake my life on rather going through either the hills or the road to the north.
I say we go through the hills. Time is of the essence.
I'm with Bing. It's just rolling hill country.
We will have to prepare ourselves to ford a river.
There is dangers in the hills, but I think time is of the essence.
Yeah.
I agree.
It's not the hills that concern me. It's fording the river. I have no idea what the depth is.
Oh, these hills might have eyes.
Figure it out.
Well, I have wings, so it doesn't matter what.
The hills have eyes. I love it.
Okay, let's roll on out.
These walls have ears. So you're
All
gonna
right,
go.
soldiers, let's do it.
We're going straight through the hills.
Yep.
Autobots.
Pack up
Roll
camp
out.
and head out.
Okay, so you guys just head off walking. The first set of hills you come to are, from what you can tell, like as along the edge of the hill country, the hills seem to be smaller. It's like when the whatever geological thing happened that created this hill country kind of tailed off at the edges.
Can I look for paths? Like paths, things like that, things that are well traveled.
There's not really a lot of travel that you see. There's like low portions that kind of you could stay low in the hills the whole time and work your way through, from what you can tell, without actually cresting any hills. But that would put you in small,
But more like wild animals and not like a shepherd leading their flock through. Like
yeah, there's not
path.
really. From where you're at currently, there's not really anything out there that seems remotely civilized or man-made.
Okay.
At least for the time being.
I'm gonna turn to Carpus and go, Carpus, keep a like keen eye on the sun and where we're heading.
Got it.
Let's keep our direction on point.
Are we just marching in? Do we have a marching order, or are we just kind of loose line scrabble?
Turning back.
I'll be up front,
Okay, Bing.
being cautious as possible.
I'm gonna be hovering a bit above Bing so that I can be above the ground but be able to see ahead, so that we don't try to make any circles or anything.
Essentially same marching order as last time.
Sounds good.
Sounds good to me.
When we crest the hill to the river, I will take over and see how deep the river is.
Okay.
I'll stay in the back with Karen.
Somebody go with Garthaniel when he does that. Carpus, you go with Garthaniel.
All right.
Okay, so
We can't split up. Like, we can't keep doing this. Garthaniel just rushes ahead and does this thing.
Yeah.
Like, we need to stay together as a cohesive unit. So, Carpus, if you see Garthaniel running off by himself, you go to support him.
All right.
And you make sure you stay in contact with the rest of us. Okay, you have to be the link.
To be fair, he did just say, though, when we get there, he just wants to check it out.
Okay, I'm just saying. That's fine. Totally fine.
As I pet Bing's little head.
little head, oofa doofa.
I'm gonna grab
Mastiff
his.
with the little head. Wow.
I'm gonna pinch his ribs hard so it leaves a bruise.
Ow! Guess I deserve that.
Yep. I love you, Garth, but don't try to fuck with me.
Was your arm at full reach to reach his ribs at that point? Like
Probably.
up in a full angle?
A little bit of a jump.
You want me to make an athletics check? Because I could. Let's go on.
Okay, so
Do your thing, Garth.
first of all, as you travel through the hills, most of you realize that you could get lost really easy out here, which Bing already accounted for when he was saying stay together and keep an eye out. Carpus being above the hills is turns out to be a great boon. 'Cause he can
And
keep
as an
eye,
astromancer, I would assume he knows the celestial bodies.
except for the fact that it's daytime. So you can see the
He can-
sun.
Hey,
but
the
anybody
sun is still you can still mark it with the
true,
sun.
but you could also see the sun. Like I mean, it's not like he's got a special skill for that. The flying is the important part here.
Okay.
As you travel through, he is able to kind of keep a bead on the horizon, marked a unique point of interest that he can see, and he's kind of keeping you guys. If you start to drift to one side, he's like, "Hey, wait,
Exactly why I suggested it. Yep.
Before too long, I mean, you guys headed out about 1 in the afternoon with all the little, packing up and stuff after Godwyn woke up. By 3:30, you hit the river that you noticed on the map. At this point, you do notice you're probably right about in here, along the river.
I got a DM question.
I have a DM answer.
So, how many hours have transpired? Have 2 hours transpired in between?
About 2.
Yeah, about 2 hours.
Okay, then I would have, using my artisan's blessing, I would have finished at least a part of the dagger or whatever.
You've made some progress on it. It's harder to work on something like that while you're trying to keep pace.
Because you're not concentrating.
Yeah, well, you're walking. I mean, it's hard to work on something with your hands while you're carrying it and walking. So it would slow down. You have made progress on it, but it's not like, you're not flying through it.
Got it. Okay, after a couple hours, so I was going to ask because my artisan's blessing is an hour ritual for each one.
Yeah.
If walking at this pace is slowing me down, after 1 hour, I would have switched over to working on the symbol of Tyr.
Okay.
Because each blessing is 1 hour. I've got 2 of them, so I would have just kind of I know the dagger's not going to be done yet. Would I have finished the hidden arm blade?
You have made the parts of it because it is a mechanized piece of equipment versus being just a solid sword breaker or something like that. You have all the parts now. Like that you buzzed through really quick. You're going to need a little time to put them together in a way, because I mean it does have to be spring loaded and then resettable. There's going to be a little bit of fine work involved, and you have to do the leather work to actually make it, wearable, equipable.
Got it. I have the components. I have to figure out how to construct it.
Yep, that'll be a tinkering check, and that'll be probably during a short rest, if you really want to do it right and not risk having a unreliable tool. Yeah, I got you.
Why is this not working? Oh God, why did it work now?
Yeah, tapping it like this and then just skewer your hand. Oh no!
The enemy cannot push a button if you disable his hand.
Oh yes, Fancy Brown. I love it.
Oh dare! Oh dare!
Oh, it's so good. Medic!
Medic!
You get there and you notice that the river is not deep. It is still pretty early on. It's the kind of river that you would see up in the mountains that hasn't quite met the big waterway. It's still one of the tributaries of it. It's wide, flat, lots of like smooth stone, like river rocks, as the actual base of it. But it is moving at a good clip. If you slipped, you'd probably hurt yourself falling, but you more than likely aren't going to get dragged away.
How wide is it?
It would be about 20-25 feet wide. It's not terribly wide at this point, but it's water.
Can we see fish along the edge?
Make a nature check. It's not only seeing the fish, it's knowing where to look.
Be a 12.
12? No. You think you see one, and it looks. You get real close, and you look down, and you do the same thing I did as a kid, and you look down at it, and you realize that it's just a piece of moss or something that's caught on the edge of a rock or a stick underwater and just kind of flapping.
Yeah.
You're like, oh damn.
Can I ask Miko, get the fish, and see if she can retrieve a fish?
Dogs can't smell
Why
underwater.
would the dog be able to find a fish that you can't?
I don't know if the dog knows what a fish is. what her commands were from her previous owner?
She just kind of looks at you. He just kind of looks at you. You keep changing the gender on me. I asked specifically earlier. Now you've taken to calling him she. God damn it.
He. Well, I had a girl dog, so it's.
I know. I understand. He just gives you this look like, like waiting for fish. Like you're gonna hand him a piece of fish. I think you get the sense that he knows the word fish, but not how to cast a line.
I love it.
More in the sense that at some point,
you give me fish, I get fish now.
With his previous owner, he associated the smell and taste of a trout being cooked with the word fish. Like, do you want some fish? Yeah, you want some fish?
I'm gonna look back at the group and say I still have some things to work on here.
I would say you do.
Respectable nod.
Pat him on the back. You'll get it one day. Marco's a good boy. Marco's a good boy.
I do want to take this time to walk out to what I feel is the deepest part of the river, and as long as I'm physically seen by the group,
I follow him.
Let them know that the river's not that deep.
Okay. I'm not gonna make you roll for it because your fucking dexterity is through the roof anyway. Yeah, you get out there. You notice that as you're walking, the rocks could be treacherous, but it most likely not. Like, it's not like they're loose or anything. They're just kind of slick. And that's something that you would be able to relay to them if you would like to. Like, just be careful of the rocks.
Yes, I would like to be very careful. The bottom's a little slippery, but it's pretty solid.
What's the depth? Yeah, what's the depth?
That's
important to me.
Where he's standing there, it probably comes up to just above his ankle, like mid calf. We're gonna say.
Okay.
Moving at a clip, like you can feel it pulling on your legs while you're standing there, Garth. But
somebody tie a rope to Bing. I don't want him to get wished away.
I'm gonna end you, Garth.
Or I could fly over to Bing and he can grab my ankles like he did back in the forest right there, and I could just fly him over.
Yeah, that's probably gonna happen.
Just
Let me over, Squire.
It's like combat booster seat. It's great.
As I see that emerging and I see how deep it is around Garth's ankle, Zara just runs up to the edge of the water and leaps. And as she leaps, she's coming down closer to the water and just poof, Misty steps to the other side.
That's why you asked how wide the river was. I figured as much.
She looks back and says, "Haven't you guys ever heard of trench foot? Not happening to me."
Which would be, like, as you guys look at her, it would be a concern that, like, plate armor doesn't dry quickly. When the water gets underneath it, it's got nowhere to go.
And that's where you see Kieran just kind of staring at the water. He sighs, and his wings come out.
After Zarkiara's speech, I'm going to jump on Carpus's back.
Since this is your first time in a long time, Kieran, using your wings, I need you to make an athletics check.
All right.
Man, those things have been cramped up for a minute. It's like stretching after you've been squatting for 20 minutes.
And then putting all of your weight on it.
Yeah. Like going and jumping at the basketball hoop to see if you can dunk right after you stand up.
That would be an 18.
Nice. Yeah, you're a little stiff. Your shoulder, those secondary shoulder joints that you tend to neglect, they're a little on the stiff side, but you're able to get the rhythm going and get a good push. You kind of glide across the river. Not so much a full flight, more of a whiff glide to the other side. Then you come down the far shore. You're little. It took a little more out of you than you thought. You can't really hover yet. You're still. Like, it's been a while. You're still trying to get that muscle back into it. So, yeah, you made it across just fine though.
Cool.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna look at Kieran from Carpus's back and give him a thumbs up.
Like, Carpus has legs that are atrophying but super strong wings, and Kieran's got great legs and really weak wings. Together, you guys make a flying monster.
Work together.
Oh boy.
Okay, so everybody's fording the river. I'm gonna take it.
Yeah, I'm carrying this. I'm carrying this dwarf over the river.
You're going over the river. Godwyn, are you just gonna walk across?
Oh boy. Who else is walking?
I think at
Garth,
this
he's
point,
in the
just you.
You're the
Garth's
last
out
one on
there.
the other side.
Garth's
of the
halfway
river.
across already, but yeah.
Yeah, he's already halfway there.
I told you guys this would be a trouble fording, and you're like, let me just have all these creative ways to get across the river.
I'm going to come back for my dog and help my dog across.
Is Miko with me?
Yeah, Miko's standing by you, just kind of sitting and waiting because he was kind of told to just sit there.
And I yell across the river, Garth, Garth, go ahead and tell your dog to ford the river. We'll do it together.
Come on, Miko. Come on.
I just kind of grab Miko's collar, and we're just kind of going through side by side.
Okay, I need you to make a dexterity check with advantage.
I need you to give me 30 seconds to race up
I
the
wasn't
stairs.
sure if that was going to be
One,
at
I was getting
2,
We're seriously
3,
playing Oregon Trail.
4.
D&D Oregon Trail. It's
We're doing
great.
Oregon Trail now, man.
Oh,
jeez.
I'm having
You
a
died
lot
of
of
dysentery.
fun. Yeah.
You should have gone up the river and paid the guy to float you across at the.
Yeah, exactly.
Which check
Your
is
wagon
that?
Just so funny
Why
because
Why would I pay to do that when I have this winged dude? I could just jump on his back.
Sucker, not dude. The word you're looking for is sucker.
Which check am I doing?
You're doing a dexterity check with advantage.
not really. If you think about it, I can totally invoke Rorschach here. I can drop him at any time.
Yeah, then
Strength check.
you have 6 other people that are willing to shoot you down. Godwyn, what was that?
That's an 11.
11 with advantage?
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Oh shit!
Ouch.
I warned you guys, but
Gonna roll his ankle.
So I really do believe in degrees of success when it comes to checks. I'm not one of those pass-fail Boolean people. While that wasn't a pass, it was close. So what happens, I'm going to say, is one of those things that every dad has done at some point, where like he slips and goes down on a knee real quick and then stands back up and goes, "Son of a bitch," just kind of rubs your kneecap. You have a reduced walking speed of down by 5 feet for the next 4 hours.
You're stuck with me, asshole.
No real damage. It's more one of those, like, it gives you a stinger, a little bit of a knee bruise, and those things just suck. Like, there's no way to get them to feel right, but you're just a little hobbled for a bit.
already.
Yeah, if there was a 1, you might have had a broken hip. might have been time to put the old man down.
Yeah, probably would have been.
Come on, Yeller. Come on, Yeller.
They're all creative, and I'm just old.
I take him behind a tree and firebolt him in the back of the head.
He would like
There's a glowing
that.
corpse.
He would
I had
appreciate that.
I had a PC roll a 1 and a firebolt yesterday, so that could be a very painful firebolt.
Yeah, that's oh boy.
Or use guiding bolt so his corpse glows.
Then you got to strap him to Czar's back so she still gets the AC bonus.
I'm only unconscious.
Spare the dying, spare the dying, spare the dying, spare the dying.
Oh boy.
Keep him in a coma. It's cool. All right. So
It's happened more than once, so.
So you have all successfully crossed the river and found purchase on the other side. Congratulations, you've solved my river puzzle. You guys gonna continue on?
We can solve the river puzzle. Kaifon is nothing.
Yeah, we're going to continue on.
Hey, if it's anything like the water temple.
Oh, shit.
So
yeah,
I
think we
land.
should
So I
probably-
land pretty much, and I send the dwarf back on his feet. There you go.
Okay, and then we fall back into a marching order. Same one, I'm assuming.
Now, yep, and I'll hover above Bing again, so that I'm kind of like the eyes and ears.
See, you were so focused earlier on kind of guiding where they're going. Now, when you take back off, it's that second that you have to kind of realign to what you're doing. And as you look ahead,
Okay.
you see the city. It's not far from you. It's it's probably less travel time to the outskirts than it has been to get to the river. So you guys, know this now. They're unaware. They still can't see it. There's a bunch of hills in the way. But what you see, though, is kind of a large road that passes through and some sprawling small buildings. You can't tell if it's necessarily villages or just smaller buildings. It's hard to tell from this distance. Okay. But over the road itself is a large tower. That's just kind of it looks like it's dead smack in the middle of the road.
I reckon that tower is where we need to be going.
You say that to us?
I was gonna say he's 20 feet above your head or whatever.
I see a big tower in the middle of the road over there. I think that's where we need to be going.
Who's talking?
Let's go to the highest. Let's find the highest peak that we can see, and Carpus, you land on top of it, and we'll meet you up there. So that we can all see the nearest hill on the outside. You know what I mean?
You want me to go on the tallest?
I want you so that we know exactly where it is, so we know where to congregate. We can see where you go.
This back and forth discussion is being yelled into the air.
Yes.
Let's go find a tall hill that's near us.
Okay, so
I said I want you to find the tallest hill. Anyway, sorry.
All right.
The tallest bill.
Okay, you want me to find the tallest bill? The tallest dill. Let's go find the tallest dill. All right.
Okay, so
tallest bill?
You do find a hill nearby that looks, from your perspective, taller than the rest. Okay. They're kind of a coin flip. For you guys, it looks to be maybe a quarter mile from where you're currently standing. You can see him the whole time, being that it's the tallest point. There's that winged beauty that you see often from underneath. So you guys gonna head towards him?
Yep.
It's a good 10-15 minutes of a pretty steep hill. It's maybe 100 feet tall, 200 feet tall, but it's pretty, uphill, and it's grass covered. Everything out here, you've noticed, there's no exposed rocks. It looks like somebody took a carpet of grass and dropped it on a bunch of rocks, so they've made these bumps in it. So you get to the top of the hill, and you guys see the exact same thing that he does, or did, but from just slightly closer. Can't really make out more details. You do see kind of smoke drifting out of some of the buildings, possibly from chimneys, that kind of thing. By this point, it's 2:30 in the afternoon after all your crossing activities. Oh wait, no, it was 3 something earlier. So it's closer to. Sorry, time's hard to keep track of when you're not actually doing it. It's closer to 4:30 now. Late afternoon, but still plenty of sunlight left.
The sun's starting to get low. We gotta hustle and get to town.
All right.
Can we walk up our walking street?
Can I do a perception for obvious distress in the city? You said that there was but am I able to determine what kind of smoke it is? Is it smoke because the house is on fire, or is it just common smoke?
Looking at it, it doesn't look to be out of control, and it doesn't look like, in the time that you're up there, it doesn't look to be getting bigger, like any of the smoke clouds. Best estimate from your distance, from what you can tell, is that it's probably hearths, fireplaces, that kind of thing. There's nothing that any of you see from the town. I mean, again, it's still at a long distance from you, but visually speaking, but there's nothing you can't hear distant screams. There's no flashes of light or anything. The buildings all look to be generally intact.
All right, let's approach with caution, I guess. Czar, what do you feel?
Does everybody feel capable of quickening our travel speed up a notch?
Negative.
Was
No
that Jake?
reason to rush at this point. Let's just go into it and see what we see.
All right.
Right.
Okay.
Do we want to camp before we get to town, or do we want to camp once we get to town?
I could
Let's
use
get
a
to
short rest.
Godwyn's looking a little older than usual.
You really need to rest, Godwyn?
Depends. If we can get to town and find an inn, that will suffice. What do we know about Hill's respite?
Not a whole lot.
Not a lot.
Kyle, what do I know about Hill's respite?
You've heard the name. It seems to be a more of a minor. It's not. It was never that important in the conflict, from your recollection. You've heard it in passing as one of the cities in that rebelled, but it's not like it's known for something.
Okay. As far as I know, there's nothing of note here. Honestly, no occupying force or
Nope.
Civil War sympathizers. No gray coats.
Nope. This is well, technically these are real healthy graycoats. I mean, it is a rebelling city. You know that for sure, that it's part of the new East River Commonwealth. But it's not. It wasn't like there was a great battle at Hill's Respite, or this is where they kept their artillery, or something like that. It's just you heard the name as a mentioned thing.
It's no Sumter sport. Got it.
Right. Yeah. It's nothing. The war didn't start there and didn't end there.
Is there anything that I would need to know about Bing's uniform? Potentially causing conflict, or
I'm part of the flame. Oh yeah, that's a good question, actually.
Okay, so you.
What do you know about the Flaming Fists?
Not a lot. They didn't seem to be involved, at least on the DSA side of the conflict. If anything, there's whispers that they might have been hired out for this side of the conflict, but it would have been kept on the quiet as to preserve their possible. You would know this, Bing, because not specifically for this situation, but you know that the way they operate, that some things they like to keep on the DL a little bit so that they don't sour potential business from the other side of these little brush fire wars and stuff.
Nice.
Okay, not an open conflict. As far as I know, we're good to go then. I can wait until we approach Hill's Respite, but we should seek comfort at an inn.
Good enough for me. All forward.
Let's go.
From here, you do notice as you continue on your walk that that it seems like all of the hills are starting to get shorter and shorter as you progress on, almost like it was on the far side of the hill country that you started on. But as you come over some of them, because it's getting harder to find kind of the weaving path through the low country, as you come over some of these medium-sized hills, you do notice that everything or on either side of the road that you can see seems to be one long, like, gentle valley with more hills on the far side. So it's kind of tucked into this wide-bottomed valley.
Almost a caldera.
Beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, it's not so much it's not so much like a round volcanic structure. It's more of just like a low point, a depression that's kind of uniformed all the way through and creates this where there just wasn't hills for some reason. And that's where the road was constructed, because it was most likely, for those that would know this, it's most likely it was the easiest way to build a road through here. Wagons can't do the hills very well, so a low point was a nice place to put them.
I'm just gonna say, Bing feels at home here.
Being a hill dwarf, this is like
and
home country.
In like very defensive positions. It's like he likes it. He's very comfortable, even though he's never grown up in the hill country at all.
And as you get more into the edge of the town, it's been another couple of hours, so you're heading towards like early evening. As you get there, Bing's the first one to like really notice it. Is that the tower that is in the center of the town isn't so much in the middle of the road; it's on either side of the road. There's two larger lower parts that kind of come together as almost a large gate, and then above that, this tower. The gates are open, but being a military veteran, you realize you could shut this road down. If an army was marching towards the capital, based on the looking at the map and the way they're kind of related to each other and how the way the road passes through, you could turn this into a stop and prevent an entire marching army from getting through without having to slow down through the hill country. So even though it doesn't seem to be famous to those on the other side, it was probably important in the planning for this side.
I'm writing that down. Sorry.
Oh yeah, no, that's problem. I figured you would.
Like it.
You like that kind of thing.
I was excited. I'm gonna relay that to.
It's like a gigantic permanent checkpoint. They built a castle over this road that can just turn this valley into a choke point and just end it all.
How tall is this tower? You said like 200 feet?
The tower itself is probably close to 200 feet. The buildings on either side of the road are about 50 feet tall that you can kind of see, and they come together in like a buttressed structure in the middle and go up to the tower itself. So the tower is directly over the road with nothing below it. But around it is just this loosely scattered village, small farms, and that kind of tucked into little alcoves in the hills, some businesses it looks to be. The tower itself doesn't look to be something that you can just go into like you would a walled city. The tower itself seems to be
It's well maintained.
Yeah. As you guys get into town itself, you're passing the shorter buildings. Everything seems pretty quiet. There's people on the street doing business, carts going by. Up ahead, you do start to make out the fact that there are patrols on the tower, mostly on the platform. The ones you can see are the ones on the platforms on either side of the road, and they're up there, and they look to be archers. Just kind of walking noticeable patrol patterns along there, just keeping an eye on the road and the area around it.
Can I look back at Godwyn and say we might need it to burn all the way down?
If I hear that, can I be like, how do you burn stone?
Fire is always an option with Godwyn.
What's going on?
Oh, we're already in murder hobo mode. It's great.
I thought we had made so much progress.
What?
Nobody's set anything on fire yet.
That's true.
True.
So you've entered town. What do you guys want to do? You're still on the outskirts. It's still kind of loosely put together. You've passed a few farms at the very edge, like I said, they're tucked. All the outskirts, all the farms that you've seen so far, when you were passing by, they're in little depressions along the side of this valley. So like at the very edge where the hills get smaller, they're in little tiny valleys, almost cut off from each other and portioned out. It's kind of fun.
I'd like to look for a shop.
Okay.
Preferably, I would also like to look for an inn, and then after 2 hours, a blacksmithy.
Okay. Notice that it is early evening. You're probably running low on time for business in most places. What kind of shop are you looking for, Garth?
Something either with weapons or materials, something that might have a crystal or any kind of weapons.
Okay, so
Kieran's looking for a
That's
jewel.
a bunch of different things.
yeah, what are we looking for first?
Weapons.
Okay, so a weaponsmith.
I would also go with him. If he's looking for a weaponsmith, sorry, I didn't know what the time was. If it's that late,
Yeah.
I would look for a smithy first.
Okay, so you're gonna look for a blacksmith shop or a
If I see them,
weaponsmith's
are they announcing that they're going to
shop?
peel off?
Yeah.
A smithy.
Yeah.
Hey,
We're
if
gonna
you,
look
I'm
for-
gonna say, if you guys see anything for like magical crossbow bolts or anything that anything I could use with my crossbow, let me know and I'll pay you back.
Be careful doing that. I did that once with someone. It didn't turn out too well.
Yeah, but the difference is that I'm good for it.
No.
Oh.
I
The other
fucking love it.
person wasn't good for it.
Oh,
Be
that's
careful
so
what you
great.
wish for. People may come back spending your money more than you thought.
Custom one-of-a-kind crossbow bolt worth 18,000 gold.
And you get to use it once.
In that case, I wouldn't pay for it. I mean, I'm not going to be dumb.
I mean, if you're dead, you don't pay for anything.
Then why don't you come with us?
Because I have a feeling that. Oh no! I think I was going to go look for a gem. I'm going to look for a gem. You said this is a mining community, right?
It's not a mining community.
I thought you said that there was mines and stuff in the hills.
There was
I thought you said
farms.
that too.
I don't remember saying mines at all. I apologize.
I
For
thought
that.
I heard that too.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Then that change. I will go with them. If that's the
Maybe
case.
Maybe I misspoke, and it sounded like
It's-
mines. I don't.
It's possible. I thought that you said that there was a mining thing, so I was.
No, I
gonna
mean if
see
you
I
all
could-
heard that, like that's it's possible, but there isn't any mines. I apologize for that.
Okay.
Didn't mean to
Then
mislead you.
I retract my statement then, and I'll go with them.
Okay, so is everybody looking for a weaponsmith now?
Nope. I am going to look for a jeweler.
Okay, excellent.
That's what Kieran's doing.
Okay, so you guys are going to go to a jeweler.
Magical shop.
Magical items, magical scrolls, magical potions. What are we talking?
Scrolls. Let's do scrolls.
Okay, scrolls. Excellent.
Hey,
See?
if you
I'll
guys
go with
are
Kieran.
if you guys are going to a magical shop, Sharpus, do you mind taking this book to see if you can find anyone in town that might be able to read it or decipher it?
I want to tell Bing, as I'm going to find my blacksmith, if you don't see me within 2 hours, ask for my whereabouts in the nearest smithy.
Got it.
Okay, so
Internal timer 2 hours. PM. Please let me know.
we'll do. First thing. Godwyn and Garth, we're going to go look for a weaponsmith / blacksmith / whatever, right?
Yep.
Okay, so it doesn't take you very long. One of the first shops you come across at the edge of town, you see the signs hanging. One side of the street, there's one that's got a suit of armor on the hanging sign, and on the other side of the street, there's one that's got an axe and a shield, or axe and a sword crossed over his shield. Knowing, simple symbolism, you know that the one on the left is probably the weaponsmith. You head into there?
Yeah.
Okay. So as you walk in, you notice that the small sign next to the door says this is Thrinarv's Armaments. And it's just carved into a piece of wood right next to the door. Do you want me to spell that, Bing?
I got it. I
you
think I
got
got it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I believe you. And behind the counter, as you walk in, the walls are brick. They've been kept pretty bare. Like there's not paint over them or anything like
Do I
that.
notice any symbols above the doorway?
The door is open. Are you checking the door frame or something, or?
Well, I'm just
Oh,
going
you
off
know where
past
he's
history.
going.
What?
You know exactly what he's doing.
Do I notice?
No, I
any
know
kind of-
I know what he's doing, but the last time he was breaking into a shop, and this one seems to be open. So I didn't know if he still wanted to check for alarms going into a shop that seems to be open for business.
Well,
He's
I'd like to
casing the
look.
joint.
I'd like to be able to know if there's any alarms present.
Make
Can
an
I do an
investigation check.
I'm just gonna walk right past him like I don't know him.
Oh, you're going with them? I missed that part. Sorry.
Oh yeah, I was going with them. Yeah.
Okay, so you're with them as well.
Yep. But I'm walking past like, oh yeah, excuse me.
24.
24. Nothing you can see. There's no carvings or anything like that. There just seems to be a doorway.
Nothing on the glass of the door, or it's just a wood door.
It's just a plain wooden door.
Kind of locks on this door.
A keyed lock?
Okay.
I mean, you want me to tell you how many tumblers are in it? Roll higher. Roll a 35. I'll fucking tell you who made the tumblers.
It's a slag. It's a slag. It needs a key card with your biometrics on it.
It's a maglock. Up ahead, you do behind the counter. You see a small gnome standing on a stool, literally standing on a stool behind the front counter with his hand on his head on his fist like this, just kind of dozing.
I'm gonna walk up to him, put my hand on the stool, and go, Threnar.
On the stool or on the counter?
No, on the counter. On the counter.
Oh, okay.
I'm not gonna do it right next to him, but just like sympathetically, like, yeah, I get it, man.
And he goes, yeah. Oh.
Threnar, eh?
Yeah. What do you want?
Pull up my flask and hand it to him.
Welcome to my armaments. What can I do for you?
Well, I'm looking for some. Do you have any magical items of any sort?
I've got a few. My prices are the best in town, but my selection is limited for when it comes to thing with magic.
Well,
what are you looking for?
You got any bolts, enchanting bolts of any sort? And I'm gonna hand him my flask. Be like, hey, come on, man. Like, we're friends here.
He goes, I shouldn't. I do.
Yeah, but you can.
I appreciate that, but
Roll persuasion.
Go ahead. Why not? I'm just gonna give him a straight roll because I don't have stats for
29.
Versus a 14. He goes, fine, but you're not getting a discount for it.
No, it's just between friends.
Whoa! Ha!
Good, right?
Woo! To use that to start campfires? Oh boy!
No, I use it as varnish primarily.
Oh, I can see that. Oh. That horrible rum that the bartender had put in his flask that almost knocked Czar on her ass. This little gnome just took a belt of it, not knowing what was in the flask. Ha!
Puts hair on your chest, doesn't it?
Yeah, you can. Oh, okay. That'll wake you up. All right. Oh, bolts. You wanted bolts. I favored the crossbow too. I got something. And he reaches under the counter and he pulls out. It's a small like hip quiver, like the one you would just strap to your belt and be able to draw from really quickly.
Yep.
And from the inside, you swear to God, you hear people yelling, like in pain almost. Just these like small muted screeches. And he puts it on the counter and goes, there's 10 of them in there. I don't know if there's a formal name for it, but I call them screaming bolts. When I used to...
Wilhelm scream. They're all Wilhelm scream. The Wilhelm scream.
When I used to do what you do, I mean, probably similar. I don't know. You seem like a idiot as well. We used these a lot when we had to, go in loud. I wouldn't suggest it if you're trying to be stealthy.
What do they do? They just scream when you hit them? Does it inspire fear in your enemies?
He goes, he goes, once you open the quiver, it's quiet. See? And he pulls the end out and the sound stops. He goes, they just like the dark. But when you shoot it, it's the most awful, horrifying sound you'll ever hear. and anybody near it as it goes through the air, it'll fuck them up. You don't even know which end is up. It's really disorienting. But they also pack a punch. It's kind of nice.
That's pretty impressive, my man. Very impressive.
Yeah, I just don't. All I gotta say is, from personal experience, trust me on this one. Don't shoot them near your friends. They won't be friends very long afterwards.
Yeah, that sounds about right. These are very interesting. Do you have anything in terms of sidearms? Daggers, short swords, anything like that of a magical nature? I'd like to see what your thing is. I'm an open book here.
Let me think.
Yes, I'm looking for daggers myself.
Are you?
I don't know
him, or what are you? Are you just walking up to say that?
Yep.
Yes.
I'm gonna lean on the counter as well.
He looks at you, and then he looks at Bing. Sorry, and he looks at Garth, and he looks back at Bing, and he goes, "You know this guy?"
Barely.
Okay.
I saw him on the road once.
I'll be with you in a second. He gave me something to drink, so obviously he's more important than you are. He pulls out a small book and he kind of flips through it. You know, similar in size to my little DM journal here, and he flips through it. And he goes, I got a short sword here that it's enchanted, but not like anything cool. It's just stronger, sharper, pretty well balanced. It's got a cool little garnet like inlay in the handle.
Yeah, that's always nice.
Other than that, like for short swords, that's about all I've got. I've got one dagger currently, but not
What you got on that dagger, man?
Oh, you probably don't want this one.
Oh man, I'm gonna show him all the daggers I've got. Just be like, man, I'm a big fan of daggers. I'm gonna lay all 8 of my daggers out on the table, and I'm gonna put them back. I'm a big fan. We're talking the whole time. Daggers are a guy's best friend when you really think about it. I mean, you can slip them anywhere. Pulling them in, putting them back in while doing the whole speech.
Where is it?
Garth, make a notation where every dagger went.
Yeah, I figured you'd find it anyway.
Okay. He reaches down below the counter and he pulls out this scabbard, and it's got this really intricate inlaid scabbard that's got like religious symbols on it. It looks to be the kind of kit you would see on a paladin. He goes, this dagger used to belong to somebody or other, some holy knight. I don't remember her name, but she killed a bunch of dragons. And he pulls it open, and you see the blade, and it looks like chrome that's got a sheen of red, like reflected light on it that just kind of rolls back and forth on it. And he goes, and he pulls it out and he scrapes it across the counter, and as he does, this flame kind of blows out the back end of it and just chars the wood on the counter. He goes, it's cool, and it's not worth what I'm charging you for it, but I have to recoup my cost, so there's this. He just puts it back in the sheath, and he puts it back right in front of him, and he goes, that's called the Flaming Burst Dagger. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, it was a pretty impressive display. You got some wood there.
Yeah, I was never big into getting that close to things that wanted to kill me.
Oh, believe me, man, I get that.
Like, I like to stay at a distance.
Definitely. So, going back to these bolts, what are you looking for? I'm looking to buy the whole set.
You want all 10? I'll get.
Cut a deal for you, buddy. Here.
Well,
I'll buy them for you, and I'm reliable.
They're 267 gold pieces a piece. There's 10 in the set. I'll give you the whole set for 2,500 gold.
2,500. That's all right. Why don't we do? How do you feel about 2,000?
That's a little. I mean, that's a bit of a steep one. 2,300. That's probably as low as I can go and still make a profit. I didn't make these, obviously.
I know you bought them, man. It's all good. I get you're trying to be a businessman, but I'm trying to put them to good use. I'm trying to go out there and hurt bad people. That's what I do. I go around trying to help people, man.
Yeah, I was an adventurer too, but at some point you're just doing it for money, so you're no better than a mercenary. You might justify it in whatever moral code you have, but that's about it. You're just a whore like me. I just decided to get out of the business. It's kept me safe and bored for 20 years now.
I'll tell you what. You got an inn you like around here? Some ale that you like? Some drink that you like?
Oh, no, I live out of town.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Don't hang much in town?
I live out in the hills. I'm just here during business hours.
Yeah, I got you.
I'll take a note of that.
So 2,300 is what you said?
Yeah, 2,300 gets you all 10. And the fancy dancy hip holster. The hip quiver is the only thing that's going to keep him quiet, like, in the long run. Just letting you know.
I got you. You know what? I'll take it.
Excellent.
The whole thing.
Excellent. He slides them over to you and he goes, 2,300 gold pieces, please.
You got it. No fuss, no Gus.
All right, so mark down that you now have 10 screaming bolts.
Yeah.
I will give you, because it's kind of his explanation, I will give you the description. This +2 bolt. I get that?
Yeah.
This +2 bolt screams when fired, forcing all enemies of the shooter within 20 feet of the path of the bolt to make a successful DC 14 wisdom save or become shaken for 1 round. That is, they will be at a disadvantage to all of their rolls for 1 round.
Is that something that you homebrewed?
No, it's from somebody else's homebrew. But
oh, okay. I was just wondering if I could have a reference so I can put it on my Aurora.
I enjoyed it. I will send you a thing.
Appreciate it.
With the actual wording for it. So
I appreciate that.
20 feet within the line of it being fired?
Yep, along the path. 20 feet on either side.
Oh my god. Yeah, don't shoot that near anybody. That's
yep. Oh, really? All the other chaotic people and I can't do my fun chaotic thing? I'm kidding.
Yeah, I was going to say, that comes from the guy who casts Wall of Fire with no regards for what's around. At all.
Wait. Did you cast somebody last round that hurt Czar?
No, he cast something that hurt himself and Kieran. But all it did was make Kieran make a failed death saving throw. And that was because he didn't know of the monster's ability. It wasn't like he cast something without regard for who was in the area. But I know what you're talking about. All right. Is there anything else you want? Short sword, scimitar?
I'm good, man. I got my I'm gonna ask him real quick. Do you know of anybody that does do you have a hand crossbow by chance? Or know anybody who might have one of them?
No, maybe. No, I can't think of anybody.
Yeah, that's fine.
They're not used around here a lot. Most of the stuff's for hunting or for adventuring, and those just don't seem.
Yeah, I got you. I mean, like to be far away, and
if a gnome like me can lift up a heavy crossbow, then Anybody can. We don't need to have those hand bullshit things.
Yeah, but I mean, I can carry this big old piece, and I'll pull out my heavy crossbow with all of its intricate marks. It's just sometimes you get a little close, and you gotta.
You see him like almost start to drool. Like he sees your crossbow and just kind of, whoa,
Yeah.
that's cool.
Actually, this was created by a gnome friend of mine, Salzar. I don't know if you probably don't know him. He's from a long
No.
ways
Do you
off.
think all of us gnomes know each other?
No, of course not. I didn't think
Okay.
you would. That's from another continent, but great
Oh,
friend of
okay.
mine.
Yeah. No, we have the big gnome conventions. I just haven't met
With
him
the
yet, I
pointy
guess.
hats.
Yeah, lots of pointy hats and beards. Oh,
Good friend of mine. I can tell you like.
okay.
Well, I
And
show you some skills sometime.
then he turns over to Garth and he goes, anything for you?
What do you gotta get there for that dagger?
This one is a cultural icon piece. That's what they told me when I bought it to sell. It's 50,000 gold pieces. But I guarantee you it'll kill a dragon.
How much?
If you get 50,000, if you get close enough to stab the dragon with a dagger, I guarantee you it'll kill the dragon.
Oh, shit.
And if it doesn't, you can come back and I'll give you your money back.
It's the Tomb Raider 2 dragon.
Well, I don't have that kind of gold on me. Do you have any other kind of daggers?
He pulls his book out again. God damn it, son of a bitch. He gets flipping through it. I got some short swords. What else? I've got.
Love your apathetic character voice too. Sounds a lot like the dude from Casablanca.
Oh,
I forget his name.
Peter
Yeah,
Lorre.
he talks like this. Yeah.
Peter Lorre. Yeah.
Yeah. I like
I just
it.
need to
It's good.
say, I love your comment. And if it doesn't kill the dragon, you can bring it back. He's
Yeah.
really gonna bring it back.
Yeah, no, that was the point. Like, if you get close enough to stab a dragon with a dagger, it will kill it. And if it doesn't, I will give you your money back.
Probably not making it back from the dragon.
Gulp.
I
He goes, I got these, and he pulls out these 2 daggers and he puts them on the counter. They don't have scabbards. He goes, I'm sorry, they don't have anything like a sheath to put them in or anything. And they have this eerie glow where they're just kind of like giving off this faint light. And he goes, this one here, they used to belong to a warlord, but he got killed, and then I got him because I killed him because it was pitch black and he had 2 daggers that gave off a light. But here's the daggers. They're magically sharp. Just don't try to hide with them.
Well, if I put them in a sheath, will they show any kind of a glow?
Depends on the sheath, I guess. He kept them in a loop of leather. That didn't work very well. I killed him.
Well, how much are these ones?
These I can give you the both of them for 4,600. I like your friend's face. 4,000.
I might have to hold off, but I might come back. I gotta talk to a buddy of mine and see if I can borrow some gold.
Excellent. Make sure you come back during business hours.
What are your hours?
Right now, tomorrow morning sometime, whenever the doors open, I'm here. I just from experience know that anybody that asks only about daggers is probably here to rob me.
Yeah. Well, I just happen to like daggers because I can't really hold much of a long sword or not.
Make a deception check. Because you are lying.
18.
He goes, that was probably short-sighted of me. I didn't mean anything by it. Yeah, they're here. You get your line of credit.
Well, I appreciate your time, and I walk out and I walk across the street to the armor place.
Okay, and then Godwyn was here as well. Did you want to do anything with the?
Are you talking to Godwyn now?
Yeah, you were going with him to the armor, right? Or to the weaponsmith, right?
I was gonna preface it because there are two swords you described. That being said, would there have been any blacksmithies usually have a tell, like it's a plume of smoke or a kiln? Is there an anvil? Like, is there any way I can decipher where
from
as an actual smithy would be?
From the smell of the smell of a forge, like the smell of your own armpits. Yeah. It seems to be drifting from across the street at the armorers. From what you can see from the exchanges in front of you with your friends and the gnome, just from even before they left, you can tell that he's more of just a reseller.
Yeah, let's head towards where a active smithy would have the accoutrements.
Okay, so you would be across the street. Metal. You would be across the street already then, with at the armorer's shop. Let me get that list up here.
Wait, you tell me you don't just make this up on the fly?
You wish. Okay, yeah. Yeah, you come in and it's a just a single story shop, like most of these tend to be. It's called Thylex's Armory, on the sign next to the door. It seems to be that all of the shops here have the same kind of setup where they have like a symbol sign out hanging over the street, and then when you get to the door you can know what the name of the shop is. Almost like it's a city code or something.
You said Thylex?
Thylex. Thilex. And when you come inside, there's it's again bare brick walls. Like you kind of saw through the door on the other side of the street, but there's armor hung up there, bucklers and plate and chainmail and stuff. Everything has been polished to mirror sheen. You'd probably want to dirty it up a little bit before you went into open combat, but and there's a kind of a younger looking human at the counter wearing a leather blacksmith's apron, right? And his face is all kind of dirtied up. He's just got this messed up blonde hair, and he's like, "Oh, let me know if you need anything. I'm back here. Hi."
Yes. Do you carry full sets of plate mail?
Oh yes, I do. I have plate here, various types and extras and things. What do you need? Just a set of plate mail?
Oh, if you have varying sets, can you show me? I'm very intrigued by this.
Okay. Well, I do have stuff that I've made, and then I have things for resale. Is this going to be for you or for somebody else?
Oh, that is glorious. Show me what you've made, lad. I'm intrigued.
Oh, excellent. And he kind of walks up and he goes, "Wait, do you want a full plate set or do you just want a breastplate? Because a lot of people just want breastplates."
A full plate. I am not the type to be subtle in my maneuvers.
Excellent. And he runs into the back and he runs back out with a it's like a dummy. It's like an armor dummy on wheels. That just glides over the floor, and he kind of rolls it out, right? And he goes, "This set of plate here is my masterwork. This is the best thing I've ever made. It's enchanted. I did the enchanting based off of what was written out for me by an enchanter. I hate wizards, so I don't like to talk to them much, but I think I got it right. It seems to work right. And so it'll refit itself to you. That's the best part of this is when you put it on, it'll like if it's not the right size, it'll fit itself. And from what I've been told, this will protect you from a basilisk's gaze. The enchantment that's included. Whether that's true or not, I don't know. There's no basilisks around here, so who knows?
Let me do, before I even know what the price is, let me do an insight check. Is he, how old is he?
He looks to be in late teens, early 20s.
Okay. I want to be an insight check and just see that he's like genuinely honest about, as far as what he knows, that he's telling to be true. Not because I disbelieve him, but because he's an armor smith and not necessarily understanding of enchants. As far as I know, you're usually one or the other.
Yeah.
To have both at 19, I think he might be boastful and overconfident that he understands what was cast on this armor.
Okay. Make an insight check then. Yeah.
Natural 20.
Okay. From what you can tell, he is being forthright and honest with you. He did say that it was an enchantment, like the runes and all that have been worked into the armor. And you can see it when you get up close. You can see like along the edges of the plate, there's like small markings that are cut in that you recognize as being arcane. As far as he's aware, the enchantment that was given to him and then put into this along with the required rituals have been written out for him to make it stronger than it already is and to protect against the gaze of a basilisk.
This is astounding. But I am but a simple cleric in the house of Godwyn. They do not give great allowances. I will ask the price of this, only to be astounded by the work you've done. My good lad, how much would you charge for this suit?
Well, I mean, because of the enchantment and the work I put into it, and the fact that it's really, really nice looking, it's going to be more than my typical suits of armor are. But you seem like you know what you're talking about. It'd be 2,650 gold pieces. I know that's a lot, and especially for a priest, I apologize. But I mean, my profit margins are really thin.
I do an inspection, and this is not like something I would necessarily, short of actually rolling on it, I would look at like every nook and cranny, but not to be like a suspicious.
Just looking at the craftsmanship of it.
Appreciating the craftsmanship of what I'm seeing. At such a young age would put together something so marvelous. And as I'm inspecting like each part of it, I would say this is amazing, and I'm proud of what you've done here, lad. But before I make any purchases, I have to know I am also here to work on a set of my own. What are the going rates for renting out your blacksmithy per hour?
Do you want to use the smelter, the forge? Do you want to use like all of the tools? What are we talking?
The forge should suffice. A space to manipulate metal and place it into where I need it to be.
Well, I don't usually use it during business hours, so if you wanted to use it right now, go ahead. I don't care. Just don't break anything. I mean, or steal anything. I mean, I don't think you would, but you know.
It's just like this, like a joyful old jolly laugh.
Steal! Oh man, at my age, there's nothing to gain by stealing, but I appreciate the honesty. How much did you say this beautiful craftsmanship was?
2,650. I don't think I can do much better than that.
No, I understand your margins are narrow. Let me give you 3,000. You've earned it. This is beautiful. I've never seen craftsmanship on this level for such a man your age. In the cloister, I would have been struggling to make a simple dagger at your age.
Well, thank you. My father taught me before he went to war. But yeah, no, he's the one who showed me how to do all this, and I just kept doing it. I like it.
Have you ever heard of the craftsman Godwyn and the people who follow him?
Is he a teacher? Like, does he have a school?
He is a deity of smithing, and he blesses all those who do works.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we don't really have time for the gods here usually. But if he does smithing, that's kind of cool. Do you have anything that, like, is there a place I can go and learn more?
My lad, there is a cloister, and I give him instructions to where I'm not sure where the nearest cloister would be.
The only one that you would know of would be yours, and that would be in to him, hostile territory.
Giving him a chick track.
Yeah, and he just kind of looks at you and he goes, you seem really nice, so I'm going to give you a little tip. Don't tell anybody around here where you came from.
Well taken.
Okay. I mean, I don't think anything would happen, but they don't like people from over there.
That's good information. Would you, I'm going to ask, as you are native to this region, would it perhaps upset the locals here if I were to wear a chest plate with the symbol of Goithenol on it?
Oh, no. I mean, I don't think we know who that was. I mean, we have, unlike before, we can worship whoever we want now. But, and that wouldn't be offensive. But just like if you put DSA markings on it, they'd probably kill you.
No, my lad, it would be nothing more than the symbol of the hammer on the anvil encompassed in a gear.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Form the chest plate.
That's very cool. I like that.
Thank you, my lad. Would you mind, how, you say during business hours you're okay. What time are you closing business tonight?
I'll probably close the shop in another hour or so, and then I'll start working on armor for tomorrow. Just for another couple of hours before I go to bed. That's really all I do most days.
As someone who was in a cloister who 18 hours a day just grinding on armor or was testing it, that's why I haven't lost my touch with the hammer. This kind of speaks to the nature of my life, my existence.
Excellent.
So I do want to put the symbol. It wouldn't require more than like kind of raising metal with a hammer. It's well practiced. We put this symbol on everything we do, more or less. It's the marking of our cloister. How long would it take me to do that?
Minutes. With the ability, like the artisan's blessing that you have, and that power anyway, and the practice, this being a signature more than a like an embellishment, it wouldn't be very long, and you probably wouldn't need very many tools.
Okay, then I would only occupy the smithy portion with the hammer, anvil, and the accoutrements associated with it, and then I would work on I'll say the dagger, because that is definitely the most time consuming.
Looking at the setup he has back there, you would think in the next hour you could probably actually finish the daggers.
Let's do that then. Let's finish those daggers.
Okay.
Nice.
So you're working on that. Anybody else going to the armor? While I have the voice fresh. Okay. Do you want any? Oh, by the way, did you want the armor, or as you start to walk back to the forge?
Yes.
Should I have this like wrapped up for you on the way out, or are you gonna pick it up tomorrow? Like what?
If you would allow, I will put my signature of Goithenol on it, and if you give me 5 minutes, you can wrap it for me, and then I will pick it up tomorrow.
Excellent. Cool. And he just kind of like rolls it over to you, and he turns back to Garth and he goes, what can I do for you?
My good sir, I know you specialize in armor, but do you carry any weapons?
I carry some shields that you could probably use to beat somebody with.
Do you have anything that would be more along the line of leather. I'm not a fan of carrying metal or know of anyone in town that would have like a leather armor. Or something that's not too heavy. I'm not a very stocky person.
I can see that you're pretty thin and probably move a lot. So I do have one set of studded leather armor. I didn't make it, just to let you know. But I do have it, and I'm selling it. Do you want to see it?
Sure. Do you how good of leather would you think of it as?
It's enchanted, so I mean it's as good as the enchantment keeps it.
What kind of enchantment do you think is on this?
He goes, it's just a protection enchantment, just like to make it stronger. Here, and he runs into the back, and he comes back out, and he plops this like, it's very neat but very simple. Like it's studded leather, but it's like the studs are all in like individual rows going down like the chest and along the sides. And it's trimmed both along the arm cutouts and along the base and along the neck with rabbit fur. Really nice black rabbit fur. It's kind of shiny and soft and fluffy. But the whole thing's got kind of a shimmer to it. And he goes, like I was telling your friend, it'll fit to you if it doesn't fit you, but it's really tough, like tougher than leather should be. There's not much else it does.
Well, I have this light armor set. Hold on. Yes, I'd like to see if you would like to trade this light armor leather set in on that. And I'd be very interested. How much do you have to have for that?
Well, for the piece I'm selling, it would be 4,175. I can do 4,000. I don't really take trades since I make most of the stuff I carry. Sorry.
Is there any way we could negotiate a deal to get the price down? I don't quite have that much.
Well, how far down were you thinking?
Well, I have 2,500, and I have a couple nice weapons.
I'm sorry, I can't go that low. And I don't sell weapons. So, like, even then, I couldn't.
Well, I guess I'll have to pass for now. Sorry to waste your time.
Oh no, it's fine. I mean, I wish I could do more. It's all I got going. So, sorry.
No, I got robbed earlier on the trail, and I just don't have the funding right now. I was hoping to find something a little cheaper.
That's awful. Well, I'm glad you're okay though.
Oh God.
You could afford a night in an inn, right?
Yeah.
You'd be safe tonight.
I'm hoping, but thank you for your time.
No problem. If you need a shield or something, I can do better than that, but I don't have anything leather. I'm sorry, other than this.
No, the shields tend to hurt my arm.
Okay.
As I leave, I want to check for any kind of symbols, any kind of alarms, any bells over the door, any kind of
make an investigation check.
I love the characters you're making, dude, for the NPCs. You went from Casablanca to Radar O'Reilly. I love it.
I love me some radar.
17.
You don't see anything that would necessarily be like meant for security. Like there's a lock on the door. That's about it.
Okay, I'm gonna head back out and I'm gonna go try to find the rest of the group.
As you step outside, you're doing the whole like casing the joint feel around the edge, and you look out in the street, and there's two guys with tower shields and spears, like full, really long fucking spears, just marching down the street, side by side, in some of the gnarliest looking, like super built armor that like it looks like you could hit it with a boulder and it probably wouldn't hurt the guy inside of it.
I'm gonna be right outside the door.
Okay.
And as soon as he walks out, I'm gonna be like, "Don't think about it. Don't even."
I want to take out one of my rations. I want to start eating as I'm watching them, and give part of my ration to Miko, who's still standing there.
I fucking love that you're gonna do the full on like, yeah, just keep walking, boys. That's great. Yeah, but you see the guards walk by. Okay, so
over the table. As a fighter, role play,
Yes, sir. If you're over the table as the DM, your strong point is definitely playing your character. Like you may have still not figured out how to do a sneak attack to save your life, unless you accidentally do it. But RP, you are unmatched. You made a guy, and everything just fits that dude, and that is great.
Pretty legit.
Like never strays, never does the like, well, I know this, so I'm gonna start leaning this way. It's just I'm gonna rob shit. I don't give a fuck. Well done. That is hard to find, it seems.
Can I also
right up to the point
as I'm eating to stay about 30 or 40 feet behind the guards and just kind of follow?
You're gonna follow
like their patrol, kind of just watch like if they're on a regular patrol, but also I want to like observe my higher surroundings, guard towers, castle walls, anything where somebody might be seeing me later.
Okay. Make a stealth check. I'm just gonna make all of that part of the same stealth check. And while you're doing that, Carpus and Kieran were heading to the magic shop, right? Or looking for
jewelers.
Oh, you're going to a jeweler.
I was going to the magic shop.
To the jewelers.
Okay. Let's see.
That'll be a 28, sir.
Fuck you. Yeah. You don't so much hide in the shadows as you hide in plain sight. Like you become just part of the crowd. And you're able to keep up with these guards. They seem to be walking a pre-planned route. The section of it now, between the shop and a little ways afterwards, a couple of streets later, as you go. You're not seeing emplaced guards anywhere, but you do pass other, pairs of these guards walking down the street. It seems to be a lot of this town is being watched by mobile guard units more than emplaced features. You're not close enough to the tower yet to really make it out anything defensively. All right, so back to the
an actual cork.
To the to Carpus going to a magic scrolls and that store, right?
Yeah, we'll start there and then we'll work to other magical stores and stuff afterward if we need to.
Okay, it takes you a little while. It seems to be in one of the kind of nastier parts of town.
Okay.
Like as you're wandering around, you don't know what the bad side of town is, but you start to notice that some of these buildings start to fall apart.
Okay.
And you do come upon this shop, and it's just got candles in the window, and like on the big symbol sign over the street, there's a scroll, like a scroll with a quill writing on it, and like lightning bolts coming out of the quill.
Okay.
And as you walk up to the front door, you notice the sign that says "The Dragon's Scrolls."
All right.
Right, and as you walk inside, there's not much before the counter. Like you go in, it's like 3 feet almost to the counter, but everything behind it is filled with shelves with scrolls in scroll tubes with little marks on the ends, like she could, read through it. The shopkeep standing there. It's a tall female elf with long blonde hair. For an elf, middle-aged, 600 years old, maybe.
Right.
I mean, really old, but not, by elf standards. And she seems to be a high elf.
I was gonna say she sounds like a high elf rather than a wood elf to me. But all right, cool.
And she goes, "Welcome to the Dragon Scrolls. We buy monster teeth for $1 apiece. How can I help you?"
Okay, you mentioned monster teeth. What if I had some scrolls to sell? Do you guys buy scrolls by any chance?
Depends on the scroll. What do you got?
I got 3 here that I'm not sure if I'm ever going to use. Well, 2 that I for sure. 1 I'm still thinking on.
Okay.
One is Bull's Strength.
For that's a pretty common enchantment, but I don't happen to have any. I could get 350 out of it. I will buy it from you for 275. We're talking gold here, not silver, obviously.
Okay. Okay, and the other ones. What would I get for a scroll of a flaming sphere?
Flaming sphere. See, that's a little more on the fun side. I can give you, let's say, 420 for that one.
Okay.
If you want to give up both, I'll give you the even 700 for it.
And what if I was to throw in a Cure Wounds?
Cure Wounds? For the whole group, 750 out the door. Easy peasy.
How about 800 even?
I'll give you 800 if you want to trade. If I can offset at least part of that by you walking out of here with one of my scrolls, I'll make up the difference for 800.
Okay. That actually sounds pretty good. What would be? I mean, I'm.
You looking for arcane or divine? I got both.
Arcane is probably what I would go for.
Okay, that's at least getting us in the right direction.
Let's see.
You got a school of magic in mind? You got what?
Well, I'm an astromancer. So I go for.
You don't get many of those around here. You don't get many of those anywhere, as far as I'm aware.
What level scroll would be good enough? Are we talking like probably a first or a second here for the trade-off? Are you thinking? What do you think?
Oh well, if you
more advanced,
I'm gonna
kind
go
of
for value more than that. Like I don't talk about, like we were talking about spell rarity and power, really, and that reflects in the value. So like, I'll make up the difference for you if you get a scroll that's worth at least, or a number of scrolls worth at least a combined 250. I'll give you the rest back in gold pieces. We can call that a fair trade then. Because then I'm not losing out. I'm not shaving down my profits here. But then you are happy, and you tell people about the Dragon Scrolls, and you get people to come in here and actually buy from me. She just kind of smiles.
Which will not work on me because of Fey ancestry, but she probably sees that.
She's not trying to charm you. She's just trying to not look like a dick.
No. No, okay. All right.
Yeah, it's more one of those, like, she just got all, like, disgusted and then wants to save a little bit of face. Like,
Okay. Which I immediately see right there, pretty much. It's like, okay, yeah. I understand what you're talking about. At the end of the day, you're still trying to run a business here.
Mm-hmm.
So what was the original thing? You're thinking probably $750 for all 3, you think?
Yeah. Full together, just for cash, $750. I'll give you the difference for $800 if you want to trade.
Let's do the $750. That actually sounds pretty good. I would be very willing to part with these 3 for $750.
All right, I'll probably be able to make this up. But then, in that case, if you run across anybody who's looking for scrolls, you tell them that you go see. I gotta look at the name again.
I have a question. I have a question for you. Then are they hard to come by around here? Or are they just do they not sell too well?
The locals don't want it, and nobody passing on the road ever gets far enough out to find the shop.
Let me ask you something. Then is there like any well, how should I say this?
No.
Is there like is there like an arcane class of people in this town or something like that? Then
Not really. They're a bunch of farmers and hicks.
Okay.
I just ended up here because I ran out of money.
Oh, okay. So you're pretty much out of your element here too, it seems.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get enough sales so that I can move on to somewhere bigger, like maybe open up a storefront in Alicera.
Oh, Alicera, yes. Yeah, that could be an interesting place. I just came from there not too long ago myself, so.
The height of culture in the area.
Well, from what I was able to see at Glean, at least, yes, I would imagine so.
Yeah, well,
yeah.
At least it's better than those hicks up in Galatar. Ugh, wood elves.
Indeed.
I heard they fucked their cousins. Anyway,
but yes, I'm very willing to part with these three. So I go ahead and out of my scholar's pack, I present the 3 scrolls to her like that.
And she kind of waves her hands over them, and as she does, the words kind of light up on them, and she goes, "Oh, you're not trying to sell me any fakes. I like that." And she reaches behind the counter, pulls out a purse, and starts stacking out gold in 50 gold piles.
Now, okay. And what I'm going to do while she's unless she really needs to concentrate on counting the gold.
No, but she's like looking at you the whole time.
Okay. Now, while we're talking about this, kind of as a side subject, you said there's no like real like arcane class in this town or something like that. Now, what about learning centers? Do you guys have any libraries or
in
anything?
This town?
Yeah, like perhaps of arcane lore or anything.
It's a bunch of farmers. It's a bunch of farmers and store owners that built up around a fort. This isn't necessarily the height of intelligence. This is as close as you'll get to a library in 1,000 miles.
Well, that's just what's going to lead me to my next. Well, that's just going to lead me to my next question then. So what I do is I pull out that book that Garthaniel gave me. It seems I've run across this thing right here, but it's in Primordial. I don't speak Primordial. Do you happen to know if you can be able to figure out the translations or anything? Because there's a friend of mine who was able to speak it, but he's not sure he gets it all. You
see her kind of look at it, and she goes, "I don't speak Primordial, but
Is there any kind of like common denominators you can think of? I was trying to do it myself, but it's evading me temporarily." So
she's looking at it for a second, and she goes, "The next thing's no charge because you seem like a nice gentleman." And she holds out her hand and kind of closes her eyes and starts to mumble some words that you recognize as being dispel magic. And right in front of you, the book flashes, right? And it's still sitting there, but the cover's blank, and there's no words on the pages.
Oh, so
I don't know who sold you this book, but those words were never written here.
Oh, so that was it. That was completely illusionary then.
Oh yeah, how did you not notice that? They weren't even touching the paper. I mean, obviously I'm a much better wizard than you are, but that's just.
Well, before we get on to that particular argument right there, in all fairness, I will say that this is my first time opening the book, and I didn't have a chance to look at much until my rogue friend gave it to me. He seems to be very protective of the stuff that he obtains, I guess you can say. So I wasn't able to glean much, so I wasn't able to make a snap judgment decision.
So your thief stole a book and stole the wrong one. Got it.
More or less, yes.
Excellent.
More or less, yes. So pretty much
I don't know who was trying to fool who with this, But whatever book you thought this was, it never was.
It
It's
never
just a
was.
book. It's just paper. I won't charge you for the spell slot.
To be quite honest, I'd be fully willing to actually do it anyway, because you did help me there. Even though now that I look upon it as a dispel magic thing, it's like, okay, it was that simple.
I think we're good. Don't worry about it.
Okay. One final question then.
Oh, my mom, she answered.
I don't know where that's coming from, but there's somebody talking really
Oh,
loud.
I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. I just can hear it, and I couldn't hear you very well under it. Anyway, go on.
Now, obviously, you say you're not from around. Well, not originally from around here, but have you noticed any strange stuff going on around here lately, by any chance?
Around here? Strange?
Yeah.
A group of the turtles walked by on the road a couple days ago, but that was.
What about from the tower? Is there any kind of strange things going on up in that tower?
No, it's just a bunch of assholes in uniforms marching around.
Okay. Well, I appreciate the sale, madam. Thank you very much, and I appreciate you dispelling the book. I'll just have to break it to him then that this is apparently a never was apparently. But thank you so much, ma'am.
No problem. I'm gonna lock up on your way out because I was gonna close anyway.
Have yourself a good night, now, ma'am.
Kind of follows you out, and as you get to the door, she slams it behind you and pulls the shade down and locks the door.
Narrowly missing closing it on my
Yeah,
wing.
she has no regard for your wings.
Yeah, that was almost, and pretty much.
She seems like a nice lady.
So go ahead and mark in your inventory that you just gained 650 gold and lost 3.
750.
You gained 650 gold and lost 3 scrolls.
I thought it was 750. You said 750.
You gained 650 gold and lost 3 scrolls.
Oh, okay. I get it. Okay.
She's not exactly the most honest businesswoman on the face of the earth, and she rooked you.
You didn't count your money.
Okay.
She just started stacking gold out there and just left it while she talked to you.
I like her.
The light is out. Like, by this point, the light's been put out in the place. It's just dead quiet and looks like it's got the shades drawn shut.
And she is just gone.
You did benefit in some way, but at the same time, poof.
That's how you make shopkeepers. I love them. Every single one of them is a joy.
Is there anywhere else you want to go?
I want to go over to the magical items shop now, just to see if there's anything we're seeing. So,
magical items, or like one of the weapon shops? Like, what do you? It's getting kind of late, so finding shops.
Yeah, you know what? That'd probably be best for another time. So at least we get a little boost to our money now. So, all right.
I just meant like in the game day. It's getting late in the evening.
I do at this point want to make a point of making it back towards the shops, but stay hidden in the alley out of sight.
Okay, that will carry over from your last stealth check then. It's all part of that movement. Kieran, you wanted to go to a jeweler's, I assume?
Yes.
Okay. So you wander around a little while and you don't see any.
Was Zara with me? She said she wanted to go to a jeweler's too.
Oh, that's who was together. I couldn't remember who said who was going with where and who and how. Zara, you're going with Kieran to the jeweler?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, you wander around a little while. It's not terribly long. Like, it's not like it's hours and hours and hours that you wander around. But okay, so yeah, you wander around a while, and then you notice that there's a sign hanging over the street that's got a big diamond shape, like that classic princess cut, the flat and all that, right? And as you walk up, you just see a sign next to the door, same way that everybody else has seen it so far. It says Lice's Jewels. That's all it says. LISE''S Jewels. And as you go inside, there's a lot of uncut gems, just in little bowls on counters. There's tables with them. There's some jewelry mixed in, but a lot of it is just gems and crystals and things like that. Nothing that's like stuff that's just meant, for you to commission a piece with or something like that. Behind the counter, you see a rather tall for her race, but a female gnome standing behind the counter, who's like, the second she sees the door swing open, you see her kind of pop up, and she's like, hi, come in, buy something. I don't care what, really. Hi.
And I'll buy that chair.
Okay. 50 gold.
Okay.
No, I don't need a chair, ma'am.
Oh, well. Don't lie to me then.
Kind
of an asshole.
But I am here to buy.
Mean what you're saying. Say what you mean.
Hold on, Karen. Ma'am, do you have any like rubies, emeralds?
You looked around since you came through the door?
No, because you bombarded us as soon as I came through the door.
Everything in here shines. It's all shiny rocks. All of it.
Did it shine too bright?
Be the best of the bunch.
You at some point?
What?
At some point, did they shine a little too brightly?
Never. There's no such thing as a too bright gem.
Oh gosh. I want to look around and see what I can spot, and I'm gonna give off the perception that I'm very interested in rubies, emeralds, colored gems, but but DM knows that I'm really looking at the diamonds.
Okay. That's the DM saying, okay.
Yep. Very similar sounds there. I couldn't tell.
Okay, most of the green stuff's on that side, and the red is closest to the window.
Sorry, I meant that for the group, not you, dude.
I'm just gonna start walking around until I see try to find the clear gems, because I'm guessing they're sorted by color at this point.
Yeah, they are. As you walk around, you see most of them are divided by color. You do notice after walking around for 5 or 10 minutes that there doesn't seem to be diamonds anywhere. There are clear gems, but they're not diamonds. There's stuff like quartz that's been polished and things like that's got a clearish quality or a whitish quality, but there's no diamonds in that collection.
Hey, ma'am.
Yeah. What do you need?
I see that you have a bunch of more clear quartz. Do you have any diamonds behind the counter?
Yeah, I do actually. I keep them behind the counter because everybody wants diamonds.
That's a great sales place.
It is when people steal diamonds. It's funny.
I cannot argue
anybody's
that
pocket.
part.
Yeah.
I can't argue that. I know a guy that's. Just be glad he's not here, and I wouldn't let him come in here for you.
Thank you. I like preemptive crime prevention. I've been robbed too many times. I carry a wand of fireball behind the counter. See? Just points it at you.
It's like
I look
Scorch
right at it
all
without
over
flinching.
again.
See, this
I'm
is,
like, those are handy.
I call her Bertha.
Expelliarmus.
He has no idea what you're saying.
I don't. I didn't. I know it's Harry Potter. I have no idea what it does.
If it wasn't for the fact that I just watched this the other day because it was on TV, I probably would have never remembered it either.
Fair enough.
But it's the one where it disarms the wand.
Oh, yeah. Good luck with that. Gnome cunning. You try something magical, she'll fucking beat your ass.
I am interested in how many diamonds do you have by chance?
I've got lots. What kind of diamond are you looking for? Blue, yellow, clear?
Ruby?
I'm more looking at
Rose. What?
I need diamonds for components.
Oh, let me guess.
Because
Let me
I'm a
guess.
healer.
Up. You're a cleric, and you want a 1.5 carat diamond because it is worth exactly 300 gold and no more.
Insight check.
Okay, roll an insight check. What did you roll? Embarrassingly bad, or?
No.
Oh, okay. You just suddenly looked constipated.
No, my phone was not where I.
Oh, okay.
The screen wasn't where I left it.
Got it.
It's just annoying when that happens.
Yeah, right?
That would be a dirty 20.
Hey, so did she. From what you can tell, she just called your ass out.
Oh dear.
And she just looks at you being all quiet there.
Was I right?
Damn, these women are tough in this fucking town.
Why do you think I keep so many diamonds behind the counter? Clerics have surprisingly sticky fingers.
I'm like, wait.
They think saving somebody's life is worth stealing from somebody else. And then you got a starving gnome, and there's nobody there to bring them back from the dead, is there?
I know what a gem. All I care about is how much it's worth of a gem, so I can use it. I have the gold to spend.
Standard rate of exchange is 200 gold per carat. So 1.5 carat diamond is exactly what you need to get out because gods like money for some fucking stupid reason.
I don't make the rules either. I just know I have to do it in order to heal.
What was that?
Said I don't make the rules either or like them, but I know I have to spend my money to heal people.
Yeah, right.
I just brought her back from the dead.
She kind of looks past it at Zar. Do you react at all, or?
Nod, yep.
The hands up. Put the hands up.
Yeah, do you want to show her the fingers?
Yeah, that's what I was kind of like hinting at. Do you like hide your hands? Do you keep them in?
Your fancy.
Yeah, I'm gonna bring up the hands and you see the false one and.
She kind of looks for a second and then she looks back at Karen and goes,
And you did a real good job. You're gonna get better and better. Just keep doing it.
Hey, I'm here, aren't I?
Yes, but is all of you here?
That happened before death.
Oh, well, that makes sense. If you're friends with this one,
those are some pretty nasty worms that were already eating her.
You guys lost to worms? Big worms?
Lots of worms.
But little ones.
When you have a lot of little things, it's hard to squish all of them.
Do you want like 10 or 11 of these diamonds wrapped up then? Because if you find something with a sword, you might have a problem.
Oh!
I moved my my cloak to show my mace at the side, my morning star. I'm like, I don't usually have to aim and be too precise with this.
Puppy.
Okay. You know I have an alarm for the city guard, right?
I'm here to spend money, so I'm not trying to threaten.
Oh, well, you just, showed me your compensator.
During this time, like Zara's keeping a firm, ideal thought of action if she goes for said alarm.
Oh, God.
I'm not going to react to that as a character, but as the DM, I'm thinking, you want to fry the little fucking gnome?
I'm just saying, if they go for the alarm because...
Last time somebody set an alarm, that was...
Well,
I would like 2 diamonds worth 500 gold, and 2 diamonds worth 300 gold.
Okay. And she pulls over an assay scale like you would see in like an assay office in a Western, that kind of thing, right? And she's got all the little weights all laid out, right? And they're all marked with carat markings. She pulls out this tray full of diamonds of various sizes, and she starts raking her fingers through it. And she goes,
I was never clear. Does it have to be cut, or can it just be raw diamond? Like, does it matter?
I don't think it does.
Oh,
It's
okay.
just a diamond worth.
Okay. Well, that's good. I can mark it down for you then. It'll be worth like $275 then.
Something tells me that wouldn't actually work then.
Don't trust him. He's trying to kill her.
Oh boy.
I'll take the cut diamonds, thank you.
Oh, okay. So what sizes did you want again?
2 500 gold worth.
Okay. So
And 2 300 gold.
2 2.5 carats and 2 1.5 carats. Or 1 1.5 carat. 2 5 38.
Don't make me do math. I'm already tired.
Okay.
That's Jake speaking. It's already 10 o'clock here.
she starts putting the weights up on the thing and the diamonds on the other side. Right, and weighs them out and all that. And weighs out exactly what you're looking for. It's a simple transaction because there's no haggling, there's no price difference. Like, you need something that's priced that price. So
right.
She's pretty clear about it, and she does honestly tell you, like, look, like she kind of points at it, and it's like this many carats and then the diamond or whatever, right? And she goes,
I'm trying to be fair to you, but I mean, honestly, the way the rules seem to work for you religious types, I could take a diamond this big and charge you 300 for it, and it would work. I guess, right? I don't know, but I'm gonna give you the honest exchange.
And so she bundles them up. You have the gold?
Yep.
Okay. She kind of stares at you, like, expectantly. She got the bag of diamonds in her hand. She's like,
I take the gold out and stack them, and so she can see that I'm paying full price, not trying to deceive her in any way.
She got a little, like, pointer stick, like one of those ones that look like a really fine done chopstick. She's like,
okay.
And she just flips the bag of diamonds at you. She scoops the gold across the counter into what sounds to be a bag hanging off the back side of the counter that you can't see. Her little arm comes out and just scrapes the gold out like those arcade games with the tokens that they just constantly pushed up off the edge. She just goes, woo.
She goes, anything else for you guys? Diamonds? More diamonds? Rings? Necklaces?
Do you have any magical jewelry that I might be interested in as a cleric?
I have pre-enchantment jewelry. It's enchantment ready. All you have to do is cast an enchantment onto it.
Yeah, I can't do enchantments.
I can't do enchantments either, so that's not gonna help us.
AKA
it's only 100 gold more than the non-pre-enchantment version of the same thing. So I mean, really, buying it now and then having it when you can enchant it is probably a good idea.
I might not live that long.
I love her.
I'm good.
Oh, okay.
She's my hero.
By the way, I think you might need a little bit of rest. Do you sleep much?
I sleep not at all. I drink lots of coffee.
I can tell. Maybe you should try to sleep sometime.
Sleep is for suckers. People break into your shop and steal diamonds.
Sleep also helps you stay sane. You're on a very thin line.
Are you saying that I'm not sane?
You see the edge of the wand kind of peek up behind the desk.
Are you saying I'm not
still holding my
sane?
I think what my friend is trying to say is We know what it's like to be sleep deprived from time to time.
Okay, then. That's what I thought you were saying.
And if you ever
Slides
did
it
need
back under the
sleep,
counter.
and just as a hint of advice, I've seen this work at another shop in person. There's a spell called Force Cage. If you ever get someone that can make a enchantment for you, just it works well for people at the door.
You know, there's a wizard chick. She's an elf across town. She's a bitch, but we get together and have sangria from time to time. She might be able to do that for me.
Ah, okay.
That might give you a little more peace of mind if that's something.
Yeah, I'm just
The guy I was telling you about that I seen that had sticky fingers. Stopped him in his tracks right at the door.
I like that.
If I was there, I'd punch you so hard.
But you're not.
Is there
Well, good day, madam, and I turn and leave.
Okay, excellent. Anybody else need to do any other shopping?
I need to know the name of both of those two people.
Quick question.
The magic item shop and Clear. I need to know this.
That was Lise, the girl that was in the diamondy shop. The female elf or gnome, sorry. Lise. And the elf at the Dragon Scrolls name is Nerwenye. Nerwenye.
Quick question.
But she goes by Ner.
Am I aware that Nair swindled me?
Oh yeah. I mean, like, you get outside and you start putting the gold away, and just this weird little moment of like, huh? But you have to wait a little bit to like actually go and start counting it out because you don't want it in the middle of the worst part of town to start pulling your gold out.
But I am aware that I've been.
You have a pretty good feeling that you got rooked. Yeah.
Okay. All right. I was just curious.
Like, you're not 100% yet, but it seems light.
Okay.
100 gold does tend to weigh a bit.
Okay. All right.
By the way, telling you that was one of my favorite moments. Just you constantly going, "Oh, I thought it was 750," and it's like, you get 650. I thought it was 750. You get 650. That slow realization.
So
I got fucking ripped off.
It was pretty much after the second one. It's like
that was fucking beautiful.
I just got hoodwinked. Oh man. Oh well. All right.
Oh boy. All right. So everybody's done with shopping, I guess, right? Maybe.
Well, I wanted to hit that weapon shop before he closed.
You want to go back to the weapon shop?
Yep.
Okay. All right. So you go in there, and it's back to the original gnome. Let me find that fucking sheet. Oh fucking A. I can't find that sheet anymore.
All right, we can play it by ear.
Yeah, I remember the guy's name. I don't remember the guy's name. I remember everything else. I don't remember the guy's name. So, Bing, what was the weapon shop owner's name?
Have it written down. Thrinnar.
Thrinvar.
Thrinvar, excuse me.
Yeah.
Sorry, I wrote it down wrong.
You just had to remind me, that's all. Yeah, he's sitting behind the counter, now a little on the tipsy side. He's a gnome after all. There's not a whole lot of constitution there. Sitting there and he's like, "Oh, you're back, Mr. Daggers."
Thrinvar, I wrestled up 3,800 gold. Is there any chance you could sell me those 2 daggers? I'm in need of some weapons.
Yeah, I'll just find you in the dark and kill you too. All right.
You got a hip holster for both of these that you could throw in?
He reaches over, and there's a couple other daggers that just look to be like cheap daggers, and he takes it, and he right in front of you just goes, huh? And they fall out of the sheaths, and he puts them on the counter. All right. He reaches under and pulls out these 2 daggers that give off this soft glow. There you are. The 38 should be good.
Yes, I appreciate it, my good sir. I'll take these and I'll pick up the 2 daggers, the sheath, and the daggers that fell on the counter and walk out.
Without paying?
No, I paid them.
Okay, I just want to make sure because it didn't sound like you did. It sounded like you were saying that you picked them up
No,
and
I
leave.
set the gold on the counter and I picked up the daggers
I
he
missed
dropped.
that. Sorry.
The glowing daggers and the sheath.
Okay, so they are +1 daggers and they give off a faint glow. They would cast dim light over a radius of 5 feet.
Boy, am I going to have a story to tell everybody else.
Okay, anybody else want to do a shopping trip? Because the shops are starting to close about this point.
Yeah.
I do want to hurry up and find an inn that's closest to these shops with a window facing towards an alley.
I
Okay.
do have one more I do want to go to, actually.
Okay, what is it?
I want to find, if there's one open, somebody that devils in magical spells, per se.
Spells or scrolls?
More so spells.
There's not really anybody that sells spells.
No, but like somebody that might be able to do certain types of spells. I don't know. I'm looking.
If anything, that would probably have been.
I'm going to tell you, it's probably not going to be easy to find anybody outside of the one that Carpus has met, and by this point, everything's kind of closed down.
Yeah.
Okay.
This doesn't seem to be the right city to find magic. People.
All right, I'm gonna go to.
But if someone wants to come with me on the morrow, there when I finally realized I was hoodwinked 100, yes, I would definitely like some backup.
I'll find the rest of the group and head to a tavern.
Okay, so you guys
that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna meet up with everybody and tell them that some freaking elf bitch swindled me.
Yeah, you guys slowly kind of make your way back to where you split off. Like, we'll say for the purposes of this, that's kind of the plan you guys made when you split apart.
Just kind of taking a jab as I'm walking back with Zara. I just want to kind of say not directly at her, but enough so she can hear. Saving people ain't cheap. And I just keep walking.
All right, so are you gonna
cheeky bastard to the end.
Gonna wander around a bit and look for an inn? Are we looking for a good one, a mid-range one, a dingy bag motel? What are we looking for?
One that's close to these 2 stores.
Well, you have to convince the rest of the group that's what you're looking for.
I want to
we
look
all
for
met
a
up,
good inn.
or are we all
Like
still in?
Yeah, you've all kind of gathered up at where you split apart, like I was saying.
Yeah. I first start looking for the more fancy of inns.
Hey guys, there's an inn right here, and I walk in.
It is a house. And some lady is cooking a pot of stew, and she just sees you walk into the front door out of the peripheral vision. She's like, "Can I help you?"
Oh, is this an inn where we could get some rooms?
This is my home.
Oh, I apologize. Could you point me in the direction of the nearest inn?
Not the very
Not
roguish way to go.
Here.
The roguish way to go would have been give me a fucking house or else.
I'm gonna walk up behind Garthaniel, grab him by the back of the collar, and just pull him out.
As you both see walking up the boardwalk that kind of like lines the street, it's not really like covered boardwalk. It's just like a sidewalk made of wood, and there's dirt in between them. There's a Goliath in like plain traveler's clothes, and he's just walking up, and he sees you kind of pull your friend out of the door.
Oh shit!
And looks through the window and looks back at you guys and goes, "Can I help you?"
Yeah, my friend here is lost. He's new here. He thought this was an inn for some reason. I'm so sorry. My condolences.
Yes, my wife gets that all the time, I'm sure.
Oh, Jesus.
Tell your wife that we are very sorry for the disturbance. Do you know where a nice inn would be around here?
A nice inn? Not around
Yes, a
here.
nice
Closer to the tower is the blue staff. You just follow the street up about a half mile.
Perfect. Much appreciated as I hand him 5 gold and say, we're very sorry.
Yes, you would be. Walks over the door, and you see him kind of duck under the doorway. Like he's just a little too tall for the doorway. Just kind of gives it a little.
Like
Door
Lurch.
slams behind him. Yeah, like Lurch. Same concept. You rang.
I love it.
Oh boy.
His instructions are correct, though. As you move closer to it, there is the blue staff. You see a big fancy sign hanging over the street this time with a wizard staff with these blue swirls coming out of it. It's inked. It's completely like overdone. You hear music from inside. You hear people laughing and joking. You do notice as you pass that the building immediately before you reach it is a guard shack. The windows are barred. There is a guard standing outside of the front door of it with his tower shield and spear. He kind of nods at you as you all pass, not really paying much heed, but just acknowledging that you're passing him and that he's a servant to the public. And so, as you come in, the music is blaring. There's people there looking around. The patrons seem to be all travelers. There's not really any like local-looking folk. Everybody's got like traveling clothes or like satchels with them, and they're wearing armor or leather. What's it called? I'm gonna get stuck on that. Fuck it. But it tends to be mostly adventurers or traveling soldiers, things like that. You do see barmaids coming around with food, like steaming food on plates and platters full of like drink glasses, ale and wine and liquor. And here you are.
I'm gonna punch Zara in the knee and be like, "Your kind of place, huh?"
Yes.
Yeah, it's okay.
As nobility, it's closer to what you would be used to back in Waterdeep. It's not nearly as good as the orange money can buy, but it is better than your typical run-of-the-mill.
What we're used to?
The ones since you've gotten here. Yeah.
Did I notice any other inns on the way up?
There wasn't any on this specific street, no.
I'm gonna walk up to the bar while turning back to my group and going, "Who's thirsty?"
True driver.
You might be in luck, my friend.
This is one of the best places to ask for it.
Time to expand your empire, baby.
I'm gonna ask the innkeeper for a room.
Okay, you're just gonna jump ahead of everybody and ask for a room?
Yep.
Okay. You get up to the counter and there is a balding halfling standing, not at the bar. He's standing like at where kind of like you can see the room registry there. There is the bar continuing from it, but he doesn't seem to be handing out a bunch of glasses most of the time. He's just kind of standing back and watching everything go down. He's George Costanza bald, smooth on top with just the horseshoe around the side. He's watching over everything, kind of has a smile on his face, and then you approach.
Hey, do you happen to have any rooms available?
This is an inn after all. Yeah, I have rooms available. What kind of room are you looking for? Are we looking for a 2-bedroom? Are we looking for a suite? I've got
just something small for me and my dog and my friends.
Okay. One room for all of you, or
do you guys want one room apiece, or do you guys want to bunk up?
Are you going with him to the innkeeper, or is he saying that while there's nobody standing behind him?
I'm gonna walk up to him.
No, I'm going up. I need booze.
I'll go up.
Well, yeah, but you're going up to the innkeeper. There's a bartender on the far end. It's all one
I'm
bar.
going to the bartender.
That's why I'm asking. Like, are you going with him to the innkeeper, or are you guys doing something separate?
Kieran just looks over and goes, "What kind of services do you offer here?"
Food, drink, rooms. We have a spa. It's closed for the evening, but in the morning it'll be available.
The spa will be?
Yeah.
Lovely. How much for a nice comfy room?
Comfy room, single bed, 2 beds.
Single.
Single would be 15 gold for the evening. But that includes dinner, so.
I'll
give him 15 gold.
For you or for Karen?
Well, for my room.
Okay, so you're gonna get a room. And he tosses you a key, and he goes, "There you go. That one's got a nice view of the front street here. You can see people passing by."
How much is it for the spa in the morning?
It's 1 gold piece for the full treatment, or you can piecemeal things for 2 silver a piece.
Can you put me down for 1 in the morning?
The full treatment?
Yes.
Oh, of course. You've got. He looks at the register and he goes, "We've got 3 open spots for you, so you're getting here just in time."
Perfect.
Excellent.
So I hand over the 16 gold.
Yep, you do. And he goes, "Can I get your name, please, though?"
Kieran.
Kieran. That's with a Q. I'm kidding. He writes it down. He goes, "Oh, and gentleman over here. I'm sorry for the register. What was your name again?"
What?
Garth.
Garth? That's okay. Garth. He goes, "Would you like me to bring anything to the room for the dog? Dog bed, food, something else?"
No, he can share what I eat.
Oh, okay, excellent. I can do that. You can either eat down here or we can have it sent to your room. Either way, doesn't have to be a problem.
I'll eat down here.
Okay. Anybody else want a room? And he kind of looks past it, like
right
the
here.
group of all came in. Oh, yes, you with the wings.
Yes.
Nice wings, by the way. I like them.
Oh, thank you. All right. I will take. I will take a 1 bed room.
Okay, that'll be 15 gold.
And dinner, and I will also have a spot for a spa in the morning, if you will.
Okay, that's going to be 1 gold for the spa.
All right,
and
here is
dinner's included in the room.
All right.
Your name is?
Carpus.
Carpus. That seems like it's spelled like it sounds.
It is indeed.
All right.
I'm going to walk up. Since Bing's going to the bar and I have my order of a screwdriver in, I look around. Where's Godwyn at?
That's a good question. Where is Godwyn?
I was waiting. How much time has transpired? Is the blacksmith, have I finished? So it takes me an hour to make the daggers.
You probably finished. Sorry, I forgot about that you were doing that. You finished the daggers. You probably met up with the group at the crossroads. Fair.
Sweet.
Meet at the crossroads.
I was trying to figure out. I forgot that you were doing something. I apologize. There's a lot of stuff to keep track of tonight. But yeah, so you met with them at the crossroads. You came with them to the club now. To the club, the inn now. Yeah.
Okay.
Let's get a hot meal then.
Okay, well, before you do that, let me grab a room. Because I've been hearing that the rooms come with dinner. So let me go ask a few questions. So I walk up to the innkeeper. Is it a guy?
Yeah, it's a balding halfling.
Hello, sir.
Oh, hello. What can I do for you, ma'am?
Nod my head.
Oh, sorry, milady, you are a knight.
Thank you. I much appreciate that. I was wondering if you have any more suites available, enough to fit 3.
Enough to fit 3.
Well, my comrades already bought their rooms, so I need room for the rest of us.
Oh, excellent. Let's see. Yes, the corner suite is available. It has 4 beds, but it's the best we can do.
And how much is it?
That one will be 45 for the evening.
Okay, does that include dinner for all 4 of us?
Yes, our rooms include 1 meal per bed. So, and then breakfast is complimentary, all times for anybody who stays. The first
continental breakfast.
There will be rolls. Yes, there will be.
Ye old frosted flakes.
Yield your hostage. Yeah.
And how many more rooms do you have left for that treatment in the morning?
For the spa?
Yeah.
Let's see. Those two did. There's one slot open for the full treatment.
Godwyn, do you need a little extra relaxation in the morning?
I'll take anything at this point.
Well, I kind of, Zara looks down at her nails, kind of rubs them together and rubs against the fake finger and then the nubs. Put me down for extra one treatment, but I'm going to throw an extra gold in that if you can let them know to do a little bit more than that, normal.
Little more than normal? We're not that kind of establishment, if that's what you're asking.
Trying to rub one in.
But I like your mindset, sir.
Trying to get stuffed.
Yes, we get that a lot. There's a big sign in the spa room that says, "Sorry, we don't do that here." And literally, that's what it says.
I'm talking more that I'm of noble background, and it's been a while since I've been in a clean establishment.
Well, I'm glad I could provide that for you.
I might need a little extra scrubbing, and I just want to be perfect.
Oh, yes, we could probably schedule for some extra time in the full body scrub. That'd probably take care of what you're looking for. Get some of that deep road dirt out, you know.
Yeah, that's what I need out. You are correct, sir.
He writes that down. All right, that would be 46.
Yes, I give him 47.
Oh, I thank you. We live on tips here.
I can imagine. And just by question, do you guys get oranges in?
Oh, yes. We just had a fresh shipment brought in.
Oh, my God. Where do you get them from out here? I haven't ran into them anywhere.
We actually have them shipped in from across the sea. We get smugglers to bring them in. I don't want to give away too much, but...
If you don't want smugglers to bring them in, I might be able to find a better passage with a better price point for you. I'll talk to you another time.
Okay, but not a lot gets in here without being smuggled through.
Understandable. I might have a crew that might do it for me as well as a better price point. We'll talk.
Okay, excellent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Makes a note.
I take my key and I run over.
Expanding her fruit empire.
I run over to Bing. They have oranges.
Yeah, and as you get there, Bing has already ordered your drink, and the bartender is juicing an orange.
See, they got oranges. Look.
Yeah, I know.
This is the first tiefling you have seen on the continent so far. This might be important to Karen.
The bartender?
Yeah. Got like the really dark, almost black purple skin, with flaming red eyes, and her horns have been shaved down to like flat spots. But she's sitting there and she's just like grinding this orange. She goes, "Woman of my own taste." She's juicing this orange with a hand juicer.
I love the work you're putting into that one. It looks like it's going to be a good one.
Thing is aroused. I can't. With that,
is it a man or a woman?
No, I'm just saying.
It's a woman.
Carpus is going upstairs because after he paid for that thing for the room, he has a suspicion about something. So he's going to, well, what he's going to go do, he's going to go count his money right now.
Okay.
Takes a little bit to do that, and he comes back downstairs immediately, and he is visibly, he's angered about something right now as he comes to the bar.
Can I be a few drinks in at this point? Because I really want to be a few.
I was gonna say, while they're getting their rooms all checked in, you are she's literally setting you up shots like it's Palm Beach. Like she's taking the glasses out.
I'm gonna order enough drinks for everybody. Turn around and go.
Are we doing a plank?
No one else is here, so can't let it go waste.
While everyone's drinking and he's going up to count his gold, can I do an investigation check of all exits in this building? From windows to doors to where the guard shop would be to the alleyway.
So from where you are standing on the first floor, you've got the restaurant all around you. You've got the door that you came in. the front door that faces the street. You've got 2 sets of like large windows facing the street. They're slightly like frosted, but like not in the plastic that's been put on there and scraped down style, but the like fingers run through it while it was still wet or still molten style. You can see a door behind on the left behind the bar section that looks like it goes back to the kitchen. It's not like you don't look down there and see, oh, I can see out into the alley or something. You see the kitchen. To the right behind the check-in desk, there's a door that looks like it might go back to an office or like the back area, and stairs that go up to the rooms upstairs.
Okay, I want to go upstairs at this point and check the upstairs floors for any balconies that might be out back, or...
Well, you can't get into any room but your own unless you want to try to pick a lock on a room and hope that it's empty.
Nope. I just want to visibly look there if there was like a window at the end of a hallway or...
No, at the end of the hallway, there's no window. It's just a wall. It just ends in a wall at the far end. And behind you is your room, because you asked for the room for a view.
Okay, I'm gonna go into my room, and I just want to survey windows.
And it is a nice goddamn room. It is really, really nice. You've got really plush accoutrement. Did everybody leave at the same damn time?
No, I'm here.
Okay, I just meant like all of a sudden, like 3 of the windows of the 4 below me were empty. That's all.
I'm always listening.
I was still within listening distance.
Oh, it's fine. I just wanted to make sure. That's all.
Had to feed the dog.
Besides all of the really cool shit you got going in your room, including your own bathtub, which is impressive for a place in the wild like this, you have a window that looks out onto the street. There's no balcony, but in front is the sloping awning over the front section of the building, so you could theoretically open the window, step out onto the awning, and jump down to the street if you had to.
Yeah, but the guard shack's right there, so.
Well, I'm just saying that's what you've got. I don't know what else to tell you.
All right, well, I'm going to take my glowing daggers and my new hip holster, put them around my dog, and have my dog lay in my bed as I lock the door, make sure I put food and water out for the dog, and take a walk back outside where after these guys are all done, we'll finish talking what we're doing. I'm just going to kind of slip out stealth-like.
Okay, I'm going to tell you right now, slipping stealth-like through a whole full restaurant might be an issue.
Well, no, I kind of want to slip out without the rest of the team knowing that I left.
Got it. All right. Okay. Yeah, it's going to take...
At this point, Kieran walks over by Bing to the bar.
Yep.
And I want to see if they're being, a wholly blessed tiefling. I like to see the reaction on other tieflings' faces.
Okay. As you walk up, that's a good point. You would be kind of shocking to a tiefling, to another tiefling, wouldn't you?
I'm chatting up the tiefling, by the way.
Yeah, she's talking to Bing and doing the whole like schmoozy boozy.
I walk up. I'll have a glass of wine if you don't mind.
And she's literally pouring Bing an ale, and she goes, "Yeah, I'll be right." And she just looks, and like her hand slips, and the fucking ale glass hits the ground and shatters.
Oh, jeez.
Ooh, don't hurt yourself, darling.
Crap! Sorry about that. Oh boy!
And
she starts getting down there to clean stuff up. She's like, "Sorry, I just, no offense, but you're really weird looking."
I've been called worse.
And just
I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying it's different. Who's got the highest passive perception, by the way?
Probably me. 19.
19? Okay.
18.
Both of you, actually.
In the
that works. Both of you notice at this point that since you guys all checked in, that Barney, who introduced himself, the balding halfling innkeeper, has slipped out from behind the counter and is headed out the front door. Just to let you know. So if you
Barney?
need him again, Barney, that's his name.
Do I know that his name is Barney?
Probably not, because nobody asked. So.
But we
I
noticed
said it.
that
No,
that
I said it
out.
knowing his name, and then I forgot that nobody asked. So nobody knows his name. The innkeeper has left the building.
Well, I want to ask the barmaid's name, but I didn't get to do my thing. So.
Well, she's still there. She's cleaning up a little bit.
Of course, when I'm coming back on scene, the immediate thing that blurts out of my mouth is, "The fucking bitch swindled me."
Yeah, he's just so like fucking distraught over this.
Yeah, I'm distraught about this that I slammed my hand down right on the fucking bar. She fucking swindled me.
Do I notice Barney leaving?
I'm gonna pass him a shot.
I look right at Carpus. Did she walk faster than you?
No, it was the freaking bitch that's in the scroll shop right here. I sold my 3 scrolls for $750. She gave me only $650.
Did you count it?
Yes. No, I didn't count it. I just trusted that she did that.
That was your first mistake.
So I take it you guys are not going to help me try to get it back from her then.
I'll help you. Just wait till the morning. Let me enjoy my last night on Earth.
You said she was at a scroll shop?
Yeah, she's a high elf woman that owns that magical scroll shop. I sold 3 of them. I sold them for $350, but I only now noticed that she gave me.
So she probably has a couple scrolls that she doesn't point out that would make getting anything out from her very difficult.
Hold on, Zoom is crashing. Give me a second and do the same thing as it did that one other time.
Oh dear.
Yeah, you guys aren't helping at all because I can't tell if it's actually crashing or not. If you're doing
something about a high elf.
Yeah,
Okay, so sorry, I'm back. I think.
Yep.
There you are.
But just no map.
Yeah, no, I know. It stopped sharing, but it went back to the thing. Cool.
Yes, the high elf who owns the magical scroll shop basically swindled me out of 100. I sold my 3 scrolls that I obtained back from the dwarven thing for $750. She gave me only $650. Why are you asking if she's a high elf? She is, but
I don't care about your money. I'm sorry, but and as I say that, DM, I haven't seen many high elves.
No, you haven't.
So clearly, you're not going to help me get it back.
I'm going to take 100 gold. I'm going to hand it to Carpus, and I'm going to go. Let it go. You got swindled.
So you guys are all in the restaurant, right?
I've been pounding shots since I got there. So
yeah, you're all at the bar, right?
Yeah, I'm at the bar.
Yeah.
Meeting dinner.
Get in there now.
Okay.
Are you serious, Bing?
Yeah, let it go. Just be careful next time.
So as you guys are there,
consider it a good lesson, but good thing you had your buddy here to take care of you.
Thank you.
In the morning.
Bing's too drunk to notice at this point, but Carpus, now with his super sharp perception, notices that Barney the innkeeper walked back into the restaurant. Followed quickly by someone who looks to be dressed in the guard's armor, but fancier than you've seen. It's got like a purple cape that's attached on both shoulders, and the dead center of his armor there is a tower with a road kind of like leading 2 inches from the bottom of it. And he looks like to be the captain of the city guard.
Can I look over drunkenly and then just noting that person is a person of authority, just salute?
Yeah.
From a distance.
He sees
Captain
you.
on deck!
He is nonplussed. The rest of the people in the bar, you hear kind of a hush kind of blow over the place. Really quickly.
So I see Bing do this since he's right next to me. I want to look out and see, are there any other entrances or exits in this building? Instantly looking for it.
Make a perception check.
Have I already walked up?
No, you haven't walked outside yet because you said you walked downstairs and you were going to hang out for a bit before you slipped out.
No, I was going to sneak out.
Not immediately. What?
Hasn't happened yet.
It hasn't happened yet. You're probably still coming downstairs from your room. Like these all kind of line up. Like they're not in order because otherwise nobody could do two things at the same time. So this is about the time you're coming downstairs. What's up?
As I'm looking, I rolled a 16, but as I'm looking, I'm like setting myself up to look like I'm not involved with the guy next to me at all.
Okay. Barney, fuck, you never ask his name. God damn it. The innkeeper walks over to the check-in desk again, right? But the tall captain of the guard, as you look past him, you see out the only door that you can see in your vicinity that goes outside. There's two tower shields kind of blocking your view of the street.
Inside the building.
No, they're outside, but they're just outside the open door. There's just a wall of metal, it looks like. With a little gap between them, but not great.
Like facing the street or facing the establishment?
Facing the establishment.
Okay. No other doors that I see.
There's the door, like I described earlier to your thief. There's the door that goes to the kitchen, and there's one that goes to the office, and the stairs to go upstairs. There's not really an exit door that you can see from this part of the building, other than the front door.
How far is the front door to me currently?
About 40 feet.
Okay. How far is the top of the stairwell that I can see?
Probably 25.
Okay. Good enough.
Okay. And
yeah.
What?
You're good. No,
okay.
Just listening.
Okay. Nobody knows what's happening yet. So before we start pulling swords on people, let's finish the
Kieran's just sitting there sipping his wine, eating his dinner.
Do I notice the guards outside and shit?
Tell
me how drunk I am.
Make a perception check with disadvantage, because it sounds like you've been drinking a stream of alcohol since you got there.
I've taken it.
A 10.
Yeah, no. You barely remembered that you just saluted the captain. What were you saying,
guy.
before I continue speaking?
Carpus is just taking his shot and his 100 gold that he got from being in, of which he's most thankful, but he's still not too happy with Nerwenye right now.
You'll be fine.
Fair enough.
Come on, man.
He's the crow. You guys are wonderful. I love it so much. Give me a second now that happened. Where did it go? Okay, so as he walks up, you see him remove his helmet, and as he does, you realize that most of it's not helmet. He's a warforged.
Oh.
Right, and he's standing there. He's got the armor on him isn't necessarily a suit of armor. It's actually plates that are attached to him with the epaulets and the cape attached to his shoulders, right? And as he kind of glances at the innkeeper and does like a subtle point at your group, and the innkeeper, you see, kind of gives him a nod, right? He walks up and he goes, "Excuse me, folks."
Yes.
Captain.
At ease.
Yes, sir.
Soldier. My name is Armament. I am the captain of the guards here at Hills Respite.
I love that name.
Thank you, young horned one. I have two pieces of business with you, and then I'll let you enjoy your evening. One.
Appreciate it.
Were you all recently in Alicera, more namely the outskirts of Alicera?
I'm gonna look at my comrades and kind of question, the head tilt, hand up a little bit. Anybody? Alicera? No.
Well, most recently we were in
just came from the south.
Riviere, actually.
Yeah, what did you say, Kieran? Because you talked at the same
I
time.
said, we just came from the south from traveling northward.
So none of you have been to Alicera?
Over the table, I didn't say that. I just said we came.
I know.
from the
I'm not saying that. So none of you have been to Alicera.
Been around
No.
Alicera.
Been
Not
through
in it.
River Maw,
or around.
but down into the swampy area.
Helped some
Came up
really
more.
great Tabaxi folk in Ishta Riviera. If you've met them, they're great people. Roll of Thunder, fantastic guy.
They were having a little problem, but they were doing pretty well.
Okay.
You should really help those people. That guy's got a son on the council. Good guy.
It's odd because there's a murder warrant out for a group. Kind of matches your description.
Our
Minus
description.
a dog. Your description? How would you know that?
No, I said questioning, like our description.
Yes, not what you said, but yes, your description. This group here.
I can't say that we've been through Alicere. We've been at that location. We traveled quite southeast of it, traveling down into the Tabaxi area.
I mean, we came down from Haus Vindum and we went down to Ishta Riviera, and we had to go around Alicera. We didn't really go in there. Exactly.
Well, that's something for their guards to figure out anyway. I'm not going to worry about it. But the second piece of business is that he pulls up a torn out page of a registry book and goes, Zarkiara? Is there a Zarkiara among you?
Not with our group.
And he looks over at the innkeeper, and who's pointing directly at the back of your head, Zar. He goes, okay. Kieran.
Yes.
Bing.
Yeah.
Harpus.
Here.
Godwyn.
Oh, yes.
And Garthaniel.
Garth.
Well, the royal summons that I have, or the council summons that I have has Garthaniel on it. I apologize.
Yeah, but this one I only said Garth.
Right. I get that. But the official document I have in this hand has your full name on it. And since you corrected me, I'm assuming it is your full name.
Well, I'm still upstairs.
No, you just came downstairs. I literally said you were coming downstairs and this happened. Let's not argue the fine point of this.
I was just saying over the table. I wasn't. I haven't really said nothing.
You just answered though.
Yeah, you did, dude.
I thought he was saying that over the table that he only said Garth on the book.
Because I thought you were talking about the registry I just signed.
All right, then you didn't say anything then. Fine, I don't fucking care. Jesus Christ, why is everything so fucking difficult? All right.
It wouldn't be as fun.
This document here is from the High Council at Alicera. They're requesting your presence for some matter involving a Father Bussell. Anybody you know?
Father, is that anybody over the table I would know, Dan?
Father Lascelles.
You wouldn't know. Actually, actually, to correct this, your name isn't on this. Sorry.
Oh, Godwyn is not.
Yeah.
You mean Father Bussell?
Yeah, that could be it. I'm not good with names.
I have it written down as Father Bussell.
That's fine. I'm not good with names.
River Maw. Good guy.
River Maw. Yeah.
So you guys do know him?
Yes.
Yes.
He is apparently bringing some kind of matter to the High Council's attention, and you are being requested. This is not a optional request, obviously. So you will be able to spend the night here this evening, and then you'll be escorted to Alicera after this.
Are we under arrest? What's the problem?
No, you are being summoned. If you choose to violate that summons, then you will be placed under arrest.
Make sure you let know the leader of Haugvindum, and you let. Hold on, I got a name here. I got a name here. Fuck. It's in my notes. Hold on. I took notes.
He took better notes than I did, to be fair. What?
I'm trying to remember the son's name that was on the council, but I can't find the notes that was in Roll of Thunder's son. The other son, not the daughter.
Other son, not the daughter. I love that.
There's 2 sons and a daughter.
I know.
And I'm trying to find. Okay, here we go. Hold on. Shit. It's in one of my other books. Fuck.
Kieran looks over at Czar. He goes, I wonder if he's just decoded something more from that book.
And that immediately makes me think, oh, yes.
Yes.
If he's going to the council, he must have found something good.
There's a possibility.
Yeah, I don't know where. It must be in another book or something.
Do I?
As I'm still sipping my wine, I look to the captain. Now, you said we'll be escorted in the morning. I've already paid for a spa. Do I get to at least enjoy that before we leave?
That's fine. It shouldn't take that long. I just want all of you to understand that come the morning, if you are not here and waiting for us when we come to pick you up, you will be considered fugitives. As for the murder charge, I have no jurisdiction. I just got a poster saying that these people with these descriptions are wanted for questioning. I don't care about that. I've got too much to deal with myself. But this could end my career if I let you go. And without my career, if you can't tell, I have no life.
Understand, Captain.
Excellent. And he takes a quill out of this little compartment that just slides open on his side, and he signs the bottom of the summons, and he just hands it to who wants to take it. He just holds it out.
Kieran will grab it.
Take it.
Kieran takes it.
Excellent.
Before Bing can.
Yep, he probably is better suited to it anyway.
Okay, so enjoy your drinks, enjoy your meals, your night, and your spa day tomorrow, and we will come and get you in the late morning.
And we will see you tomorrow.
He just kind of stands up straight, and then that snap to about face turn and starts walking out of the place while putting his helmet back on.
Officer on deck.
At this point, can I grab Godwyn and go upstairs to my room?
I don't know. Can you? Godwyn? That would be your decision, wouldn't it?
Do I notice him? Because I have to talk to some about Garth.
Shit, I lost those
Talk
notes.
to who about what?
I have something I need to talk to about Garth as well.
To me? To Godwyn? To who? With Garth? What are we talking about?
Garth.
With Garth.
With Garth about, yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I don't think he's trying to sneak away with Godwyn, so I'm assuming that you see him start to head towards the stairs.
Godwyn is like,
I head that way.
I just got my dinner.
Yeah, Godwyn has no idea what this is about. Like, he doesn't know who the father is. He doesn't know anything. Like,
This will only take a minute. Just come upstairs with me.
And I immediately
only take a
call out,
minute. Just sit right there. What?
Recycled.
and I'm following up behind them, and I say, Garth, hold up.
Carpets, come up here first. We'll talk up here.
Okay.
Go on, Chenno.
Hey, Bing. Bing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Another screwdriver.
We got a long way to travel. That'll be on our hangover. We'll be fine.
Can we get another round over here, please?
And
Make it a double.
Make it a double.
Now,
if you have triple, I'll take it.
DM, do we have anything on us, like a ID or anything like that?
I can prove I'm 104 years old.
no.
Oh,
You have vague descriptions, and he identified you from the register in the hotel.
But what in his description, what does it state? Like, it just gives me my name?
Well, the description on the warrant for murder has what they described you as when they arrested you. Like, you have the clearest description on that sheet that you're a Ganassi and that you dress in a hood and have daggers and the approximate height, weight, hair color. Like, they literally put you in a jail cell. So your description is clearer than everybody else's.
True.
Yeah, but in
They
all
wouldn't
honesty,
even
that
really
guard
know
was
Zarkiara's name.
What?
Like, they wouldn't know Zarkiara's name at all because
No,
she killed
they
the only
didn't-
witness.
They didn't know the names on that one. The names were from the summons.
Mm.
And he
Got it.
Right.
Got it.
Which was disseminated to the guards around the country, which I'm sure told every inn owner, if you see anybody that knows this or looks like this or has these names comes into your building, let us know. Because there is no security camera system. There's no bolo. You don't have like patrol cars radioing people's license plates.
Oh, come on, Friday.
It's hey, inn owner. If somebody comes in and says their name is Zarkiara, there's probably not a lot of them. Just give us a heads up and we'll talk to them.
Come on. Zarkiara's like Steve in
Yeah,
high elf
right.
culture. I'm kidding.
No, I know.
Is yeah, let's go upstairs.
Thank you.
I'm carrying my dinner with me.
That's fine.
I've finished my dinner and I finished my alcohol, but what I do have on me immediately when we come in the room, I present the book to Garth and say, yeah, all of the script that was inside this, it was an illusion. And I immediately flip it open. It's nothing more than blank pages.
Kieran has a rather irritated look on his face. So you let someone wipe away the only copy of the information we had?
That's what you're saying. That's what I'm saying is that was it never was. It was never anything right there. It was an illusion.
But we already verified the only person that could read it, which was Garth, noticed it was the same as the other copy. So the information in it was still useful to us. And now it's gone.
It was the high elf. It was the high elf that swindled me.
Can I take these pages and ask if anyone has an orange with them?
An orange?
From downstairs?
I don't think you're in the same room.
No, he's in the same room with them, but not with the oranges.
Yeah, we're downstairs with the oranges, baby.
Did my dinner come with an orange?
Let me see
garnish?
what. I actually have meals written out. I just want to make sure that one of them would. Okay, so what did you get? There's oh boy. Braised
invisible
partridge.
ink.
There's braised partridge with sugar and curd cheese.
Ooh.
Boiled sausage and leek, or
Yeah.
steamed phoenix and artichoke.
Boiled
Steamed
sausage
phoenix and
leek.
artichoke?
Yep.
I want that.
Sausage and leek because he is very basic coming from a cloister.
Excellent. It probably wouldn't come with an orange.
I will take the Phoenix.
I'm taking the phoenix too. That's delicious. Them's good eats.
Yum. And phoenix always goes good with citrus.
That's how you get the sizzle to be just right.
Is anyone in the
And
room
if you're
that has
lucky,
the food?
the phoenix will make its own egg, and then you got breakfast in the morning.
Just as he's asking for the orange, you see me eat with the rind in my mouth.
And that's where the orange comes into place, because that's the orange juice for both meals. They're saving money.
Grabbed the most basic person they could.
So
Just trying
Karen's
to
in
get
the
his
room
dinner.
with me then? Oh my goodness.
It's
You let him follow you upstairs. Didn't you?
Okay, so
less.
can I ask for the orange that he's about to eat?
He
Nope.
already ate it. He says he's exposing the rind to you.
God.
Reach into his mouth,
There's a ton of them downstairs. Just get more.
or you could plunge into Kieran. See what he's got.
I need an orange to put on this paper so I can see if there's anything secret on this paper.
It
As I
wasn't.
tear a page from the book.
If it was magically erased, there wouldn't have been a quill that wrote it.
It could be invisible ink.
Only disclosed by an orange?
And some
Purpose,
invisible
how
inks
did-
react
how
to
did the-
acid.
Oh, he's talking about invisible ink, which is like a spy master.
Right,
tool.
but it's written with milk, and therefore it turns brown when you expose it to acid. So an orange or a lemon would make it show up.
Right.
And an acid. Wow.
So he's keeping it. Yeah.
So it's smart what he's doing, but let's just say that you did find an orange and it did shit. It stained the paper. It was just paper.
Okay, but I hold
Because we
it
are
up
going way
to-
too far down the wrong fucking path.
Love it.
You
I'm not
know
trying to
you
railroad you,
love
but
it.
when we're talking about finding an orange for a half hour, that's enough.
I'm
To
gonna
be fair,
eat
we've
my
been trying to
dinner
do it for a
And
few
all
months.
I'm trying to say is the one that was trying to that the only source that I was able to find was the high elf that I sold those scrolls to, was to see if she could make any sense about it, and she ended up dispelling the magic in it entirely, which it makes it basically an inert blank book now.
I'm gonna eat my dinner and go to bed.
Okay, well, hold on to that book in case we need something. Godwyn,
I mean, okay.
I might need you to play as me because I heard your name was not called out. I had to find some way of making you blue and some way of making me not blue.
I don't know what any of that means.
The most honest statement anyone has ever said ever.
I'm sorry. I
don't
have
know
no
what that
clue what you're talking about.
If you turn me green, I would die.
Oh,
For
God.
our summoning, if you guys get trapped, I can sneak in and get you guys out. I need you to be blue, and I need to not be blue.
Considering you guys are two different ages and builds, and yours is pretty descriptive, I don't think they're going to fall for
It says white hair. We both have white hair. He just needs to be blue.
Wait, how do you intend on making me blue? What do you mean by blue? Is he blue over the table?
Genassis are blue.
He's like a gray blue because he's,
He's
an air.
air ganassi. So yeah, kind of grayish blue.
His skin
yeah.
color is like a slate blue.
Like Data with a blue tinge.
So we have a very short window here. Can we brainstorm how to make him blue?
Now,
How about you just come with us because I don't feel.
Let us establish something from history. I'm not telling you what's going to happen in the future, but let me establish something from history. The father, who's part of the reason you're being summoned to the council chambers, has met Garth. He has never met Godwyn. If he showed up blue and all you change is color, it's not going to confuse somebody that's the same person or not. Like that alone. Just saying.
That's what I was about to say. Was it's the father that's looking for us?
Right.
That was
You know,
two
father is a
separate things.
friend. Like, why are we
And
trying to
honestly-
hide from the guy? He's
Yeah,
helped
it's like-
us.
Well, in all honesty, we didn't leave the best impression there.
Yeah, we did. We
Yeah,
saved
we
his
did.
life.
Yeah, we saved his
It's
life.
probably the best impression we've ever spent on somebody. Are you insane?
Yes.
The only person
No,
you haven't stolen
the only
from or
person-
destroyed property of.
Yeah.
Alcira.
Or
We
attempted
did
to
not
do
leave a
so.
good impression. I thought we were.
Oh,
Father-
we
Alcira.
didn't,
No,
did
this
we?
is
We
the
almost
guy
got
in Rivermont.
arrested for it.
Your murder warrant and the summons were two different things, Garth.
You need a ponga atención, my friend.
The father was the one that had the first book that you read the primordial in. And
Okay.
when we left him, he said he was going to keep trying to decipher more. So we need to see him so we know where we're going next anyway.
Okay,
Hell yeah.
well, I misunderstood him. I'm gonna head to bed then. I'm getting tired.
IRL
idea.
or in-game?
Huh?
IRL or in-game?
In game.
Thank you. Whew. Oh.
Hey, Carpus,
Yo.
tell me more about this elf.
Very tall. She seems of high elven stature, blonde hair. Quite gorgeous, actually. But I will say that I didn't think I just wasn't thinking about it at the time. But she seems one of those kind that basically has a means of distracting you when it fits her.
Now, I just asked him to recount everything that happened. You know, for sake of time, he just tells me, hopefully.
Thank you.
And
time passes.
Yes. So, as soon as you left, she hurried up and locked up, and so you couldn't go back.
Pretty much. I mean, I just barely got my wing out of the door in time before she slammed her door down on it. So
I'm thinking
there's something strange there.
Either she knew what was in that book and wanted it gone.
Yeah.
Because why would there be someone that has that many magical scrolls in a place like this?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and there were quite many actually.
And so, if she knew it was in that book, she's probably long gone.
I would be, now that I'm starting to think maybe she has skipped town now, probably.
And it wouldn't do us any good to go find out at this point because the guards are watching us.
Yeah. So no.
I say that loud enough for someone going to bed to hear.
Right.
So my suspicions would be that, because I'm in the same room at this point, if this was someone who was conspiring to remove this writing in the book, dispel it so that we couldn't use it and disappear, why short Carpus 100 gold? That would just call suspicion to their actions. Why not just give them a full refund amount, wipe it, and then add to their credibility?
Well, because going off his story, that part happened first, so she was probably just trying to be a crooked, make some money.
Yeah, that was a separate thing. From my standpoint, that looks like just a separate issue. That looked just like pure, hey, he's not paying attention, so let's just go ahead and short him 100 gold. But this seems separate.
This? When we leave in the morning with these guards, just ask them if we can quick make a stop over there, see if it's open or not.
That's what I was going to start to allude to. How about we ask him if we can ask about Nerwenye's scroll shop, and we'll probably go by there real quick on our way. I'm pretty sure it wouldn't be out of the way.
I mean, they're willing to wait for me to get my spa, so.
Yeah, same here. I got a spa scheduled for the morning, too.
Well, hell.
Some adventurers you guys are.
As I'm still sipping my wine.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the three people staying in Czar's room is Czar, Godwyn, and Bing?
I believe so. Everybody else has their own room.
Okay. That's what I thought I heard earlier.
Yep.
So at this point, I want to walk up to my drunken buddy.
Oh, you went to bed already?
Well, I was still downstairs. I told everyone I was getting ready to go to bed.
Oh, that was in-game. Okay, well, I didn't know. All right.
So I want to walk up to my drunken buddy and
assuming
tell him,
that's me.
Yep.
Do I see him coming?
What? I want to buy him.
Do I see him coming? I need to know
what is your passive perception?
18.
Roll. Are you trying to be stealthy, Garth?
No, I'm just walking up
to
him.
You see him coming.
I go for my flask immediately. Of instinct.
Hey,
buddy, how you doing?
From Garth's perspective, it looks like Bing saw Garth coming and then grabbed his boob.
I buy him 2 shots and a big mug of ale.
Oh, that's mighty
and
neighborly.
I ask him, what room are you guys in so I know where to wake you guys up at?
I think I'm crashing with Zara. I don't know where that is. I've been sitting on this stool all night. Great band they got here, by the way. I was just gonna knock on doors until someone let me in, honestly. So I don't know. I think there's a room on the hall I remember hearing at the end of the hall, a corner room, something like that. I don't know. I'll have whoever laugh me.
All right, well, I guess I'll just knock on all the doors. I'm off to bed.
Okay.
All right, quitter.
I walk
Kieran
upstairs,
goes back up to the bar.
put my gold down.
Hey!
I got my wine, don't worry. Which, miss, I could use a refill if you don't mind.
What's the barmaid's name?
Give me a second.
I've been wanting to
You
know
haven't
this
asked
for a while.
yet.
I've been
Nobody's
trying
actually
to.
asked.
I've been
That's why
trying
I was
to, but
actually
I'm
getting
letting
to
the
that point with
narrative.
asking for my wine.
The narrative is. I'm letting the narrative play out without having my alcoholism ruin that. So.
So did she come and to refill my glass of
Yeah,
wine?
she swings on over and she goes, everybody still upright and good?
I have a question, though.
What's your name, pretty lady?
Wait, hold on. For who?
For the barmaid.
Okay, well, they called her over first, so
Okay.
hang on for a second.
Yeah.
I've been nursing her rear all night, and I've been trying to ask her
You've
name.
been nursing her rear?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I've been trying to ask her name all night.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Okay,
Yeah.
so what
Can
were
I
you
just
saying,
walk
Karen?
up and do it?
Oh, I'm Aria Maya. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. I'm Kieran.
Charmed, I'm sure.
I just might be now.
Yep, just get a room already.
So what's a pretty thing like you doing in a smaller town like this?
Making ends meet. And meeting meet.
Yowza.
I don't know if you can handle the meat.
Oh, I'm sure my end can.
Oh my.
I just tell her what my room number is and I walk upstairs.
She kind of winks at you as you head up.
As Bing is just fuming.
Yep. It's the second time I've been snubbed. Damn it.
Then she looks over at you. Do you want another drink?
One more to drown my sorrows and I'm out of here.
What sorrows? You've been having a good night, it seems.
That's true. It was nice.
She hands you another mug of ale.
Hey, fill this up with something special, would you? Hand her my flask.
I've got just the thing. She reaches under the counter and pulls up this bottle of it looks like really old whiskey. Like really, it's dark, it's got that golden light through it, and the bottle just looks like it's been like from a different age. She goes, "This is the good stuff." And she fills up the flask for you and then takes a swig of it and puts it back on the bar. Back into the counter.
Darling, you're a tiefling after my own heart.
When you get drunk, you sound very different.
Oh, would you like to see how different I can be?
Yeah, you seem like a cunning linguist.
I've been known to lick a few cunts.
I was looking for more innuendo, but okay.
I'm drunk at this point, so
I'm sure she understands a drunk person at the bar at this point.
She's like, "You think you've had enough?"
Yeah, you're probably right. I'm gonna go knock on doors.
Good hunting.
Yeah.
She looks over at Carpus, who's apparently standing there by the bar. Something that you needed?
Well, on top of a little wine, please, I would like some information, too.
Shoot.
You seem to be one that comes across many people here because this place obviously is very busy.
Bartenders tend to, yes.
What can you tell me about that high elf that runs that scroll shop in town?
Where is
Let
her
it
shop open
go,
this week?
let it go.
Excuse me.
I said, where's her shop open this week?
It
And
was in-
if she took money from you, it won't be there tomorrow.
so that's not what I'm. Well, okay, yeah, she did swindle me, but that's just. I want to know if you can tell me something more
I
about
thought
her.
so.
I already know she swindled me. That's not what I'm asking, though. I just
Okay.
want some more information about her.
Yeah. Well,
So obviously, she's a roving businessman. How recent is she to the town?
this name?
Yeah.
4
This
months,
name?
5 months.
4 or 5 months. Okay.
Yeah, she's always just getting here and is just trying to make enough money to move on to Alicera.
So she's been in town 4 or 5 months now, basically, is what you're saying?
Oh no, much longer than that. But as her current name, yes, that's a couple months, 4 or 5 months.
But before that 4 or 5 months, according to this name, so she's been here since then, or has she moved to another town?
No, when one name draws too much heat, she tends to change it. I honestly couldn't tell you what her real name is.
Well, what does she go by right now? Do you know?
It starts with an N. Nerwinye. That's what it was. She sells scrolls, right? The dragon
Yes.
scrolls.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Has she ever been in the company of any strange individuals at all that you would know? Has she ever kept strange company or strange visitors at her shop at all?
Stranger than her? I wouldn't say. Anybody that buys scrolls is by nature probably a little on the odd side. But nobody in specific. What are we talking, like? A general, a wizard?
Well, just wondering if anyone out of the ordinary would possibly be knocking on her doors or something. Because she had opened up shop in the way, I guess, where her shop is now, it's in the more rougher side of town, it looked like to me.
There's a lot of empty buildings there. That tends to be why.
Okay.
Yeah, you can't find a lot of like shut down businesses in the nicer part of town, but the dregs over there, they tend to draw, buildings that don't last very long, businesses that close after a few weeks, and then somebody else slips in there.
All right. Well, at least we have that. But it's also safe to assume that Nerwenya is probably not her true name then.
Oh no, I could list off 5 that I've heard.
What are the let me. What was that first one?
Phelan, Faelynn.
Okay, Phelan.
Balmoira. That was a long one. That was like 6 months because nobody could remember the name.
Okay.
Yeah, so that no heat if nobody can identify you to the police.
Okay.
Alexina.
Okay.
Jofiel.
Jofiel.
Jofiel. Jofiel.
I just appreciate the time you spent to come up with all the aliases for one NPC. That shows a level of dedication.
I've been planning this one for multiple weeks. Like
it's
this
great.
is like the one summation kind of session that no matter what you guys did before, like eventually you're gonna have to get to this kind of angle and start heading, in one direction. So I had more time to work on it than the ones I have to scramble because you guys decide to chase a butterfly for 4 hours.
All right. And those 5,
they're pretty.
And those 5 are the ones you know about for sure.
Those are the ones I can think of right now. I'm sure if I sat down and started writing things, I could probably find others.
So then my last question is it possible she's a high elf at all?
I'm assuming she is. I wouldn't be able to say what else she would be. That never changes. It's not like, 1 week she's an elf and 1 week she's a tiefling like me. Like, no, that's...
That you're aware of anyway.
Oh, yeah, as far as I can tell. Because anybody that comes in here complaining about her taking their money, the first time I was shocked. After that, it was, oh, okay, I get it now. But they always say it's a tall blonde elf.
That's exactly her description. Well,
Kind of a jerk. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I just thought I would get some information about that, so I do thank you kindly.
I believe at this point there's actually a form that the guard has to fill out specifically for her ripping you off. Because they have to go find her and then charge her and try to get your money back, and so they just have like one sheet that's been like copied over and over and over again that you just fill out, like how much they took, where they can send it, this and that.
And I'm fairly certain she never gets apprehended.
She does, but the fine is not much. Usually makes more than they're able to catch up with her. So
okay, all right, okay. Well, that's all I needed really. So thank you. I do appreciate that.
Oh, no problem. And I'm sorry about that. That doesn't speak to the rest of Hill's Respite.
No, of course not you. You've been wonderful tonight. Not
I
her
thank
so
you.
much. Thank you, ma'am.
Of course.
All right. So I go back. Well, Carpus goes back to his room, having filed the names in, the possibility that she's not an elf at all, and all that. And well, they're going to mosey on by there tomorrow morning, see if what he's suspecting is the case is the case. I bet it's probably not even there when they try to go by there in the morning. But okay. So he goes back to his room to go ahead and relax.
Okay.
As this is being done, I finish my dinner and I'm like, oh, Garth, I almost forgot. Kind of like, fish. Oh, yeah, that's right. Pull out the daggers from my back pocket and I throw them sheathed to Garthaniel.
Hey, Garth, so you catch these. Yeah, I think you're muted too. Yeah, good. You catch these, and you recognize immediately that they are the teeth that you pried out of the jaw of the dragon skull. They are now in the form of pretty sharp-looking daggers.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, you notice now, looking at it, that they're shiny. Like the very tips of the tooth, even for a tooth, are like super shiny. And they seem pretty well weighted. They're probably easy to throw. And they're dragon's teeth. That's pretty impressive.
Dude has a Chris knife.
Do I owe you anything for these?
I'll take anything you have, but honestly, I was just glad I had the chance to work with Dragonbone. That being said, you can keep all your gold.
I mean, do you want a weapon to trade?
Do you have any rare precious metals? I'm always looking to work on something new.
Let me look at my inventory here.
Glad he didn't ask me.
He's getting better.
Yep, because if you would have asked me, it'd have been like, I don't know. Do you?
I mean, for a guy that a week before he started, he really didn't know what D&D was.
No, dude, I'm impressed. Don't get me wrong.
Come along.
Love playing with Nick.
I have a long sword if that would be any use to you. I think you sharpened it before.
I'll take a long sword. You don't look like the type to need it anyways.
I was gonna say he sharpened it for you before you realized that you don't use a long sword.
Well, I mean, it's something he said to keep my gold, so I figured I'd give him something for it. I don't use the long sword.
No, I know. I just meant, like, I remember when he sharpened it for you, and it was like, now I can use a long sword, and it's like, not well. All right, so what's everybody doing? Winding down in the evening. Everybody's getting kind of like...
I'm banging on doors until I find the one I'm supposed to be in.
Yeah, you get a lot of rough looks from people that you're waking
Aaron
up
opens
in this hallway.
his door, looks at Bing, and goes, no.
I do want to take note
like
of
that.
the banging and crack my door open and see what room Bing's going in.
Wait, one important detail. As I hand you the dagger, it is magical for at least until I change it again. For 24 hours, your dagger is magical.
The dragon daggers?
Yeah.
They are permanently magical, and there might be more to them than even Godwyn understands.
This is true. Then I would have looked at them and tried to do my traditional bless, like, oh,
yeah, you try to enchant them, and there's a weird feeling that it's just not going to take because it's heavy for some reason. Like magically, it's heavy.
When I put these in my inventory, how am I adding them in?
Just put dragon tooth daggers. Daggers.
Daggers.
Like, can I label them as dragon tooth?
Yeah.
There's a customized thing.
Yeah, this is a homebrew thing. Like, I'm coming up with the stats for it as you go, if there are special stats to it. But you won't know until you try to use them or you try to do something that would give you the information.
And I would tell you that they're magical because I tried to enchant them.
Yeah, so you understand that they are magical. Whether or not you think he made them magical or not, that's who cares. But they are magical.
Surprised Godwyn didn't try to identify them if he knew there was something special about them.
The problem with the identify spell is it takes into account things that you purposely do to them, I believe. So it wouldn't be an inherent feature of the material or anything like that. It would be if he
what would be
enchanted
the
it with a spell.
weight?
Gotcha.
I don't know, 0.1, whatever a dagger weighs. Like, I mean, it's
a dagger is 1 pound.
It's 1 pound. Oof,
1 pound exactly.
Jeez, crow. All right, so they're 1 pound apiece. If you want to make them heavier, go ahead. I don't care. Does it change?
I mean, you technically could. You just have to make it of like sturdier material or something. But a standard steel dagger is usually about 1 pound.
Yep, and that's fine. It's not going to change it's just a different material. It could be the same weight. As right now, since you're manually entering the stats, enter the stats that you would normally roll for or you put for a dagger. So whatever your regular daggers thing is, 1d6 plus whatever.
D4.
And plus what?
It's a 1d4 for a dagger.
Oh, 1d4.
Well, the only thing it's asking me is cost override, weight override, name, notes, and description.
I don't know anything about D&D Beyond. I don't know how to tell you how to do it. So
just write it down for now, Garth, so you have it.
Yeah, just paper sheet it for now. Like if you've got a
if you want to text
nearby,
what they're asking to me, I'll tell you what you need to do for it.
Yeah, there you go. Like, 'cause I don't know what it's going to ask
in the chat. Direct message me or whatever, and I'll help you out as much as I can.
Yeah.
Okay. So now Kieran is just in his room, in his heart silk boxers. See if he gets another knock on the door.
Other knock.
And it's Bing again.
With the
son of a bitch.
Oh yeah, you were flirting with the bartender, and you gave him a.
Bing went knocking on doors to find things, and I opened the door.
But when you first open the door, it's Bing, and he's just like, "Ah, buddy."
I was imagining it like Sheldon, Karen.
He's drunk.
Yeah, I'm way too drunk for that. It's more like, hey, I know you. Come on, buddy.
Door just shuts in his face.
Ah, don't be like that, man. We were friends, man. You're no fun. See you in the morning.
Although he did get a full view of Kieran in nothing but silk shorts.
Bow wow. The image that Bing can take with him.
Better well, you lucky bastard, as I knock on the door as I'm going to the next
Hey, Bing,
one.
for the next 10 minutes, you have 1d12 inspiration. Just from seeing the heart boxer shorts and nothing else.
Hell yeah.
Oh, boy.
Amazing. Amazing.
Bardic inspiration. It's boxer inspiration.
Inspiration.
It's heartic inspiration. I don't know.
It's for 10 minutes?
Yeah, it's just it's like the maximum level bardic inspiration die. Like
yeah.
It's 10 minutes, but it's a D12. So hey.
I'm over here cranking out piece after piece for teammates, and I can't get one inspiration point.
It's not
D12.
It's not permanent. It's not DM inspiration. It's bardic inspiration. It's 10 minutes. He can add a D12 to a roll. He's going to bed.
Still sad.
As I'm knocking on doors, do I knock on the doors of any babes who answer the door?
No, but you piss off a lot of people in this bar. You're starting to notice that.
Doing it like Sheldon for each one.
Again, drunken dwarf. Probably nothing like Sheldon.
Better roll that inspiration for performance.
Okay.
Can I see through my
Better yet, he just
keyhole?
says Leonard at every single door. Leonard.
Can I see through my keyhole?
On your door?
Yeah.
I wouldn't see why not.
Does my keyhole look down the hallway?
Yeah. It doesn't give you a very wide view.
Okay, well, I want to crack my door with the lights off and just see where everyone's walking into their rooms.
Okay. You know where they all went into their rooms.
Where did Bing finally wind up in
Okay,
Czar's
so
room?
do you want me to describe where in the hallway it is, or do you want me to just tell you that you know where Bing's room is?
Well, I want to know which room.
Do you want me to tell you which room it is physically on a map that doesn't exist, or do you want me to just tell you you know where Bing's room is for the purposes of whatever you're trying to do?
Yep.
Okay, so you know where Bing's room is. What are you trying to do? This doesn't have to take 4 hours, guys, to go to bed.
Well, I want to sneak out of a window, and I need a window that's not up front by the guard shack. And I know that they said his room was in the back.
Okay, so you know where their room is.
Okay, and I slowly close the door and lay back down.
Thank you.
Go to rest.